and it is time that we stand up and demand justice. As a person of faith, I'm asking the nation to not just pray for us who have been impacted by gun violence, but I'm asking them to take action. Voice Buffalo and our allies are demanding local, state, and national elected officials to walk and move with us and to do it right now. We are asking them to invest in initiatives that are dedicated to dismantling long-standing racial disparities, to provide cultural competent Black-led mental health healing services for Buffalo's East Side community that have been impacted by this tragedy, and to make sure that they have resourced those communities so that those services are sustainable for the long haul. We are asking them to invest in public safety by funding community-led violence intervention and prevention programs that will come from and be funded by the unused American Rescue Plan dollars. And we are calling for an anti-white supremacy hate crime bill. So we are asking all of you, that's right, it's time. It's time. So we're asking all of you that are here today to reach out to your elected officials, local and otherwise, and demand that they support this bill. We will not be silent. We will not be quiet until this is addressed. And to my faith leaders, thank y'all. To my faith leaders and my clergy across the nation, I want to remind us that we have a divine responsibility to not just pray, but to act on behalf of justice. We must be the examples of what love and mercy looks like toward those who are closest to the pain of this level of tragedy and injustice. And I will remind them of this scripture in Micah 6:8. He has shown you, O man, what is good, and what does the Lord require of you? To act justly, to love mercy, and walk humbly with your God. Listen, y'all, it is time for justice, and the time for justice is right now. Remember, we are the leaders we've waited for, and if they don't give us what we've asked for, we will vote them out. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Garnell Whitfield. I'm here with my brother Raymond. I'm here with my family, my sisters, my grandchildren, my children, and other families who are victims of gun violence from Buffalo, New York at the May 14th massacre at the Tops Friendly Market. We're still in a state of shock because we never would have believed that our 86-year-old mother, Mrs. Ruth Whitfield, who was buying groceries after visiting my father at the nursing home, her husband of 86 years, or the other well-loved, well-known stalwarts of our community, would have been treated so inhumanely as to be shot down like animals by an ignorant, hate-filled white supremacist armed with a weapon of war, an AR-15. But in reality, we are being naive to think that it couldn't happen to us. You know, and until it happened to us, we were sitting on the sidelines. I mean, we saw all of the things that are happening in our country. We see the loss of lives in our community, and we're empathetic, but we didn't do anything about it, which makes us part of the problem. Okay? But the truth is, while we were naive and thought everything was okay, this nation was born out of violence, built by the sweat, blood, and tears of our ancestors, and propped up by a deep-rooted belief in white supremacy. Well, enough is enough. We will not go quietly into the night as victims. We will no longer accept the inherent inequities built into our society as our reality. We will not allow you to continue to steal the futures of our children and condemn our elders to a life of fear and uncertainty, where the comfort and peace that they have given their lives for is no longer available to them in the twilight of their years. We are here to demand justice. Justice for those who have been martyred in this struggle, and action for those who are yet among us. You know, we hear a lot about prayer, And prayer is wonderful, and we thank you for your prayers. But prayer is not a noun. It is a verb. It requires action. You pray, and then you get up, and then you walk. You walk that walk. And so that's what we're asking people to do. We are here to stand with those who are bold enough to demand sensible gun legislation that will help to reduce the gun violence in our communities, that will stop the slaughter of our most precious commodity, people, human beings, sisters, brothers, fathers, grandparents, friends, and in my case, my 86-year-old mother. Let me be clear. Guns by themselves are only one aspect of a much more insidious problem in America. That's right. Let us never forget, while we focus on this gathering, and appropriately so, on gun violence, whose hands are those guns in? And what are they doing with them? Why are we sitting here pretending like we don't have a larger problem? These are ignorant individuals, you know, like the guy that had the gun in Buffalo. He pulled the trigger. But there are even sicker and more ignorant systems and people in high places that are arming them, that are loading the guns, that are radicalizing these people. They're filling them with weapons and filling them with hate-filled rhetoric, and through their inaction, they're giving them their tacit approval. If we stand here and we don't do anything about this and we don't call it out, then we are giving them our approval. We demand, we're not asking, we demand the passage of an anti-white supremacy hate crime bill. Okay? Along with sensible gun legislation. That's right. And we're just simply here to say enough is enough. Thank you.
Excuse me a second. I'm like the pastor here with the technology. It shut off on me. Okay. Old school. If not now, when? Will enough be enough? When will we as Americans no longer stand tacitly by, bearing witness to hollow point bullets searing from the barrel of an AK-47, tearing through the flesh and bone of the American dream, mowing down its future in a Texas school massacre where there lies Uzziah Garcia, youngest of 19, while the eldest of 10 victims, age 86, Miss Ruth E. Whitfield, lies helplessly on the floor of a Buffalo grocery store. A devoted wife of 68 years, never growing weary of her appointment. Her last hours spent protecting the love of her life from what would be bed sores with a meticulous spread of A&D ointment. A Christian caretaker, grandmother, great-grandmother, best of friends that we call mom, lies bleeding in aisle 9. And yes, this time, this mom happens to be mine. But what of the next time? And rest assured, there will be a next time. 10 days later, from Texas to Tulsa, or just another weekend on a Chicago west or south side. Countless others that we've lost soft count of have died. When will enough be enough for decent, law-abiding Americans to muster the courage to stand up and demand that our public servants begin to reflect what the greater populace has long since embraced? Common sense gun laws, and a simple background check. Now, some of you will ask us, what is it we really want? What we want is a chance to heal America's most wretched, festering scar with an anti-white supremacy hate crime bill. It is time that we all come to see what the U.S. Department of Homeland Security has labeled the #1 threat from sea to shining sea. That is the scourge and the myth of white supremacy. So let us implore our politicians in the spirit of those who have forethought and ingenuity to formulate a RICO statute in pursuit of organized crime. That is also time to strengthen the law of law enforcement, the ability to draw the line between those who would harbor, support, encourage, and yes, indoctrinate the most feeble-minded amongst us to do their heinous bidding as a misguided instrument of hate. If you listen closely, you will hear the cries of our fallen loved ones in our churches, our synagogues, our schools, and now our grocery stores. All I can say is if there is to be a great replacement, I say let's not wait. Lower your weapons and let us replace the hate. Then and only then can we make America great, if not again, win. Thank you very much for allowing my brother, my family that's here to share our grief and our unfettered determination to join you in this fight. Thank you.
On February 14th, 2018, students at Marjorie Stoneman Douglas High School.
In our nation, there have been over 246 mass shootings and 27 school shootings this year alone. It is imperative that we not only protect everyone's life, but especially the lives of children who are simply eager to learn and go to school to be educated, not afraid. Today, I will be introducing someone who has worked tirelessly to ensure safer communities exist in and around the Washington, D.C. area. Mayor Muriel Bowser has been pushing for D.C. to become the 51st state so that we can have a voice in Congress on such critical issues such as gun control. She invested in our youth by expanding the Marion Barry Summer Youth Employment Program, which I am proudly a product of, which provides any youth up to the age of 24 years old with a job. In the fiscal year 2023 budget, she invested $13.5 million in Recreation for All, an initiative to expand recreational programs to keep youth safe and off of the streets. She also recently launched 202 for Peace, a campaign aimed to mobilize the community and bring together agencies across the city to accelerate efforts to reduce gun violence and other forms of violent crime through education, service projects, and community engagement activities. And as most of you all know, our fearless mayor went up against Trump and made history by creating Black Lives Matter Plaza, which began a trend worldwide during a time of great unrest in our country due to the senseless murder of George Floyd. Before I invite her onto the stage, I want to thank you all for being here today when we truly need each other now more than ever. And I hope you all continue the fight for stricter gun control laws and for our lawmakers to start doing what we all voted them in office to do: protect us. With that being said, it brings me great pride to bring up to the stage our extraordinary Mayor of Washington, D.C., Mayor Muriel Bowser.
Enough is enough. I want to thank you, Addison, for speaking up for DC's young people. I want to thank and acknowledge the beautiful children behind me, DC residents. I'm Muriel Bowser. I'm the mayor of Washington, DC, your nation's capital in my hometown. I speak as a mayor, a mom, and I speak for millions of Americans and America's mayors who are demanding that Congress do its job. And its job is to protect us, to protect our children from gun violence. Americans in cities and towns all across our nation are scared and frustrated. Scared because we live in a country where just about anyone who wants a gun can get a gun. Frustrated because we have been here before, and we've been here before too many times. And we're not asking for a lot. We're asking to drop off our children at school without having to worry that someone will bring an AR-15 into their classroom. We are asking to go to the grocery store without worrying that someone will be shot dead by a gunman who is filled with hate. We are asking to let our children go to the playground without worrying that a car will drive by, firing a high-capacity magazine with no regard for who gets killed. In fact, we're done asking. We're demanding change, and we're demanding change now. We need our fellow Americans, a majority of Americans who share our values, to let their senators know that they either need to make change now or get out of our way. We also need our fellow Americans to join with us in the fight for DC statehood. We are 700,000 tax-paying Americans in Washington, D.C. who want common sense gun reform. We're 700,000 Americans, and we have 0 senators to represent us. This isn't just about our disenfranchisement. This is about disenfranchising all Americans who want change. This is about disenfranchising anyone who, in the words of the great Fannie Lou Hamer, is sick and tired of being sick and tired. We don't have to live like this. this. Our global citizens, they don't live like this. It is common sense to require background checks for guns. It is common sense to require red flag laws. It is common sense to ban assault rifles in our country. But unfortunately, common sense ain't that common in the Senate. We represent the American majority, and we can't let anybody forget it. I want now to ask you, just like Addison did, don't stop fighting. When I look in the faces of our young people, we were here just a short time ago marching for our lives. And I know that the solution lies with you. You must keep marching, keep fighting, keep voting, and demanding action now. Now I have the honor of bringing up a young man, a graduate of Banneker Senior High School right here in Washington, D.C., a District of Columbia public school. He's making us proud, studying at Harvard, and he is the founder of the nonprofit Love One. He spreads love, advocates for gun reform and peace, and he is here today to help us march for our lives. Thank you, everyone.
Please welcome to the stage DC gun violence survivor and March for Our Lives organizer, Ruquan Brown.
Good afternoon. There are a lot of Americans out here. I said, good afternoon. There we go. There we go. That's the exact energy that we need to be able to solve issues like gun violence, but many issues beyond gun violence. My name is Ruquan Brown. I'm a 20-year-old student at Harvard College from right here in Washington, D.C. I'm extremely sad to be here today because I would much rather be on a cruise, watching the NBA Finals with my stepdad, or doing high school/college things with my friends. But I have to be here because of a very disgusting and intentional ignorance from this city and this nation's elected officials. I have to be here. When I spoke with Mayor Bowser 2 years ago about creating safer spaces for black children and people in our city, she told me she'd handle it. If that were true, I wouldn't be on this stage. Since our elected officials are extremely ignorant, broken, and irresponsible, I said, since our elected officials are extremely broken, ignorant, and irresponsible, I've been left with no other choice but then to explore and discover what it's going to take to keep me, my 10 siblings, my future children, you and yours safe. I thought that it might be through education, but we are unsafe in our schools. I thought that it would be through leisure, but we are unsafe on vacation. I thought that it would be through career, but we are unsafe at work. I thought it would be through politics, but we are unsafe at our capital too. None of these things alone will cure the fear that you, millions of beautiful people, have. Although I'm a Harvard student and should have some dissertation level scientific solution, my middle school research has led me to a very simple 4-letter solution: love. Love is a combination of care, commitment, knowledge, responsibility, respect, and trust. Many of our politicians approach stages with only one of those ingredients. We are demanding that our politicians love, and that requires all 6 of those ingredients. We must live in a nation where love is the norm. We must live in a nation where love takes us by storm. We must live in a nation where love keeps us warm, because that is what we deserve. Our politicians are committed to paychecks. And a lot of our people are committed to comfort. But thank you for being committed to change. When my stepfather was murdered in 2018, I asked myself why this might have happened. When my teammate was murdered in 2017, I asked myself why this might have happened. When I watched friends and family in my neighborhoods and in my friends' neighborhoods be murdered, I asked, why might this be happening? When my father, who is 20 years older than me, shared with me the stories of growing up in East Oakland, I asked, why are these things still happening? These problems exist in our schools, in our neighborhoods and communities because of America's lovelessness. We don't need only more politics. Our people need love. A few feet from here, Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. gave us one of the most remarkable speeches of our time and reminded us that he has a dream. We are a manifestation of that dream. I am calling us to use more love so that our children can safely be a manifestation of our dream. I enjoy speaking, but more than speaking, I enjoy acting. I enjoy action. I enjoy doing work that serves people. I want you all to repeat after me. Use more love. Use more love. Use more love. You guys spoke, and now it's time for action. The way that you can get involved with serving black and brown people in our neighborhoods who are constantly murdered because our mayors, our council members will not stand up for our people, please go to usemorelove.com to get involved. Thank you.
Next, please welcome to the stage Manny Oliver, father of Joaquin Oliver, who was tragically killed in the 2018 school shooting at Marjorie Stoneman Douglas High School, as well as David Hogg, March for Our Lives co-founder and board member and a survivor of the Marjorie Stoneman Douglas shooting.
everybody. Thank you for being here today. I think we all agree that we are very mad, and that's the reason why we are together. Okay, so let's keep going. After this rally, we have to keep working very hard on the streets, complaining till we see a solution. Now it's my pleasure to introduce my adorable husband, Manuel, with our kid always in our heart, Joaquin.
Hola, DC! That means hello, DC, just in case. I was hoping to avoid speaking to you today. I was hoping to avoid having to attend a march like this one ever again. The reason I'm here is that our elected officials betrayed us and have avoided the responsibility to end gun violence. I'll tell you what we do about it. We cry Joaquin every minute of our life. We miss Joaquin. We work with Joaquin, for Joaquin, along with Joaquin. And today, from this stage, and alongside Joaquin, we want to announce a new kind of call to action. Because I think it's time to bring a consequence to your inactions. If lawmakers who have the power to keep us safe from gun violence are going to avoid taking action that will save our lives, then young people across this country, everyone who can hear my voice, should also avoid. Avoid attending school if your leaders fail to do their job and keep us safe from gun violence. Avoid a school if Senate leaders Chuck Schumer and Mitch McConnell fail to pass life-saving laws to reduce gun violence. Avoid going back to school if President Biden fails to open a White House office of gun violence prevention so that we can finally give this issue the attention that it deserves. I need everyone to put your hand on your heart and take the avoid pledge. And please repeat after me. I pledge allegiance to the legacy of all victims of gun violence, and will avoid school until our leaders pass gun laws capable of bringing safety and justice for all. Avoid will create a social disruption. They asked for it. Good trouble. Woo! As parents of Joaquin Oliver, who was killed in the Portland shooting, we are calling for a nationwide strike of American students from all levels of education, from elementary education to college, to avoid going back to school, until our elected leaders stop avoiding the crisis of gun violence in America and start acting to save our lives. Please visit iwillavoid.com. Be part of the Avoid movement. It's time to pay for the consequence. You didn't listen to us. Now you're going to have to do what we are asking you to do. I will avoid. I will avoid. I will avoid. I will avoid. Thank you.
I love you, darling. Go get them. This is your time. Go.
Yes, we can.
Go.
I hope that I'm able to go back to college because our Congress acts. Can we give a round of applause to Manny and Patricia? Come on, be louder than that. Thank you. Thank you. Can everybody say thank you, Manny and Patricia? Thank you, Manny and Patricia. They never get enough credit for all the work that they do, so thank you. Absolutely. Viva la Joaquin. I want you to think of somebody that you love. Picture them now. Your child, a grandchild, a mom, a dad, partner, spouse, sibling, or best friend. Where do they attend school? Where do they go to work or church, or where do they pray? What is their name? What was the last thing that you said to them? Are there any family traditions or vacations or life milestones that recently made you smile? What is that person's name? Maybe they came with you to this march. And I want you to say their name, and I'll do it first as an example, and then you repeat after me. Sound good? So when I count down from 3, this is an example, I'll do it first. You say the person that you just thought of. So 1, 2, 3, Lauren is what I would say. Yes. Lauren has many fans, including me. Lauren's my sister, for those of you that don't know. Okay, are you ready on 3? 1, 2, 3, Lauren! Now, let's say it one more time, very loud, so that every single senator in Washington, D.C. and across the country can hear you. 1, 2, 3, Lauren! Good. Now imagine your loved one is at a shopping center grabbing some lunch. It's the middle of the day. You get a notification that says shooting. That pops up on your phone with the name of a city where your loved one lives. You text and there's no response. You call. There's no answer. You repeat this 50 more times. Could you imagine seeing their name on a growing list of victims of gun violence? Unfortunately, many of us that are here can. That list has added 200,000 names just like your loved one since the shooting that happened at my high school in Parkland, Florida in 2018. There are too many people who have lived this gut-wrenching reality every single day because there are over 100 people who have loved ones that die from gun deaths in this country that this is not a simulation for, that this happens to and will happen to tomorrow, the next day, and the day after. And unfortunately, that could be your loved one. And maybe you don't have to imagine this because it's already happened to you. I'm here because I don't want anybody to live this nightmare anymore. No matter your politics, no one should. I'm here because, like you, I love this country. And for it to function, we need to understand that rights are power, and with power comes responsibility. All Americans have a right to not be shot, a right to safety. Nowhere in the Constitution is unrestricted access to weapons of war a guaranteed right? We've seen the damage that AR-15s do when we look at the innocent children of Uvalde. Tiny coffins horrify us. Tiny coffins filled with small, mutilated, and decapitated bodies. That should fill us with rage and demands for change. Not endless debate, but demands for change. Now, not tomorrow, not tomorrow, the next day, or the next week, or next year, now! Do you agree with that? Do you agree with that? Do you agree with that? You gotta be louder! Do you agree with that? Make sure that every single senator can hear you. Do you agree with that? Sorry, I'm so angry. Here's the reality. If our government can't do anything to stop 19 kids from being killed and slaughtered in their own school and decapitated, it's time to change who is in government. As we gather here today, the next shooter is already plotting his attack, while the federal government pretends it can do nothing to stop it. Since the shooting in Texas, the Senate has done only one thing. They have gone on recess. Now look, no matter if you are a gun owner or a Republican or not a Republican, we all agree we must act to stop this. How much longer are we going to debate this until we realize that we obviously have different opinions, but let's not let that stop us from doing the small thing, anything, even if it could stop the next just one Parkland from happening, because this is the cost of that. All of us agree that we must end gun violence. Every responsible gun owner, every single person, no American wants their kid to be in danger inside of their school or outside of their schools. And we must act to stop this violence. But you know what? This time is different. Let's declare it right now and say it with me loud. This time is different. Louder. This time is different. Hold up your signs and say it. This time is different. Manny, can you take a photo? There's no photographer up here. Ready? Again, louder. This time is different. This time is different. This time is different. Okay, why is this time different? It's because since we marched in 2018, we've passed over 150 pieces of gun safety legislation and laws since the first time that we marched that have saved lives. We raised the age to own guns in the state of Florida. You know how hard that is? In a Republican legislature, where we were told as young people that you're never going to get that change. Guess what? We did. And if we did that in Tallahassee, we can do it on Capitol Hill and in our Senate right now. We required background checks on every gun sale in Virginia. We banned guns from polling places to protect our democracy in Colorado. We defeated more NRA-backed politicians as a group of teenagers and young people than ever before in American history in 2018. We have had the highest rates, some of the highest rates of youth voter turnout in American history. And you know why I know this time is different? Because not only do we have more Republicans and gun owners and Democrats and independents marching with us than ever before, the last time that I spoke at an event like this, we didn't have the White House, we didn't have the Senate or the House, and now we have all three. And that's because of you. Now it's time to get all of them to act. In 4 short years, we went from not having the Senate, the House, or the White House, and me even hanging up on the White House when Donald Trump's White House called me and said, we want to have a listening session. I said, we don't need to have a listening session. We need to have action. And in 4 years, the reason why I know this time is different is because I went from hanging up on the White House to going and meeting in the West Wing because we turned out and voted. We've changed culture too. Together, we made progress in Republican-led states that people told us was impossible. We brought proven solutions like violence intervention that was pioneered by black activists and communities to the forefront of national policy and secured funding for those programs and research like never before. Lastly, we made the NRA financially weak and culturally irrelevant. The movement to end gun violence is more diverse and representative of the country than ever before, because it has to be. No one is safe in any community, no matter if it looks like yours or not. This time, responsible gun owners are aligned on the basic solutions we need to keep our kids safe from dying, and the Uvalde shooting, and since the Uvalde shooting, a majority of Americans say, the vast majority of Americans say that stopping gun violence is a top issue for them because this is not a political issue, this is a moral issue. Not only do people, regardless of political affiliation, agree with their hearts and minds, they are mobilizing alongside us. Right now, marching with us are more responsible gun owners and Republicans and Democrats than ever before. Because we are united together against gun violence as Americans. First and foremost, we march and we make change. Let me tell you a story. After the Parkland shooting, then Republican Governor Rick Scott signed into law a 3-day waiting period for gun purchases and for a gun sale and raised the age to 21 from 18. This was one of the 150 pieces of legislation that we, all of us, not me, us, passed because you showed up. And I hear time and time again, David, these laws don't work. Let me tell you a story. These laws do work. And you know why? Because the law that we passed in Florida, my mother got a death threat that said, F with the NRA and you will be DOA. Yes, that's right. I can't say that on TV, though. But law enforcement used the red flag law that we created, that we passed in the wake of Parkland, to disarm the individual who sent my mom a death threat and threatened to kill her via court order. Seems like these laws work to me. That law, because of us turning out, very likely may have saved me from having to bury my own mother. These laws work. People say that these laws don't work, and what's funny is, there's a strong recent public health example that it lays out exactly what we need to do to prevent gun violence. Just look at the tobacco industry. We need to treat guns the way that we treated cigarettes 30 years ago. With cigarettes, we didn't just change the laws, we addressed why people wanted to smoke in the first place, and it can't be either or, it must be both. We have to address how people get guns and why they feel the need to pick them up in the first place. We must address the fact that the reason why communities like Parkland don't have shootings on a daily basis isn't because we necessarily have the strongest laws in the country, it's because we have some of the most resources in the country. Gun violence is a symptom of injustice. And if Parkland is safe, but Southeast DC is not safe, or Miami is not safe, we are not done fighting. Because we want every child and every loved one to be safe in every zip code, no matter if they have the same skin color or pray to the same God as us, because all of us deserve protection. We addressed why cigarettes were so easy to access, especially for poor kids and kids of color, and we stamped out the corruption, misinformation, and lies of big tobacco. And guess what? We're going to do the same thing with guns in the gun industry. Let's hold the gun industry to the same standard as we held the tobacco industry. We must answer, why are people so attracted to guns? Why do we buy the lies of the gun lobby that a gun equals safety when the opposite has been proven time and time again to be true? Why is it easier for an 18-year-old to buy a beer or rent a car or buy a gun than it is to vote? The common argument for these for not taking these basic steps is that criminals don't obey laws. No duh. Criminals don't obey laws by definition. But look, I will admit this to you. No law is perfect. But the shooter at my high school was not a criminal mastermind. He was a 19-year-old racist who legally obtained an AR-15. He did not have deep connections to the black market. The 18-year-old in Texas, the 18-year-old in Buffalo, they were not criminal masterminds with deep connections to the black market. They were barely adults that were able to legally obtain a weapon of mass destruction, and they waited until they were old enough to buy that gun. Let's raise the age. Let's raise the age right now. Let's raise the age. Even if we just prevent one more shooting, it's worth it because those victims could be your best friend or kid that you just named. The time for these petty arguments is up. Over the years, I have encountered my fair share of people who disagree with me. Some of them went so far as to deny me my own lived reality as a school shooting survivor and called me a crisis actor. But the reason why I know that this time is different is because I've gotten more messages than ever before from those same people that said, David, I'm sorry, we have to do something about this. We are working together to address this. As a country, we must heal and address why these shootings continue. We also must address the fact that mental health does have a role to play in stopping gun violence, but that racism is not a mental illness. Hatred, racism, radicalization, xenophobia are not mental illnesses. 2/3 of gun deaths are suicides. Mental health does have a role to play in addressing that. We need to address the fact that black and brown communities are traumatized daily by gun violence, and they don't get the same resources or support that Parkland did. Every community deserves the support that Parkland got. Every community. Every single community. That is the role that mental health plays here. Let's stop using mental health as a scapegoat for confronting white supremacy in our country. Let's remember that the argument of just funding more mental health has been tried constantly again and again, and we do need to fund mental health more while recognizing racism is not a mental illness. But let's also recognize, after Columbine, they said, you know what we need is more good guys with guns in our schools. Let's remember, let's think for a second. Teachers feel the same way. Thank you to NEA and AFT for being here. I'll talk about you in a minute. We love you. Let's remember, there was a good guy with a gun at my high school. He only proved to be a coward with a gun. Let's remember that in Texas, outside of the school, there were 19 good guys with guns, heavily armored and trained, and they failed. First responders need to be the last resort and not the first to saving our kids from gun violence. Because the reality is putting more cops in schools hasn't worked, and it won't because it only is going to keep. Let's think about who actually is made more safe by that, but also realize that putting more cops in schools actually may be a form of endangering our students as well. For the students that don't have the privilege of having my skin color, or the fact that I am an American citizen. We need to stop these shooters before they get on campus and stop endangering the lives of our first responders, our students and teachers, because people on Capitol Hill don't want to do their job and protect us. Now, what I'm not demanding is that the government take your guns away. What I am saying is that we are neither pro-gun or anti-gun, we are all pro-peace. We have the same goal here of peace. Let's focus on what we can agree on. Assault rifles are designed only for one purpose, to be a killing machine. Surely, we should be taking as many steps as possible to make these deadly weapons harder to access and properly vetting every single person who desires to own them in the first place. Because if you want to have an AR-15, guess what? I want to have my classmates be alive right now. This time is different because we all see it a bit more clearly. Our enemy is not the left or right. Our common enemy is gun violence. Because I can respect those who don't agree with me all the time. What I can't accept, though, is the notion that there is nothing that we can do to stop gun violence and save our kids. We must act now. Because the children that are dying every day are not Democrats or Republicans. They are T-ball players and honor roll students with bright futures and big dreams. Every time one of their lives is being taken, someone is motivated to join this fight. We will work arm in arm with every single one of them. And when we win this fight in the end, our history will look back, and the only question that they will ask is, why the hell did this take so long? Because we will win. Peace will win. But it will take persistence. Young people did everything right. To the people who marched 4 years ago and are still marching today, we've done everything that has been asked of us. The movement is not broken, our government is broken, and it's time to fix it. Many states have listened. The failure to pass a single common sense gun law at the federal level to curb gun violence rests squarely with Washington, right here in the seat of our democracy, with the politicians who refuse to do their jobs and keep us alive. Because the status quo of letting kids die is profitable to them. The status quo of only sending your thoughts and prayers, only praying something bigger will come up in the news like Mitch McConnell is doing right now, enables them to stay in power. Mitch McConnell needs us to forget about this. He needs us to move on, but we can't because the next kid or best friend or parent who dies could be yours. This summer, we change the status quo. Vote them out. Vote them out. Louder. Vote them out. Vote them out. Louder. Vote them out. Vote them out. I gotta say my voice. Vote them out. Louder. 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 Again. Vote them out. Vote them out. Okay. I think they heard us. And if they didn't, it doesn't matter. They're going to be voted out anyways. We know exactly what to do if the Senate fails to pass the Protect Our Kids Act or any individual law that stops the bloodshed in our country, as Manny just talked about. We will break voting records this November, just like we did in 2020 and the 2018 midterms. And young people are running to replace those cowards who only misrepresent us. Today, on June 11th, we are making history once again. What's more important to me is knowing that you will still be here on June 12th and beyond, because this can be the beginning of the end, but this is not the end. This is only the beginning and not the end. I'm going to ask you some questions, and I need you to say yes, so be loud so every senator can hear you. Can I count for you to be here on June 12th and June 13th and beyond? Yes! Can I count on you to be here in November and every November that we have an election after? Yes! Can I count on you to be here even when they say that the work in creating peace is impossible? Yes! Can I count on you being here no matter how long it takes because peace takes persistence? Yes! Right now, I need you to stay in touch with us. This is the first of major actions planned in the lead up to this election and beyond, because this is the beginning and not the end of this march. So I need every single one of you to right now that's listening at home or in the crowd to take out your phones so that we can stay in touch with you. I need you to take out your phones and text NEXT to 954-954 because we need people to show up in Texas at Senator John Cornyn's office when I need you there. I need you to show up in Pat Toomey's office in Pittsburgh when I need you there. I need you to show up in Marco Rubio's office when I need you there. And the way that we do that is by everybody texting NEXT to 954-954. Again, that is NEXT to 954-954. That is how we are going to stay in touch and ensure that this is the beginning and not the end. We know what we are doing. We know what is next, and we have to continue to show up because we have a plan of what happens beyond June 11th, and I need you to continue marching and protesting with us beyond it as long as it takes. Every time that you don't feel hopeful, I want you to think back to your loved one that you named earlier. Think back to the people that are around you right now. Look around. Look at the person to your left and look at the person to your right. You are not alone. None of us are alone, regardless of whether or not you're a survivor or ally. We are not alone. We need to understand. I also want you to remember that America is not as divided as Congress. The most divided people in this country are not in the 50 red, blue, and purple states across the country. They're right here. They are 100 senators on Capitol Hill. Because we do have Republicans with us. We do have gun owners with us. We all want change. Either they unite behind the changes we're demanding, or we will vote them out, because all of us do agree, left and right, gun owners and non-gun owners, that we must take action to save lives now. This time is different because you are still here. Thank you to all the survivors and the activists and the violence interrupters and the students, especially to the black and brown women like Erica Ford and Paul Murray and Congresswoman McBath and many others of the gun violence prevention movement who never get enough credit. Please give them a round of applause. The only reason this movement exists is because of the decades of work that especially women have put into this. Thank you to the National Education Association. Thank you to the American Federation of Teachers who are marching with us and into November and beyond. Thank you to the young, the old, the staff members of our movement, the organizers of our movement. Thank you to the progressives, to the moderates, to the conservatives, the millions of responsible gun owners who are marching with us today, all of those who are on our side and the same side, all aligned under one goal, which is that we are going to stop this violence, stop the death, and stop the killing. This time is different. This march is only the beginning, but we must continue to show up every year and vote. And show up. If you don't take one message from today, there are two things I need you to do. Vote and show up at your state legislatures every year. Show up at your state legislatures. Congress doesn't have its act together, and we're going to continue doing all we can there. But let's get the action that we can now at the state legislative level. Because I firmly believe right now in this moment in American history of great division and divide, I believe if we put our politics aside and focused on our mission and why we're here, which is our kids and the effort to create a more perfect union for them, that if we work together over the next 10 years and showed up every year voting on this issue consistently, showing up at our state legislatures and not just showing up when this is in the headlines or when there's a march, but showing up constantly by texting next to 954 and 954, because that's how I'm going to stay in touch with you. If we did that and put our politics aside and demanded our politicians in Washington acted, we could cut gun deaths in half this decade. That would be 250,000 lives saved. 250,000 people like your best friend. But the way that we do that is by showing up every single year. So not only are we going to vote this year and march right now, we're going to continue marching and demanding action every single month, every single year, until no kid in any community, white, black, brown, undocumented, or an American citizen, until no kid has to live in fear of gun violence and no loved one has to live in fear of gun violence. Thank you, and let's keep marching. Thank you.
And welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Stephanie Weaver reporting out of Los Angeles. Thank you for being with us here on Live Now, where we continue to bring raw, unfiltered, and nonstop news from all across the nation. We are currently showing you this with thousands of protesters rallying in Washington, D.C. today, and in separate demonstrations across the country as part of a renewed push for nationwide gun control, motivated by a fresh surge in mass shootings from Uvalde, Texas, Buffalo, New York. Protesters say lawmakers must take note of shifting public opinion and finally enact sweeping reforms. And out all morning this morning protesting, organizers expect the second March of Our Lives rally to draw around 50,000 demonstrators to the Washington Monument. That's far less than the original 2018 march, which filled downtown Washington with more than 200,000 people. But this time, organizers are focusing on holding smaller marches at an estimated 300 locations. The first march was spurred by the February 14th, 2018 killings of 14 students and 3 staff members at Parkland, Florida. That massacre sparked the creation of the youth-led March for Our Lives movement, which successfully pressured the Republican-dominated Florida state government to enact sweeping gun control reforms. And again, this morning, March for Our Lives out and about in Washington and all across the country today. Now with another string of mass shootings bringing gun control back into the national conversation, organizers of this weekend's event say the time is right to renew their push for a national overhaul. This protest comes at a time of renewed political activity on guns and a crucial moment for possible action in Congress. Survivors of mass shootings and other incidents of gun violence have lobbied legislatures and testified on Capitol Hill this week. Among them, an 11-year-old girl who survived the shooting at Robb Elementary School in Uvalde, Texas. She told lawmakers how she covered herself with a dead classmate's blood to avoid being shot. The House has passed bills that would raise the age limit to buy semi-automatic weapons and establish federal red flag laws, but such initiatives have traditionally stalled or been heavily watered down in the Senate. Democratic and Republican senators had hoped to reach an agreement this week on a framework for addressing the issue and talked Friday, but they have not announced an accord by early evening. But once again, March for Our Lives rally in Washington, D.C. happening today, not only in Washington, D.C., but with separate demonstrations around the country, as part of a renewed push for nationwide gun control. We're going to listen in a little further here on Live Now from Fox, and in a bit we will switch to other hot topics from all across the country, including the latest on gas prices, which, yes, have officially hit $5 nationwide for the first time in 2 decades. Also, the baby formula shortage, which continues to impact families and many of Americans. We'll hit on that, and we'll also hit on other topics from all across the nation. Thank you for being with us here on Live Now on this Saturday. I'm Stephanie Weaver.
If they were aimed at me, until they started whizzing past my head. That moment, bullets whizzing past my head, I couldn't turn around. That moment of horror, it stays with me. That moment when gun violence strikes is so deeply traumatic and completely preventable. It was completely preventable. I was scared, you all, because I couldn't turn around again. If I turned around and saw how he was aiming, that could help him to hit his target. And I didn't know when he would stop. I remember thinking how deeply unfair that moment was. He could play with my life. He could take my life into his hands because he had guns. I didn't have anything to help me. He had guns. He could choose whether he would take me out that day. I remember thinking, he gets to just kill me? I didn't know where he got the guns from. I didn't know where he got the bullets from. They just appeared one day. Once a person is hit with a bullet, it can't be taken back.
even if there's remorse later, if my abusive partner would have killed me, he could not take that back. There was no, oops, I'm sorry, Corey, I won't do it again, I'll buy you a diamond necklace. There was no, oh, I didn't mean it, let me buy you another outfit. It's just done. I wouldn't be anyone's congresswoman right now had he succeeded. My kids would not have been born had he succeeded. And all of that would have been true because one person was angry for one moment. So I'm here standing with the youth-led movement to end violence, to share. Closing the boyfriend loophole could have helped save me from a near-lethal encounter with gun violence. A red flag law could have helped save me from a nearly lethal encounter with gun violence. Universal background checks could have helped save me from a near-lethal encounter with gun violence. These laws could have helped save me and millions of others. This reality is abstract, though, you all, for those Republicans in Congress who've never experienced what it's like to be on the other side of a gun. And it becomes more and more abstract the more money that the NRA pumps into their campaign coffers, and we know that that's what's going on. So we're here today to demand life. We're here to demand our freedoms. Freedom from lethal intimate partner gun violence. Freedom from weapons of war in our schools, in our churches, and in our grocery stores. Freedom from the arming of white supremacists and the incitement of white supremacist ideologies. We're here to stand against it. We're here because we deserve freedom from hate, and we demand our freedom, and we will not stop until we get it. 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 Thank you.
Good afternoon. Go.
hate. My name is Erica Ford. Before I was 30 years old, I was involved in over 20 mass shootings. The only thing they weren't called mass shootings then. They were just called shootings in the hood. And I lost over 75 friends killed in these streets, not counting the numbers that went to jail for 25 and 30 years. Our community was destroyed. Families was devastated. Trauma was beyond describable. The vicarious trauma of violence is not getting addressed. And so I got Carl, who was one of my staff members at Life Camp, who lost his entire family to one bullet. We brought the Buffalo families back up here so that you don't forget Buffalo. But what I did with my pain and my anger is I built a movement with my friends. And we created something addressing the disease of violence and knowing that we had to help people heal. So yes, you can talk about guns, but we got to talk about the mindset that makes people do things beyond control. If we don't put resources in these black and brown communities where our babies are dying every single day, then we are not talking about addressing gun violence. And so I know that I had to work on both sides of the guns. And I began to work with the police who I know hated me. I worked with the elected officials that I know hated me. And nobody wanted me to succeed but the young people and their families. But I am able to stand here years later and say we did that. We built a system in New York City that not only addressed violence, but made New York the safest big city in America. What we do works. What we do works. I want to do a fact check real quick. People wear orange in this world because of me. People wear orange because years ago, I said the same way they got pink for breast cancer and red for whatever, we gonna do orange for peace. And white people with more resources and more money and more lift took it and made wear orange and all of that other stuff, and we love that because the dream became a reality, but just know where the pillow was and where the person was sleeping when the dream came out. We're standing here with community action. Greg, we're standing here with Arnita from Milwaukee. We're standing here with Kelly from Buffalo. We're standing here with young Brianna, who was born out of the March for Our Lives movement. Bria. Right? Because we don't want patronism, we want equity. We don't want you to just say Black Lives Matter. We want y'all to help us pass the Break the Cycle of Violence Act. Because before the shooting in Buffalo, Buffalo was oppressed. Buffalo had a food apartheid. In South Jamaica, they got a food apartheid. In Chicago, they got a food apartheid. Everywhere where we live, there's an issue with getting resources and oxygen to our children, and we want to stop that today. If we gonna stand together, then we gonna breathe together, we gonna eat together, we gonna live together. And see, this is this new shit. Everybody having allergies at their late ages. That's another form of warfare against us. So before I step off this stage, I want to say we got a fun piece. I can't hear you. Fun piece. Fun peace, fun peace, fun peace. The other thing that I want to say is let's not give in to the hate. Let's not give in to the hate. There's more people who are about love than there is that is about hate. And so let's get these resources in these communities. Let's help save these lives, and let's pass this Break the Cycle Act. Peace is a lifestyle.
Hey guys, I'm going to keep this short and sweet. I'm not on the agenda, but we need to acknowledge what just happened. And I want to let everyone know, everybody's fine. There is nothing to be concerned about. However, unfortunately, somebody decided to show up and put the fear that we live with every day to life. And so, thank you all for staying here. I love you all, and to the kids, to all of you kids, I love you, and we are going to fight for you. Everything is okay. Thank you for being here. Mwah!
When I say all power, you say to the people, all power. All power. When I say all power, you say to the people, all power. All power. When I say I am, you say a peacemaker. I am. I am. I am. I am. Clap it up, everybody, if you're a peacemaker out here. This is what our country needs. We need peacemakers. We need healers. We need those who are devoted to peace and justice and not violence and hate. Some asked me some time ago, why do I care so much about gun violence? So many names I could lift up. Breonna Taylor, Michael Brown, Tamir Rice, Sandra Bland. But I got a young man in my community whose life was lost at the age of 19. His name was Larry. Say his name, Larry. Say his name. At the age of 19, he was shot outside of a liquor store. A young man that we helped to get through high school in our neighborhood. We did his funeral. Over 500 young people came. When I asked the young people to lift your hands, if you've been to more than one funeral, all the young people in the church lifted their hands. I asked them, if you've been to more than 2 funerals, the young people lifted their hands. I asked them if you've been to more than 5 funerals, 500 young people in our church lifted their hands. I got as high as 10 funerals. I'm talking about high school students. And more than half of the young people in this church lifted their hands weeping. And I asked myself, what kind of preacher am I? What kind of leader am I? How could I call myself a leader while children are losing 10 of their friends before they graduate from high school? We need to acknowledge that we are not here just to call for new policies. We are here to call for a healing to the soul of America that has been sick for far too long. We're here to acknowledge that our collective psyche is not well. We all have been traumatized by violence. We point to a shooter and say he needs mental health services. But guess what? We need mental health services. We as a nation must scale up mental health and trauma healing so every human being in the United States of America has access to a therapist, to a healer, to public health services, and do not have to pay for it. We need a new social contract, one that invests our tax dollars in healing and peace rather than trauma and violence. And I got good news for you. In every city all across the country where we live and work and play and worship, we have peacemakers, frontline violence interrupters, credible messengers who are waking up every day with little to no resources to interrupt lethal conflicts so we can feel more safe in our communities. How many know we need to pay these loved ones a livable wage and make sure they have access to health care, just like we do police officers and firefighters in every city in America? So when you get back home, I need you to find these peacemakers. I need you to find these loved ones in these organizations like Erica Ford has mentioned, and become friends and partners and comrades with them. Advocate for them. Don't allow them to work in erasure and invisibility. And know that, as Erica said, we need to pass the Break the Cycle of Violence Act that is in the Senate and the House right now. Come on, everybody, repeat after me. Say, break the cycle. Say it again, break the cycle. We give much respect to the Biden administration who helped follow our lead and put $5 billion to fund peace all across the country in some of the previous bills. But now we got to pass the bills. So as we leave here, we must, as a people, unite behind the idea that gun violence is a public health issue. All of us have a responsibility. Everybody say all of us. Pat yourself on the chest and say, that means me, that means me. We have a responsibility to talk about gun violence as a public health issue. We must focus ourselves to reach for public health solutions that solve the violence that leads to suicides, homicides, intimate partner violence, and accidental shootings. And for those forces that seek to intimidate and paralyze our communities through hate, white supremacist terror that fuels your violence, I got news for you. I got news for you. You will not win. You will not win. There are more of us than there are of you. There are more of us than there are of you. And you will not win. I want to invite all of us to keep remembering, in the words of my Ferguson revolutionary comrade, the brother named Tef Poe. He said it like this. Repeat after me. Say, I believe that we will win. Say, I know that we will win. Put your fists up. Say, I know that we will win. Say, I know that we will win.
And good morning, everyone. I'm Stephanie Weaver with Live Now from Fox. It is just going on 11 a.m. Pacific time here on the West Coast. And as you could see, hundreds of gun reform rallies are planned and ongoing here after a surge in mass shootings over the last few months. Again, the March for Our Lives rallies taking place, but we want to get to some other topics from all across the country, including those gas prices, which have officially hit $5 nationwide for the first time in over 2 decades. Our very own Christy Larson spoke with an expert about summer inflation, and Fox 13 Tampa has a report as well. Thank you for being with us here on Live Now, where we continue to bring raw, unfiltered, and nonstop news from all across the nation. I'm Stephanie Weaver.
Summer. Some of those travel plans may need to be adjusted this next coming few weeks and months. So we do have consumer insights and innovation strategist Lisa Miller joining us here on Live Now from Fox to talk about what we can all expect to see here this summer. And Lisa, I know we've had you on before. We appreciate your time. And this summer really is going to make a big adjustment for people when it comes to their plans and what kind of activities their kids are going to be involved in, what kind of groceries they're going to be getting for those barbecues, as well as where they may be taking trips to.
Right. And so we just did a survey, got data back just last weekend, and I was so curious to see what is the consumer pulse about travel this summer. And what the good news is, I think from a consumer sentiment and even just an economy, over 3/4 of Americans are saying, I am still going to keep my summer plans. People are ready for a change of scenery, ready to get out of Dodge, but it may look different this year than other years. And so it's so fascinating just to dig into that.
And I like too, because a lot of times summer is when you plan a lot of those family vacations. Kids are obviously not in school as much. You can usually work with your work schedule a little bit easier. So what are they going to be expecting to see when it comes to those trips, whether they're going to be hitting the road and going camping, or maybe they are going to be taking that flight out to a destination they've always been wanting to go to?
Well, what's so interesting is, I wanted to find out, where are people going to go? So I had things about just going to a theme park, to the public pools. What are people going to be doing this summer? And interestingly, the top of the list was going to the beach. And so that is a really interesting thing, because obviously what's not to like about the beach, but also if there are concerns about COVID, there are still lingering concerns. If you're at the beach, you're outside in a lot of open space. And so that was the top of the list. But then right underneath of that was actually just going to visit family reunions. So much, being shut down, everything was canceled over the last 2 years. And so people are finally going to go see families and even family reunions. And then things like going to the mountains and climbing. And one thing that's fun about that is mountain climbing and hiking. It is one of the top things on the Gen Z list. So what people are going to be doing kind of varies by age, but those are some of the top things that are out there right now.
Well, and I think too, it's kind of smart for families. It still gets you out and doing activities together as a group, and you can still make fun activities surrounding, that visit to the beach or surrounding families, but they're not quite seeming to go as much to, hey, we're going to be going to this theme park, and then we're going to be spending money here, and then we're going to be going to this thing, because we are seeing those prices on the rise still.
Well, right. And, all of us see it, whether you're filling up at the gas tank or, filling up your gas or going to the grocery. It's just crazy how expensive, 40-year highs. But what's interesting is I did ask a question around, what are you going to do differently? So almost 40% basically said, my summer plans, if I'm not changing them at all. Okay. And then another 13% basically said, I am going to splurge. Last summer, we actually heard a coined revenge travel, which is doing all these bucket list things. So about 13% are like, I am tired. I'm going to do something really fun this year. But then the other part of it is, about almost half say they are going to pull back a little bit. So it's really going to depend on, personal circumstances. Are you just really, wanting to do that trip of a lifetime? So consumers are going to have different things. But I think from an economy perspective, people still want to have a great summer.
So when we're thinking about our plans that are going to be coming up here in these next few months, anything that you would tell our viewers that, yes, you should invest in that because the prices really aren't changing that dramatically, or anything that you say, you know what, now's probably not the time to do this as part of your summer activities?
Well, what's so interesting is, I think from a consumer view, definitely the data showing that, 60% are going to invest more time in researching places, right? So before it might be, I know where I'm going, I have my airlines, I know what hotels I like, I'm just going to book it. So I would encourage all the consumers to actually take the time and do a little bit of research. But the other thing that this data is showing, which I think is so fascinating, a lot of times we can be creatures of habit. We like to do the same things. There's familiarity in doing the same things. But this summer, I think is going to be the time, because of high prices, people are going to be willing to try different destinations because they're less expensive. Maybe you go on an airline that you're not used to, or a hotel. And so I think that that's a time for adventure, and it's kind of an unintended positive consequence, maybe, of inflation. But what a fun thing to discover new things.
I have to say, I am a big planner. I love my lists. I love my research, and my husband loves taking vacations, or friends have always said that too, because I always come up with a list of, well, here's some options. And then you really can stick to your family budget without having to cancel the trip in its entirety.
Right. And so I do think if you invest a little bit of time, you can find some really great deals out there. And yes, it might be a little bit more, but like you said, you can get to the budget. But the other thing that's interesting, which is really surprising, and I'll see if it sticks when I do the survey this month, but people actually said that they're going to be more likely to drive than fly. Because I said, what are the trade-offs? But with airline prices right now, flying is very expensive. So even though gas prices are high, it's going to be an interesting trade-off between which is, going to fit your budget a little bit more. But I know growing up, we definitely all just loaded up in the car and, off we went. So there's something kind of fun about doing those family road trips that maybe people haven't gotten as used to lately.
I think too, when you are loading that family up, when you're packing for, if it's going to the cabin for the weekend, your grocery list might even look a little bit different, or those, people looking forward to their 4th of July barbecues. So you might not be spending as much on your big blowout party as you would have maybe in years past, because if your budget hasn't changed, your salary hasn't changed, then you have higher prices at the grocery store. I'm sure that's making a big effect for people too.
And yes, absolutely. And we saw, I guess it was last year, shrinkflation, right? And so now that is back in the headlines right now with, chips and even toilet paper and all these things. It's the same size package, but less in it. And so so not only is it everything higher, but what's in the container might be lower. And so that's really kind of another layer to all of this inflationary times. But when I talk to consumers about it, if you like that Haagen-Dazs, if you like those Fritos, you're going to still buy those things. But if there are other categories like cleaning supplies or paper goods, those things, the private label brands have come such a long way in just, for sure the last 10 years, but even in the last couple of years. So there's a lot of options to kind of adjust your shopping, to make sure you can stretch your dollars even at the grocery store.
Now, I'm curious, Lisa, when you've been talking with these consumers, who is this inflation impacting the most? Who's going to have to adjust their summer plans the most because of these prices, whether it is, the airline tickets or the grocery bills?
Yes, it's really heart-wrenching, but single moms is really the household that stands out the most, and then households making under 50,000. So when I ask the question about what are you doing this summer, those are the groups that actually say they're not going to do anything this summer. And with those with those groups and populations, unfortunately, there's no margin of error in their budgets, to be able to go on these vacations. But even among all Americans, what I always say, as you know, it's like we have to find a little bit of joy. So even if you're not able to take the vacation that you maybe were planning, still find ways. If you go to the pool, you go to the park, we all need joy in our lives right now. And so hopefully people will be able to find that this summer.
Yeah, I was actually just researching splash pads around the area. I have a little 2-year-old almost. So I figured, she doesn't need the big grand gestures because she's not going to remember it. She's not going to, be able to absorb it all. So what are some of the small things? Libraries, I'll do free events. I think that's important to consider too, is sometimes just the most simple plans can still make the kids happy and they still feel like they had a great summer.
Well, and there's nothing like, I have 3 kids, and there's nothing like having just the joy in your children's faces and the simplicity of it too, right? And it's just, you know, we want to create those moments and memories. And so many of those moments and memories have been stripped away from us over the last 2 years. And I think that there's just so much opportunity this summer, you know, regardless of what you do, what your plans are, it's just create moments and memories for your family. So I think I'm very optimistic about summer, even amongst all of these, you know, dark clouds that are over us.
Right? You can just kind of shoo them away all by yourself by just, you know, planning ahead and then sticking to that budget too, if that's what you need to do. Any final thoughts that you think important to mention here as we look ahead to these next summer months? And we know these prices aren't going to be coming down anytime soon.
Well, what is interesting is that in the news lately, we have been seeing actually lots of articles about over inventory at stores like Target and even Walmart. So there might be some good sales on those splash pads and bathing suits and things like that. So I think in the coming weeks, there might be some good sales coming. So I would encourage the consumers to keep an eye out for those as retailers are clearing out inventory.
Yeah, I always like to go down the clearance aisle because you never know what kind of unique thing you might find, but some great ways to still create memories this summer and to have some fun with your kids, especially as we do see those prices on the rise. Lisa Miller, thank you so much for explaining this all to us, giving us some new ideas and looking ahead to what's still to come here this summer.
Well, thank you. Have a good one.
Well, the new numbers on inflation are not good, to put it mildly. Economists thought inflation may have peaked in April, but the latest Consumer Price Index report tells a different story. Prices rose another 1% from April to May, and overall prices have gone up 8.6% in the past 12 months. Yikes. Fox 13's political editor Craig Patrick in now to put this into context for us, Craig, and show us where we're heading. I wish we had better things to talk about on Friday, but this is where we are.
We certainly do. These numbers are awful. Let's not sugarcoat it. We can't, because the line charts at this point are beginning to look a lot like what we called the great inflation of the 1970s and 80s. And we're not at that point yet, but the trajectory is clearly at this point in that direction. And the implications are, as we all know, we're all getting burned by higher prices month after month, in fact, with each passing week. Last month, the rate of inflation dipped down to 8.3%, and economists hoped we were finally turning the corner and on the path to taming inflation. But this little dip we saw last month turned out to be just like the blip we saw last summer. It wasn't a trend, it was just another blip. And with prices shooting up 8.6% from year to year, we're not just going in the wrong direction, we're picking up speed.
Inflation is not only not peaking and not coming down, it is accelerating.
It started with COVID. That reduced production of goods and slowed deliveries. At the same time, people had saved up their money and were hungry to buy goods. That high demand and low supply shot up prices. And then Putin invaded Ukraine, which disrupted the global oil market and reduced world food supply, which is shooting up prices even more, and it shows in the charts. It's the rising cost of energy the past year that shoots off the page, followed by food.
This is a tremendous burden on American consumers and American businesses because people are going to be unable to purchase the things they want.
But while it is a tremendous burden on American consumers, they are still buying stuff. Americans are proving to be far more resilient and determined to buy stuff than economists thought. And while that's driving a booming job market, it's also fueling this inflation. And it is hitting the Tampa Bay area especially hard. Again, across the nation, prices on average have gone up 8.6% the past year. But in the Tampa Bay area, it's 11.3%. All the people moving into Florida is heating up our economy and our prices at a faster rate than our nation's largest cities. Here's some context. The red line is inflation in our region. The purple line is New York City. Now let's add Washington, D.C. in red. And now here's Los Angeles in green. We have a serious problem right now all across the nation, and we are feeling it much more than most. So there are several cities across the nation that have a much higher cost of living, that are thought of as the most expensive places to live in the nation, and yet our rate of inflation is significantly outpacing those parts of the country, including New York City. It is more expensive there. Things will cost more there than they cost here, but at the rate that we're going, to put it another way, we're sort of catching up, and if something doesn't change over the course of time, we could reach that strata, if not overtake it.
Gosh, Craig, that is, I had not seen those area numbers for Tampa Bay compared to the rest of the country. That is really eye-opening. And inflation, like gas prices, is really local. You know, it depends on where you live. At this point, what can our government do, if anything, to get inflation under control?
Well, the president just said he's going to work with Republicans, Democrats, do anything he can. He's already allowing a higher percentage of ethanol and gasoline, tapping the strategic reserve. There are tax break holidays in Florida, a number of things. But overall, that all pales in comparison to the impact the Federal Reserve has at this point. Because at this point, honestly, there's very little that Congress, a president, a governor, a legislature can do short of the Feds taming inflation by raising interest rates. So raise interest rates, they will continue to do. How much remains to be seen, but they're going to try to strike a balance between taming inflation and not raising interest rates so much that it drives us into another recession. That'll be something to watch.
That is tricky. All right, Craig Patrick live for us. Thanks, Craig.
And welcome back to Live Now from Fox, where we continue to bring raw, unfiltered, and nonstop news from all across the nation. I'm Stephanie Weaver. Thanks for being with us here on this Saturday. We continue to follow the baby formula shortage, which continues to impact Americans and parents nationwide, and Delta Airlines is expected to fly millions of bottles of formula from the United Kingdom to the United States on June 20th, hoping to help in that supply. And our very own Fox 13 Tampa has an update on this formula shortage. But thank you all for being with us here on Live Now. You can watch on so many different platforms, including livenowfox.com.
We have new information tonight from a whistleblower who claims problems at a baby formula plant in Michigan were known a year before it was shut down, setting off a nationwide shortage. Our consumer reporter, Surbani Banerjee, joins us now. What's more troubling, Surbani, we've also learned that 9 infant deaths have now been linked to formula from that plant.
Yeah, now in an exclusive report, the Wall Street Journal claims that Abbott Laboratories was told about problems at their plant, the largest in the U.S., a year before it was ordered to close in February by the Food and Drug Administration. According to the report, a former Abbott employee filed a complaint under the Occupational Safety and Health Administration, OSHA. They filed it under the whistleblower program, and the former employee reportedly told OSHA that there were many problems at the plant. The source said some equipment failed and was not repaired, and some product was allegedly released without adequate testing to ensure that it was safe for consumption.
Wow.
Abbott Laboratories told the Journal that company officials said that they investigated the OSHA complaint at the time, but they just weren't able to confirm the claims. A spokesperson for the FDA also said the agency is aware of questions about the timeline leading up to the recall.
So Abbott Laboratories has since reopened its Michigan plant, but it could be a few more weeks still before production gets back to normal levels. So what's the very latest on actually getting formula in from other countries and getting, any formula on the shelves?
Right. The investigation is only beginning, but parents, they need the food for their babies. The fifth flight of 110,000 pounds of baby formula arrived in the U.S. from Germany last night, and that equates to 1.8 million 8-ounce bottles. The new shipment is all part of President Biden's Operation Fly Baby Formula, which is bringing in formula from other countries overseas. Meantime, the Department of Health and Human Services has launched an investigation into how that plant shutdown was handled, not just by the company, but by the FDA as well. And Linda, several consumer groups, including the national advocacy group, Parents Together, they are pushing for that investigation.
All right. Well, let's hope this issue all gets resolved and the mothers get the baby formula that they need.
For sure.
Thanks.
And welcome back to Live Now from Fox. The Summit of the Americas was held this week, starting on June 9th in Los Angeles. And our very own Daytona Everett spoke with a expert about this recap, about the Summit of the Americas. So let's play that out here on Live Now from Fox.
Well, the Summit of the Americas coming to a close on this Friday. This, of course, was a hope for the Biden administration to use this summit as a way to unite democratic nations in the Americas when it comes to their shared goals on migration, the economy, and climate. Well, we want to kind of discuss how he did on this. I want to bring in Johanna Maska. She is the CEO of the Global Situation Room. Johanna, thanks so much for being with us here on this Friday. It has been quite busy throughout the week out there in Los Angeles, and there was a lot of motives behind this year's summit. How do you think the administration did?
Great to join you, Daytona. Sorry about that, technical issues. My first Summit of Americas was President Obama's first Summit of Americas when we went to Trinidad and Tobago. And I remember the number of issues that we had. Number one, Hugo Chavez surprised us with a book telling President Obama how to govern. We had Daniel Ortega standing on stage trying to tell us exactly how America has ruined the Americas. And, this was very different. So I attended the summit inaugural session, and the leaders who were there were united and committed around certain pillars. And today they announced that they are united around law and order when it comes to migration and our processing of immigration. And that is, I think, significant. But the biggest issue is any administration, and what I'm seeing and what I believe is our biggest national security vulnerability is that our people in the US, Republicans and Democrats, aren't necessarily united. So the biggest issue when an administration is negotiating with so many countries to try to come to one conclusion, if another party takes control of power and then they renege on some of those components of the agreement, then to be honest, it undercuts America each time. So I think one thing that was missing in this summit was Republican leadership. And I think you saw that because California had such a heavy presence of, we had our governor who, Governor Newsom has, I guess, some Republican ties because he was married to Kimberly Guilfoyle, but he is a Democrat through and through. You've got Eric Garcetti, who is clearly a Democrat through and through. You've got Kamala Harris, who is clearly a Democrat through and through. And I wish, and I really want us as Americans to ask for more of any elected party, that we are actually representing the American people, and that you have the American people of both parties at that table. So I think that's the biggest issue with the agreements that have been made here today. I think actually most Americans would appreciate that President Biden is getting the region's democracies aligned on law and order when it comes to our migration, immigration. We want to be a nation in which we're welcoming people here to work. We also need to have law and order in that process. So that's what the Biden administration got. The problem, again, is the enforcement of that, the continued collaboration with our allies has to be a United States of American policy and not a Democratic or Republican administration policy.
Right. I feel like they came together with this Los Angeles declaration, which is bringing together some of these points that they're hoping will help with the migration issue underway right here in the United States. Unfortunately, though, we can't deny the fact that some of these foreign leaders weren't in attendance, including Mexico. There were just certain delegates that were here, top diplomats, but not President Obrador. How did they maneuver this going forward as they're trying to make these changes, but can't really do that with the right representation at the summit itself?
Well, and the thing, obviously, Mexico's president wanted some of these leaders that, like I said, have stood on stage and railed against America to come to America. So the Biden administration made a conscious decision in the lead up to this, while they were negotiating, that they would rather go forward with the summit with the people who were willing to sit down at the table than have the people who were going to probably throw everything off of the, off the rails. And I think they made the right decision. I do believe we have to talk to people like in Venezuela. I think we should have done more to stand up for democracy for Guaido. I think we should still be doing more to stand up for democracy, but President Biden did actually talk to Guaido. And I think that shouldn't, again, it shouldn't be a Democratic or a Republican point. I mean, if we look at Venezuela, that was a vibrant democracy. It's an oil-rich nation. And unfortunately, in its turning over to Hugo Chavez and this continual despot leadership, we have lost a vibrant democracy that we would greatly stand to benefit from. And while Guaido isn't perfect, he's certainly a path back to that democracy. And I think that ultimately Biden made the right decision, because I have been in the room when you've had those leaders who have decided to stand at the podium and yell at the American leader in front of everyone. And it doesn't benefit any of us. It gives them a platform for their autocracy that I think we should all be united against.
All right, Johanna Maska, as we continue this conversation, or wrap up this conversation, I should say, and they wrap up this summit, any last points moving forward for the Biden administration? What do you feel like is going to be top of mind following this summit?
I think the American people wanted an administration that's going to reach out to all Americans, Republicans and Democrats. And I think that we have gotten too comfortable living in our own isolated bubbles, drawing on staff from our own party. And I think we need to do better. So I'd like to see us all work together. And I think we should all demand that of Republicans and Democrats, because ultimately we are talking about the future of the United States of America. And I still believe the United States of America is the best country on earth to live in. And that's why so many people are trying to get here. And that is to our credit.
Yeah, no doubt. Definitely the best country. Well, we appreciate you being here on the show, Johanna Maska, the CEO of the Global Situation Room. We appreciate it, and we'll talk to you soon.
Yes, great to join you.
And welcome back to Live Now from Fox. Well, this week during the Summit of the Americas, President Biden delivered remarks, and in case you missed those, let's play it out in full here on Live Now from Fox.
My name is Sal DiCostanzo, and it is my great privilege as a rank and file.
Well, hello everyone. My problem is I'm getting to like these people too much. We're going to get one another in trouble, I'm afraid. Today, the leaders on this stage are joining together to make what, and it's an overused phrase in international relations and public life, to make a historic commitment, because it is a historic commitment we're about to make. 20 countries coming together to launch the Los Angeles Declaration on Migration and Protection. With this declaration, we're transforming our approach to managing migration in the Americas. Each of us is signing up to commitments that recognizes the challenges we all share and the responsibility that impacts on all of our nations. And that is take all of our nations, and this is I've learned by significant experience, can take all of our nations working together in partnership to address this migration issue. The past few years, the global economic crisis triggered by COVID-19 pandemic is now made worse by Russia's war in Ukraine and the political turmoil from autocracies, regimes in our region, has led to record levels of migration. Not just to the United States, Colombia has hosted millions of refugees from Venezuela. Right now, migrants make up as much as 10% of the population of Costa Rica. And no nation should bear this responsibility alone, in my view, our view. The economic futures depend on one another. Each of our futures depend on one another. And our security is linked in ways that I don't think most people in my country fully understand, and maybe not in your countries as well. Our common humanity demands that we care for our neighbors by working together. Los Angeles Declaration is built around 4 core pillars. First, stability and assistance, making sure communities that are welcoming refugees can afford to care for them, to educate them in their education, medical care, shelter, and job opportunities. Second, increasing pathways for legal migration throughout the region, as well as protections for refugees. Third, working together to implement a more humane and coordinated border management systems. And finally, making sure we're working together to respond to emergencies. You know, we know that safe, orderly, and legal migration is good for all our economies. But we need to halt the dangerous and unlawful ways people are migrating, in the dangerous ways. Unlawful migration is not acceptable, and we'll secure our borders, including through innovative, coordinated actions with our regional partners. Working these efforts simultaneously, though, humane policies that secure borders and support people representing groundbreaking integrated new approaches. It addresses the needs of vulnerable migrants and the needs of countries hosting those migrants. That's why it has the support of the United Nations High Commissioner on Refugees and the International Organization for Migration. And that's why so many nations, again, 20, representing the entire migration route from Chile to Canada, were eager to sign up to be part of this shared solution and have stepped up with their own major commitments. I particularly want to thank President Chavez of Costa Rica and President Lasso, who you'll hear from in a minute, of Ecuador, for your new commitments to support and protect migrants in your countries, so you have the chance to stay and begin to rebuild your lives where they are. And like many others, countries in the United States are stepping up with significant commitments as well. To help our partners in the region continue to welcome refugees and migrants, we're providing economic support. For example, more than $300 million in new funding for humanitarian assistance for countries in the region, so when migrants arrive on their doorstep, they can provide a place to stay, make sure migrants can see a doctor, find opportunities to work so they don't have to undertake the dangerous journey north. And we're going to provide millions more, including through the World Bank, to support countries and communities that are carrying the greatest responsibility for migrants. For example, Colombia received $800 million last year. Not enough, but $800 million that should help respond to the influx of refugees from Venezuela. And there's more we'll do, working with the World Bank and the Inter-American Development Bank. We're also expanding opportunities for people to come to the United States lawfully. In the next 2 years, we'll resettle 20,000 refugees from the region. In addition, we recently resumed the Cuban family reunification program, parole program. We're resuming increasing access to the Haitian family reunification parole program with a goal of admitting 20,000 per year per country. And on this jobs front, our Department of Agriculture is launching a pilot program funded by the American Rescue Plan to help American farmers bring in seasonal agricultural workers from Northern Central America, countries under the H-2A visa program, to improve conditions for all workers. The program was designed in cooperation with the United Farm Workers and through the close consultation with farmers, farm workers, unions, and other stakeholders. We're also dedicated to an additional 11,500 H-2B non-agriculture and temporary work visas to open opportunities for workers from Haiti and North Central American countries. Mexico, Guatemala, Canada, and Spain are also making commitments today to expand labor pathways to their countries as well. And in addition to securing our border and bringing order to the asylum processing in the United States, the Department of Homeland Security is leading the first of its kind campaign to disrupt human smuggling in the region. If you prey on desperate and vulnerable migrants for profit, we are coming for you. We are coming after you. In the first 2 months of our anti-smuggling campaign, the United States has worked with our partner nations to raid stash houses, impound vehicles, use for smuggling operations, and we made more than 1,800 arrests. And as we speak, Mexico and the United States are conducting what is known as mirror patrols, joint operations to interdict criminals attempting to illegally move drugs and migrants across our borders. This is just a start. There's much more work remains, to state the obvious. Every country needs to work together to maintain a humane and orderly immigration process, to invest in securing the borders, screening and registering migrants who enter their countries, and repatriating those who do not qualify to remain. I hope more countries will see the potential for joining the Los Angeles Declaration. And I want to thank all of my fellow leaders on this stage for committing to this historic new vision for our region. And now I'd like to invite President Lasso of Ecuador to say a few words. And thank you all very, very much for your patience.
And welcome back to Live Now from Fox. Now, President Biden also delivered remarks at the Port of Los Angeles this week, speaking on topics like inflation and gun control. So if you missed his remarks from the Port of Los Angeles this week, I'm going to play those now out in full here on Live Now from Fox. But thank you all for being with us here on Live Now, where we continue to bring raw, unfiltered, and nonstop news from all across the nation.
My name is Sal DiCostanzo, and it is my great privilege as a rank and file member of the International Longshore and Warehouse Union, ILWU, to say a few words. The ILWU is made up of men and women from every race, religion, culture, and background, the very fabric of America itself. Our members are ordinary citizens who do extraordinary work, morning after morning and night after night. In the past 2 years, ILWU members helped these world-class ports of Los Angeles and Long Beach repeatedly shatter cargo volume records. In 2021, despite unprecedented obstacles, over 20 million TEUs crossed these docks. A debt of gratitude is owed to our international, to our coast, and local officers for implementing protocols that helped keep our members safe. Despite those extraordinary efforts, many brothers and sisters did fall ill. Some severely, some with lasting consequences. And too many paid the ultimate price. May we take a moment of silence in their honor, please. Thank you. President Franklin Delano Roosevelt, who sailed aboard the very ship that we are standing on, once said, "The test of our progress is not whether we add more to the abundance of those who have much. It is whether we provide enough to those who have too little." That sentiment is at the heart of unionism. To give ordinary workers the means to work with dignity and hold their heads high, knowing that their contribution to society is appreciated and respected. At this time, we would like to thank all the other essential workers who stood shoulder to shoulder with us during these trying times. Together, we will continue to rise to the occasion and overcome every obstacle and hardship that presents itself. Among the many difficulties of 2022, there were a few bright spots, and none shone more brightly than the election of Joe Biden. The men and women of the ILWU are grateful for his courageous leadership here and abroad, his commitment to strengthening the role of labor within the economy, and for upholding justice and democracy at every opportunity. Without further ado, it is my distinct honor to introduce the 46th President of the United States, Joe Biden.
As we used to say in the United States Senate, I hope you excuse a point of personal privilege. Well, I think that Sal must be related closely to my good friend from Holy Rosary High School in Claremont, Mike DiCostanzo. You think I'm kidding? I'm not. I tell you what. But anyway, thank you, Sal. Look, everybody, before I begin, I want to say a few words very briefly about the January 6th hearings that were highlighted last night. The insurrection on January 6th, one of the darkest chapters in our nation's history, a brutal assault on our democracy, brutal attack on law enforcement, some losing their lives, and we heard about it last night again. It's important to the American people to understand what truly happened and to understand that the same forces that led January 6th remain at work today. It's about our democracy itself. We have to protect our democracy. I know it sounds corny to say it. We're all raised in school. Democracy, every generation has to protect it. I have to admit to you, I never thought that it was going to be this straightforward a challenge before. The rule of law matters in democracies, and we're seeing how the battle for the soul of America has been far from won. But I know together, and I mean this, we can unite and defend this nation, Democrat and Republican, and allow no one to place a dagger at the throat of our democracy. That's what those hearings are all about. You're going to hear a lot more. I didn't get to watch them last night because I was doing other business. But I tell you what, there's a lot going on. Now look, to the reason I'm here, you know, thank you, Sal, and thanks to Gene in the Port of Los Angeles as well. Mario, thank you for Port of Long Beach. And thank Mayor Garcetti of Los Angeles and the Mayor of Long Beach, who I expect is soon going to be the Congressman of Long Beach, the way it looks like. You guys did a heck of a job when I came out here a couple years ago to try to get things moving. Everybody did, management, labor, elected leaders. As well as, at the time, we also had Governor Newsom pushing hard as well. Look, we have two excellent senators, Dianne Feinstein and Alex Padilla. I tell you what, Alex, you don't look any worse for the wear, man. You're looking awful good. You're looking awful good. And Nanette, I think you've always looked good, particularly compared to these guys, you know what I mean? And me, but seriously, thank you, Nanette, for the fire you bring. You bring some fire to this. I really mean it. It's in your heart. And Alan Lowenthal has been working on this for a long time. Alan and I just had a little meeting together. We got to change it, Alan. We can't give up. We got to turn this corner. And John, I can't thank you. You're the real deal. Anybody, I won't get into getting you in trouble, but thanks for sticking up for me. And look, and we have a labor secretary that I'm his translator. He's Marty Walsh from Boston. And but if you need any, if you understand, only thing you got to know, he always has your back. He always has your back. I had an uncle who used to say, Joey, you're labor from belt buckle to shoe sole. Well, he's labor from forehead to the tip of his toes. He used to run the laborers out union. Look, folks, today I'd like to speak about my top economic priority, fighting inflation. I understand Americans are anxious, and they're anxious for good reason. I was raised in a household when the price of gasoline rose precipitously. It was the discussion at the table. It made a difference when food prices went up. But we've never seen anything like Putin's tax on both food and gas. America should also understand our economy has unique strengths that we can build on. The job market is the strongest it's been since World War II, notwithstanding the inflation. We added another 390,000 jobs last month, 8,700,000 new jobs since I took office. An all-time record, never that many jobs in that period of time. Unemployment rate is near historic lows. Millions of Americans are moving up to better jobs and better pay. And since I took office, families are carrying less debt on average in America. They have more savings than they've had. And we're doing it all while cutting the federal deficit by $1.7 trillion this year and $320 billion last. If I hear one of my MAGA friends once again talk about debt and deficits, I'm going to be good. They increased the deficit by $2 trillion. Anyway, that's another story. But look, this is the largest decline in American history. Because of the progress, America can tackle inflation from a position of strength unlike any other country in the world, because every country in the world is getting a big bite and piece of this inflation, worse than we are in the vast majority of countries around the world. But make no mistake about it. I understand inflation is a real challenge to American families. Today's inflation report confirmed what Americans already know. Putin's price hike is hitting America hard. Gas prices at the pump, energy and food prices account for half of the monthly price increases since May. Inflation outside of energy and food, what the economists call core inflation, moderated the last 2 months. Not enough, but it moderated. It's come down. We need it to come down much more quickly. My administration is going to continue to do everything we can to lower the prices to the American people, and the Congress has to act, and they have been of late. One of the key ways to fight inflation is by lowering the cost of moving goods through the supply chain. When I first started talking about the supply chain when I came here well over a year ago, the American people understandably wondered, supply chain, well, I mean, that's not a usual part of their jargon every day. But they understand it fully now. They understand it. If you can't get the material needed to build a product you're building, whether it's an automobile or whatever it is, it makes it difficult to be able to move. And that's called the supply chain. That's why I've been focused on ports. Last fall, ports around the world were congested due to disruptions caused by the pandemic. So we brought together port operators, shipping companies, and labor, and to ease the bottlenecks. And as a result, over the holidays last, 97% of all the packages were delivered on time and on shelves when you went Christmas shopping. Remember, we weren't going to have anything on those shelves. You all did it. No, not a joke. You did it. On time with minimal delays. Delivery times are actually quicker than they were before the pandemic. And today, there are about 40% fewer containers clogging the docks for long periods of time than there were last November. This May was the strongest month in the Port of Los Angeles' history, the strongest month in its history. And we're helping fund improvements. Because of what my friends in the Congress have done, we passed the infrastructure bill, and we're funding major new initiatives on the docks, on dock rail systems. Port of Long Beach has moved goods more quickly. A port electrification, so communications near the ports can be, and communities can breathe cleaner air because they're using electric machines that are not generating using gas, coal, etc. And we're continuing to expand capacity of our ports thanks to the bipartisan infrastructure law. Look, this is a time we took a different approach also to trucking. Remember, last December, we brought together industry and labor to tackle problems facing truck drivers. It took we had to double the number of commercial driver licenses being issued by the states in order to speed things up. We did it. We sped the creation and registration of apprenticeships, allowing aspiring drivers to earn while they were learning. The result? We hit a record-setting employment of trucking earlier this year. And truckers' wages went up even after accounting for inflation. We're going to keep at it with the new super chain envoy, General Steve Lyons. General Lyons is a 4-star general. He handled the transportation of a little bit of thing. He had transportation command, only tens of millions of billions of tons of things to move, from little things like tanks and aircraft and all that. But all kidding aside, he's come off the sidelines. He's retired. He's helped us identify and get ahead of the challenges that arise at our ports, our railroads, and on the road. This is about reducing costs for families. You know, I have to admit to you, a lot of us elected officials have been in office for a while. Every once in a while, something you learn makes you viscerally angry. Like if you had the person in front of you, you'd want to pop them. No, I really mean it. There are nine major ocean line shipping companies that ship from Asia to the United States. 9. They form 3 consortia. These companies have raised their prices by as much as 1,000%. So everything coming from Asia, they get 90-some% of it, the stuff coming from Asia. They've raised it by 1,000%. That's why I called on Congress to crack down on their foreign-owned shipping companies that raise their prices while raking in just last year $190 billion in profit, a 7-fold increase in 1 year. 7-fold increase, $190 billion. The Senate passed legislation. I'm hopeful the House is going to act soon to crack down on these companies, as I've asked, and lower the cost. And I'm grateful to two Californians, Speaker Pelosi and John Gerardi, for leading this effort. Thanks, John. I really mean it. It's a big deal. People at home trying to make it, paycheck to paycheck are wondering, like, what in God's name do nine shipping companies have to do with it? Well, almost everything you're doing, everything from what you're eating to what you're having to drive to what you need in your home, it related to supply chains and what's coming from abroad. I'm doing everything in my power to blunt Putin's price hike and bring down the cost of gas and food. I led the world to coordinate the largest release of the global oil reserves in history, 240 million barrels to boost supply to keep prices from rising even more. Thanks to America's leadership in diplomacy, we've helped Europe reduce its reliance on Russian oil by tripling our natural gas systems to Europe compared to last year. And I'm working closely with our European partners to get 20 million tons of grain locked in Ukraine, already in their silos now. Ukraine and Russia, the two major suppliers of grain and corn. They have 20 million in their silos right now. So we're trying to help them to get that, and the Russians are blocking the export. They're not allowed out through the Black Sea, and we're trying to figure out how to get it out of the country to get to around the world. It will bring down prices. But there's more. There's more than one way to solve this problem. We're continuing working to bring down food prices and gas prices and save families' money by dealing with other items. My dad used to say, it's all about the standard of living, how much you have left in the paycheck at the end of the month. How much is left to do the basic things? So if you add up all the things that people need just to do everything from take care of their kids to turn the heat on or the air conditioning on and everything in between, there's a lot of ways we can reduce their cost of living, other than while we're trying to get at grain and gas. We laid out a plan, for example, lower prescription drug costs. That would fundamentally affect the well-being of every family. Those of you who know somebody who has type 2 diabetes and has an insulin requirement monthly, it costs an average of $647 a month. It can cost as high as $1,000 of some places. You know how much it costs to make that one little vial of insulin? $10, T-E-N, $10. No new research has been done since that was invented, and the charging is outrageous. So I think we should be able to have the Medicare do what they do when they deal with the VA. VA says we're only going to pay you so much for this. If you don't want to, and because the Medicare negotiates the price for them. Well, if Medicare is able to negotiate the price on insulin, guess what? It comes down a whole hell of a lot. Outrageous numbers. So we could put a cap on insulin of $35 a month, and they'll still make a significant profit. $10 to manufacture, $35. For example, we could begin by lowering the cost of high-speed internet, because what you all did dealing with the infrastructure bill. Working with the service providers, we cut the price and raise the speed, potentially lowering high-speed internet bills on average for average family $30 a month. Okay, well, you're paying an extra more than $30 a month for your gas, but that still increases the money out of pocket, decrease the amount you have to put out. The point is, we're doing everything in our power to lower cost of families. But congressional Republicans, led by Senator Rick Scott, have a different approach. And if you didn't write it down, you'd think I was making it up. And I mean it sincerely. Rick Scott tried to change his words yesterday, by the way, after he introduced this. He's been campaigning. He's the guy that had the re-election of the senators on the Republican side. He realized that raising taxes on working families is a little unpopular. He said everybody, no matter what their station, if they're on welfare, should pay a tax. Everybody should pay a tax. Well, but here's the truth. One concrete plan that they laid out was going to raise taxes on working families an average of $1,500 a month. While we have 54 corporations out there didn't pay any tax the last 2 years and made $40 billion. They don't want to tax them at all. They don't want to tax. Billionaires are literally paying a lower tax rate than longshoremen are paying, literally on a percentage basis. So he hasn't walked back from his plans on health care. He says what we have to do, now that we've finally got the Affordable Care Act functioning and the prices down an average of $400 for people, he wants to eliminate it. Again, they're back at wanting to eliminate it again. So, and by the way, the one that's the best thing that the Republicans are pushing now in the re-election is that they think that Medicare, I'm not making this up, go online, look, Medicare, Social Security, and Medicaid go on the chopping block every 5 years. What that means is at the end of 5 years, they go out of existence unless they're affirmatively voted back into existence. Every 5 years. Medicare, Social Security, Medicaid. And they forget, people paid for their Social Security. They paid for it. And you know what's going to happen? People say, well, they'll never eliminate it all, but what they'll do, they'll be able to pick it apart. They'll be able to cut it back. That's the whole objective. And folks, you know, it's not right. It's simply not right. And I disagree. And that's what, look, this is not your father's Republican Party. This is a different deal. It really is. I've worked with a lot of honorable Republicans, very conservative Republicans over the year when I was a senator. But this is the MAGA gang. This is the MAGA crowd. I really mean it. They have a fundamentally different view of the role of government and who should pay what. And I'm going to work with anyone, Democrat, Republican, Independent, to deliver real solutions for families. Look, because of the strong foundation we built, we're better positioned than just about any country in the world to overcome the global inflation we're seeing and to take the next step towards forming a historic recovery and a new moment. And I count recovery as going from where we are today in terms of the economy to stability, to make it stable. It is strong as can be, but for inflation, but for gas and food. And look, we have to keep coming together to find common ground to solve problems like we've done in the ports and in trucking. We continue to build the extraordinary progress we've made. So we got to continue building this economy from the bottom up and the middle out. And I mean that literally. I am so sick and tired of trickle-down economics. It does not work. When the middle class is doing well, and they do well because of labor, when the middle class is doing well, the poor have a way up, and the wealthy do very, very well. They have never been hurt when the middle class is doing well. Never, never. So it's about time we start to regather and remember who we are and get a lot of this done. But there's no better place to start in it than right here in the port and letting those 9 foreign shippers understand the ripoff is over. Thank you. Thanks. All right.
And welcome back to Live Now from Fox. We're going to switch gears now and focus on Russia's invasion of Ukraine. Ukrainian leaders continuing to ask for more help in the West as Russia takes over both the East and West with more artillery as well. So I am going to play out an update. Our very own Live Now from Fox's Andrew Kraft speaking with, I believe it's Hal Kempfer, about the latest in Ukraine. Also, our very own Fox 13 Tampa also giving an update on Russia and Ukraine as well. Thank you for being with us on this Saturday. We appreciate your viewership here on Live Now from Fox.
Dire news, though, coming from especially the Eastern Front. Joining me now to talk about this and so many other developments, national security expert Hal Kempfer. Hal, good to see you. Thanks again for joining us tonight. I want to talk, though, about some of these developments in the East, because when Russia takes a village, takes a city, they have to keep it. You and I talk about that so often. They have to occupy it. They'll have to hold it. But what we are seeing in some of these villages is local Ukrainians rising up, rebelling, kind of taking matters into their own hands. Do you think we'll see that more as the days go on?
Andrew, that's actually been reported for some time, is the formation of what they call partisans. This really gets back to language that we used in World War II. When we talk about things like the French resistance, the Dutch resistance, partisan forces. My experience, I actually was part of a unit where one of our core missions was to basically parachute in, literally, and link up with partisan forces, and we control, aircraft like airstrikes, naval gunfire, stuff like that. And I've worked all these things where you have to link up with partisan forces. And so bottom line is you get to know how the partisans work. This is something that we're really good at. I mean, when it really comes to partisan forces, it goes back to the beginnings of special forces, the OSS back in World War II, the precursor to CIA. We are actually very good at how to do this. And I go back to, again, we have been training the Ukrainians since 2014. And they have been getting ready for the invasion that they're dealing with right now. So setting up partisan forces is not to be surprised. It took a little while to get going. They have to things have to stabilize a bit, but that's the issue. And what President Zelensky and others are saying is that once the Russians go in there, they must know that they are always under attack. There will never be a time where they can rest. It will keep them on edge. It will wear them down. It'll wear them down, in terms of combat strength, but particularly if you look at the composition of the forces, the Russian forces, and their rather tenuous will to fight, if you will, the psychological impact of being constantly under the gun, under the scrutiny of partisan forces may have a force multiplier effect far beyond what we see in other campaigns.
Yeah, but of course, Hal, if these are just, everyday Ukrainian civilians taking matters into their own hands, that is particularly dangerous to them. So what efforts would you see if, citizens in these small towns were to rebel? Clandestine efforts, kind of, not following the orders of these, Russian-installed puppet local governments there. What kind of forms will that take? What will that look like?
Well, it could be anything from passive resistance, as you mentioned, just not following orders, just not doing things that they're told to do, to more active things such as setting improvised explosive devices, assassination, killing, if you will, of Russian troops. There's a lot of things that partisans can do. You you go back to the World War II page book, or pages of the playbook back then. There's lots of things they can do, blowing up fuel dumps, just contaminating water. There's just a lot of things that will slow the Russians down. The big thing partisans do is they really, they're very effective in interfering with the supply chain, if you will, the logistics chain. Those tend to be trucks and other units that are less well defended than the combat units, obviously. And opportunities will present themselves where the partisans can go in there and do things that will then affect combat operations downrange. One thing I would mention, the Russian propaganda machine is going overtime, talking about all the victories that they're having. And yes, they have a preponderance of combat power. They have phenomenal, overwhelming artillery, rockets. They have more armor on the field of battle. With that said, they're not moving much. They're making incremental gains. Severodonetsk has been going back and forth, and what the Ukrainians have been doing is basically trading urban terrain for inflicting casualties on the Russians. So it's not really clear that despite this huge array of forces the Russians have, that they can sustain this for any amount of time. So with that said, you go back to what can the partisans do? They can wear the Russians down. And that really is the Ukrainian campaign, is to wear the Russians down. And what we saw in Kyiv is that they got worn down. They went from these rather half-hearted offensive operations that didn't gain anything to eventually pulling back into the defense, to eventually pulling out altogether. Now, politically, it's different. Donbass is not a region that Putin is going to be inclined to pull back from, although he may get to a point, and the forces may get to a point where sustained combat operations there really is untenable. And if they don't pull back completely, they may have to pull back some. I don't know if that's going to happen. There are predictions that the Russians may be able to break out, but most experts I'm looking at, most of the stuff that's out there, a breakout seems rather unlikely with any of the Russian axes right now. What is seen is it's going to be a grinding war of attrition, continue that way, and the Russians have a tough time with that grinding war of attrition.
Yeah. How, like that report we just showed said, Russians have claimed they have taken all of Luhansk and are making gains in the east. But that also brings up the point you and I have spoken about so much. You know, if they do take all of the east, all of the Donbass, there's not going to be much left for them to do anything really with that region. Of course, you and I have talked that it's a very, energy-rich, resource-rich part of Ukraine. But if every, city and village in that 300-mile north to south span is decimated, what will there be left?
This is one thing that's been noted many times is the Russians have gone in there. This is the industrial heartland in many ways. I mean, there's a tremendous level of industry, infrastructure that is in that region. The Russian way of war, if you will, has been to go in and use overwhelming firepower. And when they take a village, there's really not a village to take. When they take a town, there isn't a functional town or city left. What it is it's rubble. And it's rubble, and it has to be rebuilt at some point. And they've been destroying industrial facilities, places where, with fertilizer plants, that's one of the big things they produce out of that region is fertilizer. They went and destroyed one of the major fertilizer facilities. And everyone's kind of looking at this, sort of scratching their head saying, what is your occupation plan? What do you hope to gain? Because you're literally destroying the economic means to sustain that region and to gain anything at all from what they're doing. It's a very counterproductive strategy. Although with that said, in fairness to Russia, I think the opposition they're getting from the Ukrainians is so great that they don't see any other way of moving forward than to literally level everything in front of them. And in doing so, whatever marginal gains they make in the short run, they lose tremendous advantage in the long run because they simply don't have much to inherit once they take that ground.
Hal, last point I want to make on the war here. Let's talk about maybe we have a timetable for when these long-range weapon systems are going to be arriving. We heard from Secretary Austin possibly within the month, 30 days. But walk us through when they get there. They're going to be, no doubt, used immediately on the battlefield. Do you think the Ukrainians will keep up their end of the bargain and not use these to fire at targets inside Russia? I think, myself included, and maybe the viewer, sometimes forgets how close this Donbass region in eastern Ukraine is to the Russian frontier. It's not very many kilometers away. It could easily, if it's not targeted, one could land there just indiscriminately.
Well, even with that 50-mile range of the current missiles that we're putting into the HIMARS, and of course the UK is sending over their M270s, which is a tracked version, which has virtually the same capability. Even with that, potentially you could sit on the border and you could range Volgograd, which is one of the major logistics hubs. And Volgograd has been hit by Ukrainian forces using other means like helicopters and other things before. So that precedence of hitting those things has been done. With that said, though, let's just say that eastern Ukraine and southern Ukraine, where the Russians occupy, is what we would call a very target-rich environment. So there is really no shortage of things that they can use those systems for, and maintain that agreement not to shoot into Russia. There's command and control nodes, there's logistics nodes, there's all sorts of things, not to mention the sheer volume of counter battery fire. One thing I should mention is the M77 155 millimeter howitzers are there was reports that they're getting more effect out of them. And today I noticed an uptick in the number of artillery pieces and Russian multiple launch rocket systems that we're taking out. I've been watching this very closely. I've been waiting for that slight increase. I saw a slight increase. I don't know if that's going to be sustained or if it's going to grow. I hope it does. But what it indicates to me is finally the Ukrainians seem to be making some significant progress in counter battery fires. And that's where these HIMARS and M270 systems will make a huge impact, is taking out Russian artillery and multiple launch rocket systems. When they take out those systems, the Russians really can't advance. They need that overwhelming firepower, so they're kind of stuck. Now, I was a little surprised today to say they finally figured out the training program for the Ukrainians on how to use these systems. Everything I've been seeing so far indicated that the training program on these systems kind of was underway. So when I heard that, I don't know if that was they were misspeaking, or maybe there'd been a hang up and they had not got the training going, but they said they have the training going. I think what they're going to do, and they've done this with other things, is they'll have what we call concurrent training or overlapping training. One group is getting trained on how to work the system, and the other group is getting trained in how to maintain the system. They're doing it at the same time. So rather than a long course, they have two shorter courses, two different groups, and they're going to be moving them through a platoon at a time, which is actually pretty sustainable with the number of systems. There's not that many HIMARS, not that many M270s going in. Incredibly capable, but not a high density item. And of course, the other side of that is they really got to work the security part of this to make sure they don't get hit by missiles or airstrikes. If you only have 4 of them out there, you want to make sure you have a really good layered defense, so the Russians aren't going to come in and take them out.
All right. Well, Hal, thanks for giving us some of those updates as we continue to follow the progress there on the battlefield. Also, the Institute for the Study of War has really, almost hour by hour updates about troop movements and so much more. Hal, let's move away from the war in Ukraine. on this really stunning exclusive to the Associated Press regarding John Allen, a retired four-star general. I want to put up this tweet from the Wall Street Journal today. With their investigation, they say retired Marine General John Allen is under FBI investigation for allegedly trying to help Qatar navigate a diplomatic crisis in 2017 and then covering up that he did so. That's according to a new FBI affidavit. We also learned, and we have a photo of him just for our viewers, we also learned that earlier today, and of course, some of you may know, he leads the Brookings Institution. It's a very powerful think tank in Washington, D.C. While he was placed on administrative leave as president of Brookings as this federal inquiry goes forward. Now, Hal, there's nothing against, former retired generals like Allen, lobbying for foreign governments unless they register that they are doing so. This happens all the time, especially when people are in government service and they leave government service and they want to make money in the private sector. But Allen did not do so. It's looking like he allegedly tried to cover up that he was working on behalf of the Qataris. What do you make of this?
Well, if anybody knows the rules, General Allen knows the rules. He was a CENTCOM commander. He worked in, he was a general officer working in a variety of commands for a long time. He knows that region inside and out. And Qatar is a country where we have a very large U.S. military presence. We have a big air base in Qatar, for example. So he knows that area. At the time that this was taking place, there was basically almost a blockade around Qatar by the other countries. And they were upset because Qatar and that you go back to Al Jazeera, going back much further, but Qatar was maintaining ties with groups that opposed many of the monarchies in the Persian Gulf region. And this sort of, acceptance, if you will, of these groups by Qatar had really alienated from Saudi Arabia and some of the other countries there. So what it looks like is that they brought in General Allen, retired General Allen, to help negotiate this. He represented himself in certain ways. That actually, it looks like it did break, part of his role was actually reducing that. But what he didn't do was he didn't declare himself as a registered agent of a foreign government. And if you're lobbying on behalf of a foreign government, you have to do that. He is not the first senior government official that has failed to do that, nor is he the first senior government official that's been investigated and potentially indicted. And some have been convicted for doing this. If you do it, and it does happen in business all the time, you have to register that you're doing this. It has to be out in the open, because otherwise you're doing it covertly, and then you run into other things. And frankly, he knows this. I will say this, all right, there are some, in all fairness, there are some government agencies that where they kind of, I'm not saying they run fast and loose, but they don't seem to adhere to the standards the same way as the uniformed services. This is drilled down to us. There are very strict rules on conflict of interest and what you can do after you retire, especially for general officers. They understand this because general officers in many ways never quite retire. The old fade away. Well, it's not all fade away. They sometimes will be brought back. It's a unique status that general officers have where they can do this. So it's very clear what they can and can't do. So this isn't something where I looked at this, I go, he knows this. He understands this. And obviously, for whatever reason, and it looks like there was monetary consideration provided to the Brookings Institute. I don't know all the story because it just broke today of all the consideration that may have gone one way or the other. But he knows this. And if it's true, it really is a huge oversight. Not oversight. I mean, it's just flat out wrong. You can't do this. And I don't know what gain he would see by doing this, certainly for himself, because this is the sort of stuff that can land you in serious legal trouble.
Yeah, I mean, Hal, we're also talking, according to the Associated Press's reporting, that federal prosecutors obtained records indicating that he engaged in the lobbying effort, but he lied to investigators about his role allegedly, and then he tried to withhold evidence that was sought by a federal subpoena. You and I have talked. We know the the Foreign Agent Registration Act. That is been in the news a lot, especially with some of these current and former Trump administration officials during the Trump administration. Most recently, we were just bringing on legal experts talking about the hotel tycoon Steve Wynn. The DOJ wants him to register under FARA for his business dealings or, kind of interests with the Chinese that he was trying to get. So this is kind of cut and dry. And, the penalties for lying to investigators about what you may have been doing or not doing and not having registered as a foreign agent are very serious. Well,
The other side, and a lot of times, this is somewhat missed, is the FBI is kind of unique. It is actually a violation of federal law to lie to an FBI agent. It's kind of unusual. I can tell you the state and local law enforcement officials have always looked at this and go, how come it's a felony to do that to FBI, but it's not a felony to, for us? And they've always been frustrated with that. But it is a felony to do that. And when they're doing an FBI investigation like this, if he lies about it, if he lies about what he did, regardless of everything else, just lying about what he did is a violation of federal law, and he could end up going to prison for that. And it has happened with other officials that happened. The fact, everything I've seen so far indicates this investigation had progressed quite a ways. And if they're looking at his online activity, they had indictments, I guess, looking at his I'm not going to say his computer system because I don't know how they back up everything, but they're looking at all of his online activity, and they feel, and they've kind of put this out there. It sounds like they have a case, and again, you can't say someone like General Allen. I mean, he was a 4-star general. That's a very small group, and they all know this backwards and forwards. In fact, in that situation,
in Afghanistan.
Well, I'm sorry, he commanded troops in Afghanistan, but in that situation, in the Uniform Code of Military Justice, he in some cases he may actually have had situations where he had to review cases like this, because it goes up the chain of command to the top. That's how our system works, and so it's stunning. A lapse like this, I don't know if you even call it a lapse, a transgression like this from someone of that status is really a surprise.
Yeah, and just to kind of put a end note on this, Brookings did release a statement saying, "We want to assure you that Brookings is not a subject of this investigation. Brookings has strong policies in place to prohibit donors from directing research activities." It's kind of concerns they're getting implicated or caught up in this about this lobbying effort. So, Hal Kempfer, thanks so much for being with us today on a whole host of stories. We always appreciate your insight into these international events and some of these domestic affairs. And we'll talk to you again, Hal. Thanks.
All right. Thank you, Andrew.
Welcome back, everyone. I'm Linda Hurtado.
And I'm Chris Cato. Thanks for staying with us here. Latest now on the war in Ukraine. Russia's war is continuing to devastate parts of that country. It's also disrupting world food supplies and straining economies all over the world. The World Bank just released a grim new forecast in terms of the financial fallout. Let's get more on that now. Fox 13 political editor Craig Patrick is here with a closer look at the damage, Craig, and the projections of what's yet to come.
Well, to put it in context, you start with the timing. Of course, we had the pandemic and all of the disruptions that go along with it that wounded the economies of the United States and so many other nations around the world. That was followed by the war on Ukraine. That's no coincidence, because it looks as if Vladimir Putin timed at the start of his war to follow the disruptions from the pandemic, to inflict and build upon the pain that so many had already endured, to maximize that pain in such a way to try to break world resistance to his war and what he's trying to do. And we have been told there would be and will be financial pain as a result of sanctions and all of the actions on Russia's behalf. And now, based on this World Bank report, we're getting a better forecast of where exactly this is leading. COVID flare-ups and the supply chain disruptions they cause, plus Russia's war, are weighing us down. Russia's war has disrupted global oil supply while it's plundering Ukraine's grain, which feeds much of the world. And with that, the World Bank, which aids low-income and developing nations, is warning of a widespread global recession that will be difficult for many nations to avoid. Its forecast calls for global inflation to settle next year, but still remain higher than normal in many countries. And with COVID's resurgence, plus Russia stealing, destroying, or blocking millions of tons of grain in Ukraine, the World Bank projects 75 million more people will face extreme poverty. And the war in Ukraine has no end in sight. U.S. intelligence has projected Putin will expand his invasion after he conquers Donbass. And this map shows how Russia is now close to seizing all of the Donbass region. It already had the areas in dark red, and it's taken the areas in bright red through battles the past 2 months. Ukraine is still defending these remaining slivers.
We are keeping the situation under control. There are more of them, they are more powerful, but we have every chance to fight in every direction.
If Ukraine withdraws from these areas, it says it would be because there's nothing left to defend, meaning the cities and towns are destroyed, and nearly all the civilians who were living there have either fled or died. At this point, Russia controls 20% of Ukraine. More than 40,000 Ukrainian civilians have been injured or killed, and 3 million Ukrainians are now living under Russian occupation. At the same time, most of the population of Ukraine is not under Russian domination or occupation at this time. And that's because the population belt is to the north of the country. And at this point, Russia is concentrated on the southeast and parts of the southern part of Ukraine. But the strategy in doing that is to control much of the agricultural sector and farmland that Ukraine depends on economically and, of course, supplies much of the world.
Yeah, the greed of Russia becoming more apparent by the day when we see what they're taking from that country. Craig, but why is Ukraine still defending those towns in that eastern Donbass region, the ones that they say are already destroyed? Why are they still defending those instead of pulling back and protecting the population centers?
It's a good question. It's one that Ukraine is grappling with right now. On one hand, they say they could save the lives of Ukrainian troops, not exhaust its forces as much by pulling out of defending areas that are lost, destroyed, with no civilian population there anyway. The reason they're looking at for staying there at this time is that it would be much harder to reclaim those territories if they withdraw at this time. And if Russia gets all of Donbass, as it's close to doing, it could then move in batteries, turn the fields into artillery, and with that continue to blast into central Ukraine and inflict much more damage. That's the calculus Ukraine is looking at this point, but acknowledging at this point they are effectively defending what they describe as ghost towns.
Yeah, okay, well, it has been just unbelievable what Russia continues to do there, and still commendable how hard Ukraine has fought to save its homeland. Sure. We'll see where the battle goes in the coming days. Thank you, Craig.
And welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Stephanie Weaver reporting out of Los Angeles. It is 12:38 here on the West Coast, and we're going to switch to some entertainment news, including the latest on Britney Spears' wedding and Justin Bieber's recent diagnosis of Ramsay Hunt syndrome. What is it? Well, our Fox Live Now from Fox's Daytona Everett spoke with a doctor to learn more about this facial paralysis diagnosis. Let's take a look.
Singer Justin Bieber battling a serious virus. He says he's been diagnosed with Ramsay Hunt syndrome, which is affecting a nerve in his ear and paralyzing part of his face. He can only blink with one eye and smile on one side of his face. Bieber is apologizing to fans for postponing several shows. We want to show you his post to Instagram right here.
Hey everyone. Justin here. I wanted to update you guys on what's been going on. Obviously, as you can probably see from my face, I have this syndrome called Ramsay Hunt syndrome. And it is from this virus that attacks the nerve in my ear and my facial nerves and has caused my face to have paralysis. As you can see, this eye is not blinking. I can't smile on this side of my face. This nostril will not move. So there's full paralysis in this side of my face. So for those who are frustrated by my cancellations of the next shows, I'm just physically, obviously not capable of doing them. This is pretty serious, as you can see. I wish this wasn't the case. But obviously my body's telling me I gotta slow down. And I hope you guys understand. And I'll be using this time to just rest and relax and get back to 100% so that I can do what I was born to do. But in the meantime, this ain't it. I gotta go get my rest on so that I can get my face back to where it's supposed to be. I love you guys. Thanks for being patient with me. And I'm gonna get better. And I'm doing all these facial exercises to get my face back to normal. And it will go back to normal. It's just time. And we don't know how much time that's gonna be, but it's gonna be okay. And I have hope, and I trust God, and I trust that this is all it's all for a reason. And I'm not sure what that is right now, but in the meantime, I'm gonna rest, and I love you guys. Peace.
Okay, so there you have it. Justin Bieber taking to Instagram to talk about his Ramsay Hunt syndrome, the diagnosis there. He explained it pretty well, but to really get some analysis on this, I want to bring in Dr. Peter Chin Hung. Doctor, thanks for being with us here on this Friday. From looking at that video and seeing the paralysis on the right side of his face, you know, what's your first assessment of Justin Bieber?
Well, it is apparent that he has Ramsay Hunt syndrome, and I'll describe what it is. It's basically a paralysis of the face, but that's not the only thing you have. You also have air pain on the same side, and you have a rash on the same side. And what it is basically the same virus that causes chicken pox can reactivate. And that's what most people know as shingles, except people think about shingles as just a rash only. But the nerve is involved. So it turns out that the nerve that he has involved affects his facial motion. And because his facial motion is involved and his facial nerve his eyes can't close properly. So people at Ramsey Hunt can have problems with damage to the eyes, dizziness, altered taste. These are all of the complications.
So how common and how severe can this be?
Yeah, so it's not very common at all. Shingles is pretty common, as people know. They might have heard about older relatives getting that rash that looks like a belt. And that's why we have a shingles vaccine now for those over 50. It's the same virus as chickenpox, except that it comes back to life because you never really get cured of it later on in life. So in terms of how common, about 50 per million for Ramsey Hunt specifically. And how do people do? Well, not everybody improves. So about 30%, 20% of people have permanent facial paralysis and ear ringing. But those are generally older people, not younger people like Justin Bieber. So I'm hoping that he will get better soon. We do typically treat patients like this with antivirals and steroids like prednisone, and in an attempt to try and get rid of the inflammation as fast as possible.
Yeah, he wasn't really sure about the timeline. He said that possibly he could get better soon and that he was doing a little bit of rehab. Is that part of, you know, the process to try to get that sensation back on the side of his face?
I mean, I think it will help, but unfortunately it's only time. And hopefully I'm sure he probably got medicine as well. And that will help, you know, move him along. There's no guarantee that the physical rehab will actually help it faster, unfortunately, because you just have to wait for the virus to kind of go away, so to speak. It never really goes away. It goes back into its home, which is one of the little bundles of nerves that feed different parts of the body.
So are you saying that it can resurface again?
Yes, no, definitely. And that's what shingles is. Shingles is the chickenpox virus coming back, but it comes back in a different form, not like pox all over the body, but in this specific distribution, depending on what nerve is infected. So you might get a rash on the chest, you might get a rash on the arm. These are ways in which the virus comes back.
While looking at this video, how severe of a case does Justin Bieber have in comparison to other cases that you've seen? Is it pretty average or?
It's probably mild to average. I've seen people with much more severe disease, and they tend to have compromised immune systems who are older. And again, we've tried to lower the incidence of shingles by giving shingles vaccine, but to those over 50, because that's where most of the shingles occurs. It's could be set off by, you know, stress or, you know, just without anything. But, you know, I bet you that Justin had a lot of stress, and that could have been a result or resulted in this virus coming back. Just like how, you know, it is a member of the herpes virus family. So just like we think about herpes coming back with some of these stressors, this chickenpox virus, VZV, can also come back in the same way.
Yeah, he said he is going to take a little bit of a break right now and catch up on some sleep. A lot of his fans devastated that he's not going to be playing in concert, but I'm sure happy that he is able to relax a little bit. Anything else that people should know about this?
Well, I would say that people shouldn't panic about it. It's very, very rare. And, you know, there are things we can do to reduce the chance of it becoming permanent. But the most important thing for the general person is to know that there is a vaccine for shingles. It's called Shingrix for those over 50. So please get it if you're eligible. It prevents these kinds of complications from shingles and that virus coming back, the chickenpox virus coming back later on.
All right, all good points and good things to know. Dr. Peter Chin Hong, thanks for joining us here on the show.
Thanks so much, Daytona.
to be talked about today. Poor Britney Spears. All she wanted to do was have a wedding, and then, well, her ex, he wanted to come and really turned things up there. And we're going to get the very latest updates right now from TMZ's Michael Babcock. And Michael, yeah, this was a story that we were like, oh no, not another Britney headline, and poor Britney this time.
Yeah, hey Mike, thanks for having me. It was an exciting day for Britney yesterday, and it was something that sort of popped up last minute. You know, it's Wednesday night, and we post this story that Britney Spears is getting married tomorrow. And then yesterday, on Thursday, you had a lot of workers over at her mansion in Los Angeles putting up this nice big tent and the flowers and the carriage, and it was all done in a very short period of time. But the wedding was exciting. I don't even know where I should start, Mike, because you had an ex of Britney Spears actually crash the wedding. I'll tell you about the wedding first, though. So it was a pretty small affair. It was 100 people, but when you're someone like Britney Spears, I'm sure she could have invited thousands of people and all of the celebrities in Hollywood. But it wasn't that. It was pretty intimate. It was a lot of Britney's close friends, and some of those people happen to be celebrities, including Madonna, who was there. They actually, her and Britney actually did a little rendition of Vogue. So that happened. You had Paris Hilton was there, Selena Gomez, Drew Barrymore, will.i.am. So there were celebrities that were there. There were a lot of, quote unquote, normal friends there as well. People who were not there was a good majority of her family, namely her father, who she has obviously been feuding with for years now. Her mom wasn't there either, nor was her sister Jamie Lynn. Now her brother Brian was there, but I suppose that's the one sad part of it, that her mom, dad, and sister didn't get to see her get married.
Absolutely, absolutely. So all those people, those are the ones that were there and invited. Now, Michael, talk to me about the person that wasn't invited but decided to show up.
Yeah, so people might remember, way back in the day, it was 2004 that Britney Spears married a man named Jason Alexander, somebody that she had known for some time. They only stayed married for 55 hours. It was a spur-of-the-moment wedding that they had in Las Vegas. So they have some history together. Well, Jason Alexander yesterday, only hours before the wedding was supposed to happen, he goes on Instagram Live. So he's broadcasting out to his followers, and he actually walks to Britney Spears' house and manages somehow, some way to get on the property. Not only get on the property, he actually gets inside the tent where Britney eventually did get married. So for the first time we actually saw the setup was from this guy, Jason Alexander, but he was not supposed to be there. He's making a scene. He's calling out for Britney, and you have security there, who are armed, by the way, Mike, who are asking him, please leave. You're not supposed to be here. And he would just not listen. It actually got to the point where there was a physical altercation between security, Britney's security, and Jason Alexander. The live stream cut out. Ultimately, he gets arrested for trespassing, for vandalism. Now, more serious for Jason, once cops ultimately ran his name, they found out that he had a felony warrant for larceny somewhere else. Didn't have anything to do with yesterday, but now he's locked up in jail, and he still sits in a jail cell, and he's facing this felony charge because he had the warrant. So he likely would have been out of jail by now, Mike, if it was just crashing Britney's wedding. But again, because he has this felony warrant, who knows how long he ends up staying behind bars now.
Yeah, that's the crazy part. Michael, do we know why? Okay, first off, what was his intentions when he was going there? Obviously, he wanted to go there when the wedding was happening, but he was there much earlier. Do we know why he decided to come a little bit early?
We don't. Look, this guy, and this is just my opinion here, Mike, but it seems that fame for a long time. During the conservatorship hearing, a lot of times when there was media outside the courtroom, because there was a lot of fans who had gathered during the conservatorship hearings, you would find him there. And he was always, if he saw a camera, he'd talk to a camera. And he really, my impression was that he was trying to look for his 15 minutes of fame here. I just have to suppose that it had something to do with that he wanted to get some attention for himself, and he did. I just don't know if it's the right attention, because again, he's found himself in some legal trouble here because of it.
Yeah, absolutely. And on a serious note, though, how was he able to just waltz right in there? That has to be a concern for security officials in the Britney camp, right?
Yeah, I would imagine that it is. And we spoke with a guy by the name of Matt Rosengard, who was Britney's attorney, and he's really the guy that's responsible for getting Britney out from the conservatorship. He said he was livid, furious that this guy did what he did, and I don't think he ruined the day. It was a great night ultimately, but could have ruined a special day for Britney. We've seen this with celebrities. It happens with the Kardashians a lot. So, you know where these celebrities live now because of social media, and people go there, and it really is a security threat for a lot of these celebrities. And nobody should have been able to actually get on the grounds yesterday. And I don't think he had any nefarious plans, but if he did, who knows what could have happened. And certainly he could have hurt somebody if he intended to.
Yeah, absolutely. For a bride, that has to be the worst feeling ever. You are getting married and you're hours before that, and then someone tells you, hey, your ex just showed up. He's on the grounds here. I mean, that'd be a nightmare.
It is a nightmare. I mean, and it's, I don't use the word circus in a negative connotation here, but it's just, it's a lot. Britney, obviously she's got a lot of fans, and a lot was going on yesterday. It was definitely an eventful wedding. It certainly was. When you have Madonna there, you're kissing, they're singing Vogue. It was a pretty crazy night.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Well, Michael Babcock from TMZ, thanks so much for breaking it all down for us on the wedding that was featured a
And a big thank you to Michael Page and TMZ for that report. We are going to end up going to a quick commercial break, but when we return, our very own Shirley Deskerbeth is going to be taking over our Phoenix feed here on Live Now from Fox, where we will continue to bring raw, unfiltered, and nonstop news from all across the nation. Don't forget, you can continue to watch Live Now on many different platforms, including LiveNowFox.com. If you don't know where to check out Live Now, where you're going to or going from, you can go to LiveNowFox.com, and there are all of those streaming services available to tell you where you can watch Live Now from Fox 24/7. Thank you for being with us here on Live Now from Fox. I'm Stephanie Weaver, and I will see you all tomorrow.
And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Shirley DeScorbeth. We're going to share with you a number of top stories happening today across the country, including the March for Life rallies, a number of them happening across the country. We're told at least 300. The purpose of them, people protesting for gun reform. One of them happening in New York City. We want to show you some aerial footage of them. Going to bring down that audio for you here. This one happening in Brooklyn, people marching over the Brooklyn Bridge from Brooklyn to Manhattan. This happened earlier this morning. There was also one in the nation's capital, Washington, D.C. We want to bring you some of those remarks that happened earlier today.
All the work that they do, so thank you. Absolutely. Viva la Joaquin. I want you to think of somebody that you love. Picture them now. Your child, a grandchild, a mom, a dad, partner, spouse, sibling, or best friend. Where do they attend school? Where do they go to work or church, or where do they pray? What is their name? What was the last thing that you said to them? Are there any family traditions or vacations or life milestones that recently made you smile? What is that person's name? Maybe they came with you to this march. And I want you to say their name, and I'll do it first as an example, and then you repeat after me. Sound good? So when I count down from 3, this is an example, I'll do it first. You say the person that you just thought of. So 1, 2, 3, Lauren is what I would say. Yes. Lauren has many fans, including me. Lauren's my sister, for those of you that don't know. Okay, are you ready on 3? 1, 2, 3, Lauren! Now, let's say it one more time, very loud, so that every single senator in Washington, D.C. and across the country can hear you. 1, 2, 3, Lauren! Good. Now imagine your loved one is at a shopping center grabbing some lunch. It's the middle of the day. You get a notification that says shooting. That pops up on your phone with the name of a city where your loved one lives. You text and there's no response. You call. There's no answer. You repeat this 50 more times. Could you imagine seeing their name on a growing list of victims of gun violence? Unfortunately, many of us that are here can. That list has added 200,000 names just like your loved one since the shooting that happened at my high school in Parkland, Florida in 2018. There are too many people who have lived this gut-wrenching reality every single day because there are over 100 people who have loved ones that die from gun deaths in this country that this is not a simulation for, that this happens to and will happen to tomorrow, the next day, and the day after. And unfortunately, that could be your loved one. And maybe you don't have to imagine this because it's already happened to you. I'm here because I don't want anybody to live this nightmare anymore. No matter your politics, no one should. I'm here because, like you, I love this country. And for it to function, we need to understand that rights are power, and with power comes responsibility. All Americans have a right to not be shot, a right to safety. Nowhere in the Constitution is unrestricted access to weapons of war a guaranteed right. We've seen the damage that AR-15s do when we look at the innocent children of Uvalde. Tiny coffins horrify us. Tiny coffins filled with small, mutilated, and decapitated bodies. That should fill us with rage and demands for change. Not endless debate, but demands for change. Now, not tomorrow, not tomorrow, the next day, or the next week, or next year, now! Do you agree with that? Do you agree with that? Do you agree with that? You gotta be louder! Do you agree with that? Make sure that every single senator can hear you! Do you agree with that? Sorry, I'm so angry. Here's the reality. If our government can't do anything to stop 19 kids from being killed and slaughtered in their own school and decapitated, it's time to change who is in government. As we gather here today, the next shooter is already plotting his attack, while the federal government pretends it can do nothing to stop it. Since the shooting in Texas, the Senate has done only one thing. They have gone on recess. Now look, no matter if you are a gun owner or a Republican or not a Republican, we all agree we must act to stop this. How much longer are we going to debate this until we realize that we obviously have different opinions, but let's not let that stop us from doing the small thing, anything, even if it could stop the next, just one Parkland from happening, because this is the cost of that. All of us agree that we must end gun violence. Every responsible gun owner, every single person, no American wants their kid to be in danger inside of their school or outside of their schools. And we must act to stop this violence. But you know what? This time is different. Let's declare it right now and say it with me loud. This time is different. Louder. This time is different. Hold up your signs and say it. This time is different. Manny, can you take a photo? There's no photographer up here. Ready? Again, louder. This time is different. This time is different. This time is different. Okay, why is this time different? It's because since we marched in 2018, we've passed over 150 pieces of gun safety legislation and laws since the first time that we marched that have saved lives. We raised the age to own guns in the state of Florida. You know how hard that is? In a Republican legislature. Where we were told as young people that you're never going to get that change. Guess what? We did. And if we did that in Tallahassee, we can do it on Capitol Hill and in our Senate right now. We required background checks on every gun sale in Virginia. We banned guns from polling places to protect our democracy in Colorado. We defeated more NRA-backed politicians as a group of teenagers and young people than ever before in American history in 2018. We have had the highest rates, some of the highest rates of youth voter turnout in American history. And you know why I know this time is different? Because not only do we have more Republicans and gun owners and Democrats and independents marching with us than ever before. The last time that I spoke at an event like this, we didn't have the White House, we didn't have the Senate or the House, and now we have all three. And that's because of you. Now it's time to get all of them to act. In 4 short years, we went from not having the Senate, the House, or the White House, and me even hanging up on the White House when Donald Trump's White House called me and said, we want to have a listening session. I said, we don't need to have a listening session. We need to have action. And in 4 years, the reason why I know this time is different is because I went from hanging up on the White House to going and meeting in the West Wing because we turned out and voted. We've changed culture too. Together we made progress in Republican-led states that people told us was impossible. We brought proven solutions like violence intervention that was pioneered by black activists and communities to the forefront of national policy and secured funding for those programs and research like never before. Lastly, we made the NRA financially weak and culturally irrelevant. The movement to end gun violence is more diverse and representative of the country than ever before, because it has to be. No one is safe in any community, no matter if it looks like yours or not. This time, responsible gun owners are aligned on the basic solutions we need to keep our kids safe from dying. And the Uvalde shooting, since the Uvalde shooting, a majority of Americans say, the vast majority of Americans say that stopping gun violence is a top issue for them because this is not a political issue, this is a moral issue. Not only do people, regardless of political affiliation, agree with their hearts and minds, they are mobilizing alongside us. Right now, marching with us are more responsible gun owners and Republicans and Democrats than ever before. Because we are united together against gun violence as Americans, first and foremost. We march and we make change. Let me tell you a story. After the Parkland shooting, then Republican Governor Rick Scott signed into law a 3-day waiting period for gun purchases and for a gun sale and raised the age to 21 from 18. This was one of the 150 pieces of legislation that we, all of us, not me, us, passed because you showed up. And I hear time and time again, David, these laws don't work. Let me tell you a story. These laws do work. And you know why? Because the law that we passed in Florida, my mother got a death threat that said, F with the NRA and you will be DOA. Yes, that's right. I can't say that on TV, though. But law enforcement used the red flag law that we created, that we passed in the wake of Parkland, to disarm the individual who sent my mom a death threat and threatened to kill her via court order. Seems like these laws work to me. That law, because of us turning out, very likely may have saved me from having to bury my own mother. These laws work. People say that these laws don't work, and what's funny is, you know, there's a strong recent public health example that it lays out exactly what we need to do to prevent gun violence. Just look at the tobacco industry. We need to treat guns the way that we treated cigarettes 30 years ago. With cigarettes, we didn't just change the laws, we addressed why people wanted to smoke in the first place, and it can't be either or, it must be both. We have to address how people get guns and why they feel the need to pick them up in the first place. We must address the fact that the reason why communities like Parkland don't have shootings on a daily basis isn't because we necessarily have the strongest laws in the country, it's because we have some of the most resources in the country. Gun violence is a symptom of injustice. And if Parkland is safe, but Southeast DC is not safe, or Miami is not safe, we are not done fighting. Because we want every child and every loved one to be safe in every zip code, no matter if they have the same skin color or pray to the same God as us, because all of us deserve protection. We addressed why cigarettes were so easy to access, especially for poor kids and kids of color, and we stamped out the corruption, misinformation, and lies of big tobacco. And guess what? We're going to do the same thing with guns in the gun industry. Let's hold the gun industry to the same standard as we held the tobacco industry. We must answer, why are people so attracted to guns? Why do we buy the lies of the gun lobby that a gun equals safety when the opposite has been proven time and time again to be true? Why is it easier for an 18-year-old to buy a beer or rent a car or buy a gun than it is to vote? The common argument for these for not taking these basic steps is that criminals don't obey laws. No duh. Criminals don't obey laws by definition. But look, I will admit this to you. No law is perfect. But the shooter at my high school was not a criminal mastermind. He was a 19-year-old racist who legally obtained an AR-15. He did not have deep connections to the black market. The 18-year-old in Texas, the 18-year-old in Buffalo, they were not criminal masterminds with deep connections to the black market. They were barely adults that were able to legally obtain a weapon of mass destruction, and they waited until they were old enough to buy that gun. Let's raise the age. Let's raise the age right now. Let's raise the age. Even if we just prevent one more shooting, it's worth it because those victims could be your best friend or kid that you just named. The time for these petty arguments is up. Over the years, I have encountered my fair share of people who disagree with me. Some of them went so far as to deny me my own lived reality as a school shooting survivor and called me a crisis actor. But the reason why I know that this time is different is because I've gotten more messages than ever before from those same people that said, David, I'm sorry, we have to do something about this. We are working together to address this. As a country, we must heal and address why these shootings continue. We also must address the fact that mental health does have a role to play in stopping gun violence, but that racism is not a mental illness. Hatred, racism, radicalization, xenophobia are not mental illnesses. 2/3 of gun deaths are suicides. Mental health does have a role to play in addressing that. We need to address the fact that black and brown communities are traumatized daily by gun violence, and they don't get the same resources or support that Parkland did. Every community deserves the support that Parkland got. Every community. Every single community. That is the role that mental health plays here. Let's stop using mental health as a scapegoat for confronting white supremacy in our country. Let's remember that the argument of just funding more mental health has been tried constantly again and again, and we do need to fund mental health more while recognizing racism is not a mental illness. But let's also recognize, after Columbine, they said, you know what we need is more good guys with guns in our schools. Let's remember, let's think for a second. Teachers feel the same way. Thank you to NEA and AFT for being here. I'll talk about you in a minute. We love you. Let's remember, there was a good guy with a gun at my high school. He only proved to be a coward with a gun. Let's remember that in Texas, outside of the school, there were 19 good guys with guns, heavily armored and trained, and they failed. First responders need to be the last resort and not the first to saving our kids from gun violence. Because the reality is putting more cops in schools hasn't worked, and it won't because it only is going to keep. Let's think about who actually is made more safe by that, but also realize that putting more cops in schools actually may be a form of endangering our students as well. For the students that don't have the privilege of having my skin color, or the fact that I am an American citizen. We need to stop these shooters before they get on campus and stop endangering the lives of our first responders, our students and teachers, because people on Capitol Hill don't want to do their job and protect us. Now, what I'm not demanding is that the government take your guns away. What I am saying is that we are neither pro-gun or anti-gun. We are all pro-peace. We have the same goal here of peace. Let's focus on what we can agree on. Assault rifles are designed only for one purpose, to be a killing machine. Surely, we should be taking as many steps as possible to make these deadly weapons harder to access and properly vetting every single person who desires to own them in the first place. Because if you want to have an AR-15, guess what? I want to have my classmates be alive right now. This time is different because we all see it a bit more clearly. Our enemy is not the left or right. Our common enemy is gun violence. Because I can respect those who don't agree with me all the time. What I can't accept, though, is the notion that there is nothing that we can do to stop gun violence and save our kids. We must act now. Because the children that are dying every day are not Democrats or Republicans. They are T-ball players and honor roll students with bright futures and big dreams. Every time one of their lives is being taken, someone is motivated to join this fight. We will work arm in arm with every single one of them. And when we win this fight in the end, our history will look back, and the only question that they will ask is, why the hell did this take so long? Because we will win. Peace will win. But it will take persistence. Young people did everything right. To the people who marched 4 years ago and are still marching today, we've done everything that has been asked of us. The movement is not broken, our government is broken, and it's time to fix it. Many states have listened. The failure to pass a single common sense gun law at the federal level to curb gun violence rests squarely with Washington, right here in the seat of our democracy, with the politicians who refuse to do their jobs and keep us alive. Because the status quo of letting kids die is profitable to them. The status quo of only sending your thoughts and prayers, only praying something bigger will come up in the news like Mitch McConnell is doing right now, enables them to stay in power. Mitch McConnell needs us to forget about this. He needs us to move on, but we can't because the next kid or best friend or parent who dies could be yours. This summer, we change the status quo. Vote them out. Vote them out. Louder. Vote them out. Vote them out. Louder. Vote them out. Vote them out. I gotta save my voice. Vote them out. Louder. 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 Again. Vote them out. Vote them out. Okay. I think they heard us. And if they didn't, it doesn't matter. They're going to be voted out anyways. We know exactly what to do if the Senate fails to pass the Protect Our Kids Act or any individual law that stops the bloodshed in our country, as Manny just talked about. We will break voting records this November, just like we did in 2020 and the 2018 midterms. And young people are running to replace those cowards who only misrepresent us. Today, on June 11th, we are making history once again.
Sorry about that. We're going to take a 2-minute break here on Live Now from Fox and jump back into that news conference regarding the rallies that are taking place across the nation. Stay tuned. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. A number of rallies are taking place across the country. The one you see here on your screen is happening right now in San Francisco. These are young people who are protesting. They say they want the gun violence to stop across the country. Now, this comes after the mass shootings in Uvalde, Texas, also in Buffalo, New York. Now, we have seen rallies take place in New York City today, also in the nation's capital in Washington, D.C. Now, before we went to break, we heard from a student who went to who was a former student at the high school in Parkland. We all know about that mass shooting that happened there a few years ago. We want to jump back into his remarks. They were very passionate, and he says he just wants peace. He wants gun legislation to finally be passed by the lawmakers of this country.
Also recognize after Columbine, they said, you know what we need is more good guys with guns in our schools. Let's remember, let's think for a second. Teachers feel the same way. Thank you to NEA and AFT for being here. I'll talk about you in a minute. We love you. Let's remember, there was a good guy with a gun at my high school. He only proved to be a coward with a gun. Let's remember that in Texas, outside of the school, there were 19 good guys with guns, heavily armored and trained, and they failed. First responders need to be the last resort and not the first to saving our kids from gun violence. Because the reality is putting more cops in schools hasn't worked, and it won't, because it only is going to keep. Let's think about who actually is made more safe by that, but also realize that putting more cops in schools actually may be a form of endangering our students as well. For the students that don't have the privilege of having my skin color, or the fact that I am an American citizen. We need to stop these shooters before they get on campus and stop endangering the lives of our first responders, our students and teachers, because people on Capitol Hill don't want to do their job and protect us. Now, what I'm not demanding is that the government take your guns away. What I am saying is that we are neither pro-gun or anti-gun. We are all pro-peace. We have the same goal here of peace. Let's focus on what we can agree on. Assault rifles are designed only for one purpose, to be a killing machine. Surely, we should be taking as many steps as possible to make these deadly weapons harder to access and properly vetting every single person who desires to own them in the first place. Because if you want to have an AR-15, guess what? I want to have my classmates be alive right now. This time is different because we all see it a bit more clearly. Our enemy is not the left or right. Our common enemy is gun violence. Because I can respect those who don't agree with me all the time. What I can't accept, though, is the notion that there is nothing that we can do to stop gun violence and save our kids. We must act now. Yeah. Do you agree with that? Yeah. You gotta be louder. Do you agree with that? Yeah. Make sure that every single senator can hear you. Do you agree with that? Yeah. Sorry, I'm so angry. Here's the reality. If our government can't do anything to stop 19 kids from being killed and slaughtered in their own school and decapitated, it's time to change who is in government. As we gather here today, the next shooter is already plotting his attack, while the federal government pretends it can do nothing to stop it. Since the shooting in Texas, the Senate has done only one thing. They have gone on recess. Now look, no matter if you are a gun owner or a Republican or not a Republican, we all agree we must act to stop this. How much longer are we going to debate this until we realize that we obviously have different opinions, but let's not let that stop us from doing the small thing, anything, even if it could stop the next just one Parkland from happening, because this is the cost of that. All of us agree that we must end gun violence. Every responsible gun owner, every single person, no American wants their kid to be in danger inside of their school or outside of their schools. And we must act to stop this violence. But you know what? This time is different. Let's declare it right now and say it with me loud. This time is different. Louder. This time is different. Hold up your signs and say it. This time is different. Manny, can you take a photo? There's no photographer up here. This, ready? Again, louder. This time is different. This time is different. This time is different. Okay, why is this time different? It's because since we marched in 2018, we've passed over 150 pieces of gun safety legislation and laws since the first time that we marched that have saved lives. We raised the age to own guns in the state of Florida. You know how hard that is? In a Republican...
Okay, so we're going to continue following those rallies across the country. There's one taking place right now in Los Angeles. We will bring you those images as we follow other top stories that are taking place. Right now, we want to move on to other stories, including the heat wave that's taking place on the West Coast and here in the Southwest. Triple digits, actually, hitting areas of California, Arizona, and Texas. And officials in Texas telling people that they should take precautions. We're going to go to that shortly, but first, people here in Arizona, we're located in Phoenix, people here in Arizona bracing for the warm temperatures this weekend. Let's go ahead and hear from Fox's Stephanie Olmo.
I spend way more time at my parents' house in their pool just because it's too much.
Temperatures expected to soar to over 110 degrees heading into the weekend, giving people a taste of what's coming in the months ahead.
It's crazy. It's wild, but I'm doing my best, you know.
If you ask Jill, she's certainly not ready for what's ahead. She's decided to make last-minute changes to her weekend plans.
Going to Flagstaff this weekend to go away from it. Canceled all other plans and made reservations for Flagstaff.
With the excessive heat taking over the valley this week, Becky Sanderson can't help but to think about how things were years ago.
I remember being a kid and being able to run around barefoot in the summer, and now it's like you can't if you wanted to.
Unfortunately, with temperatures getting this hot, there isn't a whole lot of relief at night.
It's like it doesn't matter how dark it is, it's still hot.
The problem is urban heat island effect.
With a city environment with asphalt, concrete, buildings that have air conditioners that push a lot of hot air into the environment, because air conditioners are like heat pumps. They take the hot air out of your house and put it outside. So as you get more and more of that, you're going to end up changing the local temperature.
And it'll likely continue to be a problem as the valley continues to grow.
There has a growing population. That means as a proportion of it, there's going to be more at-risk individuals. And with what seems to be the general trend toward warmer temperatures, it's going to be an increasing problem over time, most likely.
The first heat wave.
And here's more from those officials in
anything that comes our way in the next few months. And I'll provide an update on what we discussed in just a minute. But first I want to remind folks that our reality here in Harris County, and really throughout the nation in many ways, is these weather emergencies, extreme weather, is becoming more and more common and more of a new normal we have to get used to. Although we cannot prevent disasters from happening, we can do our best to be prepared. With regard to this summer, we see two issues that I want to make sure residents are aware of and focused on. The first one is the risk of hurricanes and storms. We know that that's a threat to our region. We're just 50 feet above sea level. The other one, a possible issue that we can foresee, is extreme heat. I don't have to tell anyone it's been really hot this week. And it's not just this week. Last month in May was Houston's second hottest month of May ever on record. The normal June high temperature here is 92 degrees, but this week has seen multiple days where we got to 102. Forecasters are predicting a hotter than normal summer this year, and that's something that we all need to be aware of. What's different as well this year, of course, is a lingering concern because of the increase in energy demand, and that with energy demand, with hotter temperatures, that there could be power outages, that there could be an issue with the grid. It's understandable that people have anxiety about the grid and power outages. We all lived through the winter storm, and it was horrible, and we're still reeling from it. And I understand that the community's concerned, and I conveyed that to the PUC and ERCOT leaders. So here's what Harris County's doing. I want folks to know that we have an incredible team of professionals right here at our Emergency Operations Center, battle-tested, who are working every day to practice and prepare for this kind of a situation, who are working with first responders all around the county, and whose job it is to think about how we can do better and make sure we're ready for that. They don't just show up right now when it's hurricane season, when it's the summer. That is what they do every single day of the year. Disasters are chaotic by definition, and so I'm not going to say that they're preparing to where everything would be perfectly smooth, but we are better prepared than ever before. We've conducted over 100 emergency drills with partners across the county, law enforcement, nonprofits, others, many specifically on this issue of possible power issues. I've also asked our emergency management team to identify partners like faith-based communities, nonprofits, other community organizations, county facilities that could potentially expand our network of cooling centers, and to make sure that they've got backup generators and that we have those mapped according to different needs and overlaid with other sources of information. We're also working to make sure county facilities are prepared in the event of power outages, checking generator readiness, identifying pumping stations that can act as a backup, and so forth. We're working closely with Centerpoint, and they've done quite a bit. They've acquired over 15 new backup mobile generators that they could deploy to neighborhoods in the event of an outage. They didn't have that during the winter freeze. Each one has 30 megawatts, which could power 6,000 homes. Traditionally, Centerpoint focuses exclusively on distribution, power distribution. But now they're allowed to, and they have capacity to also produce during an emergency. It's not a silver bullet, but it's an added tool, and it's going to save lives in the event of an outage. You might remember during the winter storm, rolling blackouts took too long and were unpredictable. Since then, we've asked Centerpoint, and they've been working on developing a strategy to better target where and how to shed power. And that's something that I continue to ask them, to be very specific about making sure that vital areas are not part of the rolling outages, and to the extent that we can identify vulnerable populations, that those are not included either, that we rotate so that no one community is saddled with consistent outages, as we saw in many ways during the winter freeze. They've also upgraded their communications ability, and I know the other stakeholders have worked on that too, to better convey vital information to the community. Social media, their alerting systems, etc. Of course, ultimately, when it comes to power, we rely on the state's grid, and that's where ERCOT and the PUC come in. I just met, along with my emergency management team and county leadership, with the executive director of the Public Utility Commission, Thomas Gleason, and the CEO and interim president of ERCOT, Brad Jones. This morning, they both advised us that they've taken steps to be prepared for the stress in the system, that they're working on more steps. I'm eager for their work to continue so we can be truly resilient. Both leaders assured me that they are comfortable that the grid will remain reliable this summer. They anticipate high demand. They anticipate possible calls for conservation. They've already issued a couple of those, but they don't anticipate rotating outages like what we had during the winter freeze. That doesn't mean we don't prepare, and I want to be very clear about that. For one, there's always the possibility of a perfect storm. If there's additional demand and a really hot day, then generation goes out. My position on this is trust but verify, and I do that on behalf of our community. We know the grid is not where we want it to be, and although there's more work to be done at the state level, they tell us that there have been improvements. We always hope for the best, but we have to prepare for the worst, and that's why I'm here today, and I want to make sure residents know what they need to do to help us as well as part of the emergency management team. In the short term, what folks need to do is gear up for the hot weekend. We are working with the homeless outreach team and partners to ensure the homeless community has a place to cool off. We've been doing that throughout the hot days, and we're going to continue doing that as we see hot days coming. If you need relief, we're using our libraries as cooling centers. So if you feel too hot, I encourage you to visit a library. You can visit a mall. Of course, there are many places where you could cool off. But if you need to visit one of our libraries, check readyharris.org for the various locations. They're all throughout the county. As far as the long term, at the end of the day, being prepared for summer weather, just as all the other possible disasters, is a shared responsibility. We have the emergency management team here, but we all need to do our part. And every member of this community is a first responder as well. So here's a couple of things we need folks to do. First is to listen to trusted sources of information. Keep an eye out with local media, trusted sources online. Ready Harris has a social media account, so make sure you're following our Emergency Operations Center. If the state asks you to conserve energy over the summer, please do so. If you have a backup generator, make sure it's got enough fuel. Test it regularly. If you don't have one, consider getting one. Municipal utility districts need to test generators to ensure they're working so they can continue providing services to the communities they serve in the event of an outage. As always, visit readyharris.org for more information. It's updated right now with summer weather tips. Worth remembering, don't forget the pets. Don't forget to have your preparedness plan. Whether it's hurricane season, whether it's an outage due to summer weather, you want to make sure that you have a plan, that you have a kit at home, that you're listening to sources of trusted sources of information. And so with that, I will repeat my remarks in Spanish. Grateful for this community. We're all here and working for you, and I want to make sure that everybody knows what we're focused on. Hoy me reuní con representantes del Consejo de Confiabilidad Eléctrica de Texas, ERCOT.
All right, so officials. All right, so officials going over that information in Spanish right there regarding the heat wave that's in the Southwest region, also in areas of the West. That includes California, Houston, and areas here in Arizona. We're going to take a short 2-minute break here on Live Now from Fox. Coming up next, we'll take you out live to a rally in Los Angeles. It's the March for Lives rally. Hundreds of them are taking place across the country here. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. Hundreds of rallies taking place across the nation today. They are the March for Lives rally, and basically young people say they are fed up with the gun violence. They want gun legislation to take place. Let's take you out to California live. This is the one in Los Angeles.
Should put second graders over the Second Amendment. This year alone, there have been over 250 mass shootings. And on May 24th, just a few weeks ago, we once again broke the record for the deadliest mass shooting in our history. One 18-year-old who was able to walk into a store and buy 2 assault weapons, an 18-year-old who didn't have to pass a background check, who didn't have to take a training class, who didn't even have to wait for a waiting period. He used these guns to murder 19 children and their 2 teachers. One 18-year-old was given the power to take 21 innocent lives, and we all know who gave him that power. The thing I can tell you for certain is that this cannot go on. We cannot continue to protest every 4 years after another shooting wrecks our emotions. We must take action now. We must ban assault rifles and high-capacity magazines. We must invest in school counselors and social services. We must raise the minimum age to buy a gun to 21. And we must finally put children first, above of the Second Amendment. Generation C is done with the games. We're done with the thoughts and prayers. We're done with the empty promises by our elected officials. What comes next is a very simple option for them. They can vote for common sense gun legislation, or young people will vote them out. Thank you.
How you doing? Let me pull up this speech. Hey everyone. My friends and I got together in my bedroom when I was 17 years old and said, let's do something called the March for Our Lives. Now we're of drinking age.
All right, so that feed appears to be a little spotty there, but there's another speaker at the mic. Let's go ahead and listen in.
And shootings in cities that I bet none of us can even remember. We are all here trying to get anybody to care at all. If you look around at all the marches around the country, a lot less people have turned up in 2022 because we all feel like there's nothing we can do. And hey, I don't blame anybody. How could I? Our generation has grown up watching these horrific shootings unfold, and we see the same cycle repeat itself. Mass murder, specifically with an AR-15, public outrage, thoughts and prayers, rinse and repeat. Over and over and over again. I have seen politicians tell me and my friends that we're the generation that's going to make a change. I have seen politicians make promises that we are going to ban assault weapons. I have seen politicians make every promise in the book. And you know what? Here we are. It's 2022, and the shootings are only ramping up. We voted in 2020. We've marched for years. And here we all are. It's 2022. Joe Biden's the president. We've got the House. We've quote-unquote got the Senate. And here we all are having to march for our lives. So, listen, we're about to march. I'm going to keep my remarks.
All right, we're going to take you to some other stories that are top stories across the country. But again, people are gathered in Los Angeles. They are very passionate about this particular issue. They say they are fed up with the mass shootings and the gun violence that continue to happen across the country. Again, they say they have gathered as a result of the mass shootings in Uvalde, Texas, and Buffalo, New York. We're going to take you now to some economic news here on Live Now from Fox. AAA says that they are getting a number of increasing calls regarding drivers running out of gas. Obviously, this is because of the rising costs of gasoline. Here is Fox News with more.
Jackson Brown once had a hit song called Running on Empty, and with gas prices continuing to soar, drivers are actually doing just that.
I wait till the empty to make all the pain come at once, I guess.
Augie is one of the many Americans who are waiting until the gas gauge gets at or below E before they fill up. AAA says they've serviced more than 50,000 out-of-gas calls in the month of April. That's up more than 30% compared to last year. The association attributes the spike to high gas prices.
I can say that I'm also guilty of that.
Not all drivers, though, are brave enough to wait.
I can't gamble, otherwise I will definitely be stuck.
Or can wait, like a limo driver.
What I'm going to do, tell the customer I have to pull over, get some gas, it doesn't look good.
AAA spokesman Robert Sinclair suggests you not wait until you're out of gas before visiting a fuel station. In fact, he says it will do more harm than good.
If you run out of gasoline, the fuel pump uses the fuel that it's pumping to help cool itself. So if you run out, the fuel pump can overheat and you've got to replace it. Also, there's sediment in all petroleum products, and it's usually laying at the bottom of your fuel tank.
But for drivers like Augie, he's still going to take his chances.
Paying double to what we did a year ago or two. It's different.
AAA says so far 200,000 drivers this year alone have called for roadside assistance, all claiming they were out of gas. Their best advice, don't wait until your gas gauge gets below a quarter of a tank, even if you have to put in $10 to get to your destination. It's better than being stranded on the side of the road for sometimes hours. We're in Mamaroneck, Richard Giacomas, Fox 5 News.
Meantime, the requirement for the international air travelers coming into the U.S. has been lifted. Here's Fox News with more.
Traveling overseas is about to get a lot easier. The Biden administration announcing Friday it is lifting the requirement that international air travelers take a COVID test within a day of boarding their flights to the U.S., with experts from the CDC saying the mandate is no longer necessary. The White House says they'll reevaluate in 90 days and it could be reinstated depending on the spread of new variants. But for now, it's a big win for the travel industry. The U.S. Travel Association writing in part, quote, "Today marks another huge step forward for the recovery of inbound air travel and the return of international travel to the United States. And it's also welcome news for international travelers who have often struggled to understand the rules.
Nobody is really helping us. They've just given us a page with some documentation, but there's a lot of information. It's just we don't really know what our options are.
Meanwhile, the White House is also preparing to make a big push to get kids 6 months to 5 years old vaccinated, with federal approval expected as early as next week. Doctors and health officials already working to get the word out that the vaccines are safe and carry significantly less risk than getting COVID.
We don't ever want people to take COVID lightly because there's still a lot of unknowns. So what's the long-term impact? There's the risk of having long-haul symptoms.
An administration official tells Fox News that the international travel mandate expires Sunday at midnight. In Atlanta, Charles Swanson, Fox News.
And tomorrow marks 6 years since the tragedy, the mass shooting at the Orlando Pulse nightclub. The community is coming together to honor the lives lost. Now, our Orlando station, Fox 35, spoke with the founder of the One Pulse Foundation.
Joining us this morning is Barbara Palmer. She is the founder of the One Pulse Foundation and the National Pulse Memorial and Museum. Barbara, it is always good to see you. Unfortunately, it's always under these circumstances, but I do want to say good morning to you and thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you so much for having me.
You know, the thing I was thinking about is I'm like, my goodness, it's been 6 years, which in and of itself is hard to believe, right? Since the tragedy of the Pulse nightclub shooting. I know that we do honor the victims every year, but I was listening to an interview that you did a few days ago where you said this year feels a little different to you. Why?
We're not really sure. None of us, as we talk about it, can put our finger on it. You know, I think, you know, last year was the 5-year, and there was something about that being a landmark year that had a different emotion. I think looking back, every single year had a separate feeling. Of course, we're all sad and we're grieving and we're remembering, but year 1 was so raw. And then by year 3, it was just, I don't know, another very strange feeling. And this year, I don't know if it's because it's, you know, it's actually falling on the day of the week that it did last year. It was, you know, it was Saturday night. We woke up to the news Sunday morning, and so that might be it. But we really can't put our fingers on it. We just know that there's just something different, and maybe it's coming because on the heels of what happened in Buffalo and then Uvalde and Tulsa. Don't know.
And, you know, I think that's kind of the thing that I wanted to kind of touch on, because I know that over the years, people have been trying to make a change, right, and kind of start a movement. And you have to wonder, has a difference been made when you have these mass shootings that seem to be happening every week, unfortunately? And you talked about Uvalde, Texas. We've got Buffalo, New York. We just had another one that happened this morning that we're covering here on Fox 35. So with all of the work that everybody in this country seems to be doing, including yourself, has a difference been made?
Sadly, it doesn't seem so. You know, seems like every morning or two where we wake up and we're watching communities holding each other. We're watching crosses arrive and flowers and candles be lit. We're watching families, you know, reeling in grief and survivors living in fear, having lives changed forever. You know, it's defeating. If it feels, you know, it's just hurtful and it's sad.
Yeah, it is just beyond sad, and I just can't imagine what the families continue to go through and their loved ones. It's just a horrible, horrible feeling. And I know they always say, right, that out of tragedy, there's got to be something good that comes out of it. And I know that you've got the One Pulse Foundation. Can you tell me a little bit about that and what some of the vision for the foundation's future contain?
Sure. So, we have 4 pillars here at the foundation. We're leading the charge of the work of the National Pulse Memorial and Museum and Orlando Health Survivors Walk. But we also have our One Pulse Academy leading education programs that we're launching, have been launching for 2 years virtually and in person, online, and free to the public. Matter of fact, today we launched our first International Culture of Remembrance Symposium, which is 2 days of education about why we memorialize and how the world memorializes, not just us here in Orlando. But we also have our 49 Legacy Scholarships that we have funded for 3 years in a row. So I think, our work kind of has different branches, but it really talks about how to educate, how to create change, and how to address these feelings of what it feels like to belong and what it feels like to be othered, and how to create a real change in people so that when they leave the memorial visit or they leave an education program, that they're going back to their communities and into their workplaces and families with some tools of how they've changed and how they can help change others.
Oh, Barbara, very important work you are doing and continue to do. We thank you so much for joining us here this morning.
Thank you so much for having me.
And tomorrow we will bring you that remembrance ceremony. It's being held again in Orlando at 7 p.m. Eastern Time. Of course, we will bring it to you live here on LiveNOW from Fox. Now, after this commercial break, we will bring you some sad news on Justin Bieber. He revealed a medical diagnosis that has partially paralyzed his face. That's after the break. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. Justin Bieber announced that he is taking a break from performing because he is suffering from paralysis on one side of his face. He announced this on social media. Now, we spoke with a doctor on what exactly this all means.
Singer Justin Bieber battling a serious virus. He says he's been diagnosed with Ramsay-Hunt syndrome, which is affecting a nerve in his ear and paralyzing part of his face. He can only blink with one eye and smile on one side of his face. Bieber is apologizing to fans for postponing several shows. We want to show you his post to Instagram right here.
Hey everyone, Justin here. I wanted to update you guys on what's been going on. Obviously, as you can probably see from my face, I have this syndrome called Ramsay-Hunt syndrome, and it is from this virus that attacks the nerve in my ear and my facial nerves and has caused my face to have paralysis. As you can see, this eye is not blinking. I can't smile on this side of my face. This nostril will not move. So there's full paralysis in this side of my face. So for those who are frustrated by my cancellations of the next shows, I'm just physically, obviously not capable of doing them. This is pretty serious, as you can see. I wish this wasn't the case, but obviously my body's telling me I gotta slow down. And I hope you guys understand, and I'll be using this time to just rest and relax and get back to 100% so that I can do what I was born to do. But in the meantime, this ain't it. I gotta go get my rest on so that I can get my face back to where it's supposed to be. I love you guys. Thanks for being patient with me. And I'm gonna get better. And I'm doing all these facial exercises to get my face back to normal. And it will go back to normal. It's just time. And we don't know how much time that's gonna be, but it's gonna be okay. And I have hope. And I trust God. And I trust that this is all it's all for a reason. And I'm not sure what that is right now, but in the meantime, I'm gonna rest, and I love you guys. Peace.
Okay, so there you have it. Justin Bieber taking to Instagram to talk about his Ramsay-Hunt syndrome, the diagnosis there. He explained it pretty well, but to really get some analysis on this, I want to bring in Dr. Peter Chin-Hung. Doctor, thanks for being with us here on this Friday. From looking at that video and seeing the paralysis on the right side of his face, what's your first assessment of Justin Bieber?
Well, it is apparent that he has Ramsay-Hunt syndrome, and I'll describe what it is. It's basically a paralysis of the face, but that's not the only thing you have. You also have ear pain on the same side, and you have a rash on the same side. And what it is basically the same virus that causes chickenpox can reactivate. And that's what most people know as shingles, except people think about shingles as just a rash only. But the nerve is involved. So it turns out that the nerve that he has involved affects his facial motion. And because his facial motion is involved and his facial nerve, his eyes can't close properly. So people at Ramsay-Hunt can have problems with damage to the eyes, dizziness, altered taste. These are all of the complications.
So how common and how severe can this be?
Yeah, so it's not very common at all. Shingles is pretty common, as people know. They might have heard about older relatives getting that rash that looks like a belt. And that's why we have a shingles vaccine now for those over 50. It's the same virus as chickenpox, except that it comes back to life because you never really get cured of it later on in life. So in terms of how common, about 50 per million for Ramsay Hunt specifically. And how do people do? Well, not everybody improves. So about 30%, 20% of people have permanent facial paralysis and ear ringing. But those are generally older people, not younger people like Justin Bieber. So I'm hoping that he will get better soon. We do typically treat patients like this with antivirals and steroids like prednisone, and in an attempt to try and get rid of the inflammation as fast as possible.
Yeah, he wasn't really sure about the timeline. He said that possibly he could get better soon and that he was doing a little bit of rehab. Is that part of, you know, the process to try to get that sensation back on the side of his face?
I mean, I think it will help, but unfortunately it's only time. And hopefully I'm sure he probably got medicine as well. And that will help, you know, move him along. There's no guarantee that the physical rehab will actually help it faster, unfortunately, because you just have to wait for the virus to kind of go away, so to speak. It never really goes away. It goes back into its home, which is one of the little bundles of nerves that feed different parts of the body.
So are you saying that it can resurface again?
Yes, no, definitely. And that's what shingles is. Shingles is the chickenpox virus coming back, but it comes back in a different form, not like pox all over the body, but in this specific distribution, depending on what nerve is infected. So you might get a rash on the chest, you might get a rash on the arm. These are ways in which the virus comes back.
While looking at this video, how severe of a case does Justin Bieber have in comparison to other cases that you've seen? Is it pretty average or?
It's probably mild to average. I've seen people with much more severe disease, and they tend to have compromised immune systems or are older. And again, we've tried to lower the incidence of shingles by giving shingles vaccine, but to those over 50, because that's where most of the shingles occurs. It's could be set off by, you know, stress or, you know, just without anything. But, you know, I bet you Justin had a lot of stress, and that could have been a result or resulted in this virus coming back. Just like how, you know, it is a member of the herpes virus family. So just like we think about herpes coming back with some of these stressors, this chickenpox virus, VZV, can also come back in the same way.
Yeah, he said he is going to take a little bit of a break right now and catch up on some sleep. A lot of his fans devastated that he's not going to be playing in concert, but I'm sure happy that he is able to relax a little bit. Anything else that people should know about this?
Well, I would say that people shouldn't panic about it. It's very, very rare. And, you know, there are things we can do to reduce the chance of it becoming permanent. But the most important thing for the general person is to know that there is a vaccine for shingles. It's called Shingrix for those over 50. So please get it if you're eligible. It prevents these kinds of complications from shingles and that virus coming back, the chickenpox virus coming back later on.
All right, all good points and good things to know. Dr. Peter Chin Hong, thanks for joining us here on the show.
Well, it's just about every woman's dream, her wedding day. But what if one of your exes crashes or attempts to crash your wedding? Well, it happened earlier this week to Britney Spears, and we have that video here. I want to show it to you. One of her exes, Jason Alexander, attempted to crash her wedding, and he even live streamed it on his Instagram. But fortunately, he was apprehended. Of course, Britney Spears, the superstar that she is, has plenty of security around. Her wedding still went on. She went on to marry her longtime boyfriend, and the ceremony took place earlier this week. We went on to speak with TMZ about the whole incident.
To be talked about today. Poor Britney Spears. All she wanted to do was have a wedding, and then, well, her ex, he wanted to come and really turned things up there. And we're going to get the very latest updates right now from TMZ's Michael Babcock. And Michael, yeah, this was a story that we were like, oh no, not another Britney headline, and poor Britney this time.
Yeah, hey Mike, thanks for having me. It was an exciting day for Britney yesterday, and it was something that sort of popped up last minute. You know, it's Wednesday night, and we post this story that Britney Spears is getting married tomorrow. And then yesterday, on Thursday, you had a lot of workers over at her mansion in Los Angeles putting up this nice big tent and the flowers and the carriage, and it was all done in a very short period of time. But the wedding was exciting. I don't even know where I should start, Mike, because you had an ex of Britney Spears actually crash the wedding. I'll tell you about the wedding first, though. So it was a pretty small affair. It was 100 people, but when you're someone like Britney Spears, I'm sure she could have invited thousands of people and all of the celebrities in Hollywood. But it wasn't that. It was pretty intimate. It was a lot of Britney's close friends, and some of those people happened to be celebrities, including Madonna, who was there. They actually, her and Britney actually did a little rendition of Vogue. So that happened. You had Paris Hilton was there, Selena Gomez, Drew Barrymore, Will.i.am. So there were celebrities that were there. There were a lot of, quote unquote, normal friends there as well. People who were not there was a good majority of her family, namely her father, who she has obviously been feuding with for years now. Her mom wasn't there either, nor was her sister Jamie Lynn. Now her brother Brian was there, but I suppose that's the one sad part of it, that her mom, dad, and sister didn't get to see her get married.
Absolutely, absolutely. So all those people, those are the ones that were there and invited. Now, Michael, talk to me about the person that wasn't invited but decided to show up.
Yeah, so people might remember, way back in the day, it was 2004 that Britney Spears married a man named Jason Alexander, somebody that she had known for some time. They only stayed married for 55 hours. It was a spur of the moment wedding that they had in Las Vegas. So they have some history together. Well, Jason Alexander yesterday, only hours before the wedding was supposed to happen, he goes on Instagram Live. So he's broadcasting out to his followers, and he actually walks to Britney Spears' house and manages somehow, some way to get on the property. Not only get on the property, he actually gets inside the tent where Britney eventually did get married. So the first time we actually saw the setup was from this guy, Jason Alexander, but he was not supposed to be there. He's making a scene. He's calling out for Britney, and you have security there who are armed, by the way, Mike, who are asking him, please leave. You're not supposed to be here. And he would just not listen. It actually got to the point where there was a physical altercation between security, Britney's security, and Jason Alexander. The live stream cut out. Ultimately, he gets arrested for trespassing, for vandalism. Now, more serious for Jason, once cops ultimately ran his name, they found out that he had a felony warrant for larceny somewhere else. Didn't have anything to do with yesterday, but now he's locked up in jail, and he still sits in a jail cell, and he's facing this felony charge because he had the warrant. So he likely would have been out of jail by now, Mike, if it was just crashing Britney's wedding. But again, because he has this felony warrant, who knows how long he ends up staying behind bars now.
Yeah, that's the crazy part. And Michael, do we know why? Okay, first off, what was his intentions when he was going there? Obviously, he wanted to go there when the wedding was happening, but he was there much earlier. Do we know why he decided to come a little bit early?
We don't. Look, this guy, and this is just my opinion here, Mike, but it seems this guy has tried to take advantage of Britney's fame for a long time. During the conservatorship hearing, a lot of times when there was media outside the courtroom, because there was a lot of fans who had gathered during the conservatorship hearings, you would find him there, and he was always, if he saw a camera, he'd talk to a camera, and he really, my impression was that he was trying to look for his 15 minutes of fame here. I just have to suppose that it had something to do with that he wanted to get some attention for himself, and he did. I just don't know if it's the right attention, because again, he's found himself in some legal trouble here because of it.
Yeah, absolutely. And on a serious note, though, how was he able to just waltz right in there? That has to be a concern for security officials in the Britney camp, right?
Yeah, I would imagine that it is. And we spoke with a guy by the name of Matt Rosengart, who was Britney's attorney, and he's really the guy that's responsible for getting Britney out from the conservatorship. He said he was livid, furious that this guy did what he did, and I don't think he ruined the day. It was a great night ultimately, but could have ruined a special day for Britney. We've seen this with celebrities. It happens with the Kardashians a lot. So, you know where these celebrities live now because of social media, and people go there, and it really is a security threat for a lot of these celebrities. And nobody should have been able to actually get on the grounds yesterday. And I don't think he had any nefarious plans, but if he did, who knows what could have happened. And certainly he could have hurt somebody if he intended to.
Yeah, absolutely. For a bride, that has to be the worst feeling ever. You are getting married and you're hours before that, and then someone tells you, hey, your ex just showed up. He's on the grounds here. I mean, that'd be a nightmare.
It is a nightmare. I mean, and it's, I don't use the word circus in a negative connotation here, but it's just, it's a lot. Britney, obviously she's got a lot of fans, and there's a lot was going on yesterday. It was definitely an eventful wedding. It certainly was. When you have Madonna there, you're kissing, they're singing Vogue. It was a pretty crazy night.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Well, Michael Babcock from TMZ, thanks so much for breaking it.
Certainly a nightmare, not anything that a bride wants on her wedding day. Now, after this short 2-minute break, we'll bring you an update to a story out of Grand Rapids, Michigan. An officer there has been charged in the shooting death of a black man. We'll have more after this short break. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. A Grand Rapids officer has been charged in the shooting death of Patrick Leola. Patrick Leola, the man you see there on your screen, the incident happened during a traffic stop a couple months ago, and the officer is accused of fatally shooting him. Patrick Leola was shot in the back of the head. Now, earlier this week, prosecutors announced second-degree charges against the officer. Let's go ahead and listen in.
Thank you for all coming here this afternoon. I appreciate it. My name is Chris Becker. I'm the Kent County Prosecuting Attorney. Before I get with my announcement, I do want to publicly acknowledge the Loyola family, their tremendous patience and understanding as this process has developed. It's been very difficult. The loss of a child causes unimaginable pain, stress, and the emotions they must be going through all of this. I deeply appreciate what they've done, especially some of their calls for peace and calm during this entire time. I think has been tremendously beneficial for this community, and I can't say how much I appreciate what they've done in regards to that. I just had the opportunity to speak with the family, express my condolences, and tell them essentially what I'm just telling you here. I have prepared a letter in their native Swahili, because obviously this is difficult even under the best of circumstances, much less with a language barrier. So I had a letter translated into Swahili to provide to the family so they can be fully aware of what my announcement is here today. And I've conveyed that to them and their family. I also want to thank the Michigan State Police for their dedication and really doing a thorough investigation in this matter. Detective Sergeant Aaron Tubergen really did an excellent job. He's done everything I requested of him, even on some of the follow-up, and so it's made a difficult situation obviously a little bit easier to have a partner that you can work with. Based on his investigation, based on everything he has provided to me, I've made the decision to charge Christopher Schur with 1 count of second-degree murder. Second-degree murder is a felony offense. It is punishable by up to life in prison with the possibility of parole. As it stands now, this is merely an allegation, and as with any defendant, he is presumed innocent until proven guilty beyond a reasonable doubt in a court of law. The elements of second-degree murder are relatively simple. First, there was a death done by the defendant, and then when the killing occurred, the defendant had one of these 3 states of mind: an intent to kill, an intent to do great bodily harm, or the intent to do an act that the natural tendency of that act would be to cause death or great bodily harm. And finally, that the death was not justified or excused, for example, by self-defense. Taking a look at everything that I reviewed in this case, I believe there's a sufficient basis to proceed on a single count of second-degree murder, and that charge has been filed with the courts as of today. Given that I filed charges,
Meantime, a cold case spanning more than 40 years is finally solved. Baby Holly, a child missing after her parents were apparently killed, was found alive. Let's hear what authorities had to say earlier this week.
This event, or anyone that you know, has any information, leads, or tips about the story that you're about to hear today, we need you to reach out to our Cold Case and Missing Persons Unit. And we have 2 ways that you can contact us. First is by email, coldcaseunit@oag.texas.gov, or call us at 512-936-0742. Now, to get us started, I'm going to turn it over to Texas's First Assistant Attorney General, Brent Webster.
Good afternoon. First of all, I'd like to express Ken Paxton's condolences. He had a scheduling conflict and was not able to make it today. Currently in the United States, there are 270,000 unsolved murders. In the state of Texas, there are over 20,000 unsolved murders. In the fall of 2020, Ken Paxton identified this as a problem. He also identified it as a problem in the sense that there was no major statewide group investigating these unsolved murders in Texas. So he began the process of developing a strategy and a plan to build a team that would investigate cold cases in Texas. He built that team, and that team began its work in March of 2021. Now, I want to introduce that team today. That team began with me, Brent Webster. I am the First Assistant Attorney General. I had 10 years as a prosecutor in criminal law, and he brought me on to help build this team out and also to help lead the agency. He also brought on a deputy for criminal justice, Josh Reno. Now, Josh Reno had prosecuted criminal cases in 3 different district attorney's offices, And most recently, he was a human trafficking prosecutor in the Travis County DA's office. We also brought in a former assistant police chief named Brent Dupre of the Austin Police Department, who ran the headquarters bureau and had extensive experience in cyber investigations and technological investigations. And then finally, to lead the team in the day-to-day operations, we brought in Mindy Montford. Now, Mindy Montford is an accomplished criminal prosecutor. She's led a DA's office. She's also been on the other side, and she's been a criminal defense attorney and was accomplished in her own right there. She is also known for being good at investigating cold cases. So we were very happy to bring her on the team. Those individuals, with the exception of Josh Reno, are here with me today, as well as other members of our cold case team. Now, as luck would have it, Ken Paxton had the vision to form this team, and we took cases in December of 2021. This case came in right after we started taking cases, the case we're going to discuss today. Now, as you'll see, I'm going to read from some prepared statements today because this is an ongoing pending criminal investigation, and we don't want to say anything that might impact that investigation or hurt that investigation. Our main goal as a law enforcement agency, and the law enforcement agencies involved in this case, their main goal is to make sure that we see justice occur and we locate suspects and we find out where the facts lead us to solve these crimes. In 1981, 2 deceased individuals were discovered in the wooded area in Houston, Texas. Their identities could not be determined at that time. What law enforcement did know is that they were likely murdered. Decades later, in 2021, the organization Identifiers International was able to positively identify the bodies that were found in 1981 through the use of genetic testing. The couple was from Florida, and their names were Tina Gail Lynn Klaus and Harold Dean Klaus. They were a young couple. We learned this couple had an infant daughter named Holly, who was not found with the remains of the Klauses. And so the search for baby Holly began. The Lynn and Klaus families have been searching for answers concerning the Klauses and their baby daughter Holly since they were last heard from in 1980. Last year, when the families learned that the 2 bodies found in Houston in 1981 were in fact Tina and Dean Klaus, the families began looking for answers as to what happened to baby Holly and the circumstances surrounding the deaths of the Klauses. Through collaborative efforts of the Texas Attorney General's Office Cold Case and Missing Persons Unit, the Louisville Police Department, the Volusia County Sheriff's Office in Florida, the Arizona Attorney General's Office, the Harris County Sheriff's Office, and the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children, I'm excited to announce that baby Holly has been located alive and well 42 years later. I also am happy to announce that the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children have offered and will be paying for Holly to be reunited in person with the Lynn and Klaus families. Holly has been notified of the identities of her biological parents and got to meet her extended biological for the family for the first time this Tuesday. They hope to meet in person soon, and NCMEC, the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children, is going to facilitate that meeting. This investigation highlights the hard work and collaboration of multiple law enforcement agencies working together across the country and demonstrates the importance of continuing to investigate cold cases both in Texas and in the United States. Now, this next part I'm sharing with you today because we're asking for help from the public because we have yet to solve this particular crime. While we rejoice today that Holly has been found and families that were looking for her for decades rejoice, we still are looking for suspects in this case. And I want to share that information with you, and I want to say this again. If you have information in this case, and I'm about to share some facts with you, but if you have information about this case, please contact the Texas Attorney General's Office Cold Case Unit at coldcaseunit@oag.texas.gov. That's coldcaseunit@oag.texas.gov. And our phone number as well for this investigation is 512-936-0742. The following information is released today regarding our investigation in hopes that people will hear this story and come forward with more information. Baby Holly was left at a church in Arizona and was taken into their care. Out of respect for Holly and her family, we won't have any further comments or details regarding that at this time. The family that raised Holly are not suspects in this case. Two women who identified themselves as members of a nomadic religious group brought Holly to the church. They were wearing white robes and they were barefoot. They indicated the beliefs of their religion included the separation of male and female members, practicing vegetarian habits, and not using or wearing leather goods. The women indicated they had given up a baby before at a laundromat. It is believed that this particular group traveled around southwestern United States, including Arizona, California, and possibly Texas. There were sightings of this religious group around the Yuma, Arizona area in the early 80s. The women members would be seen around town at various points asking for food. In late December 1980 or early January 1981, the families of Tina Lynn Klaus and Harold Dean Klaus received a phone call from someone identifying herself as Sister Susan, who explained she was calling from Los Angeles, California, and wanted to return Tina and Dean's car to their family. She further stated that Tina and Dean had joined their religious group and no longer wanted to have contact with their families. They were also giving up all of their possessions. Sister Susan asked for money in exchange for returning the car to Florida, where the family lived. The family agreed, but contacted the local authorities about the situation. The family agreed to meet Sister Susan at the Daytona racetrack in Florida. The family described meeting 2 to 3 women and possibly 1 male, and once again, these women were wearing robes and appeared to be members of this religious group. The police purportedly took the women into custody, but there is no record of a police report on file that has been found as of yet. Given the age of this case, that is common. We're still on the hunt for that police report. The return car belonged to Dean's mother and was, in fact, the car that they had in their possession. And this is the description of the vehicle. It's a 1978 2-door red burgundy AMC Concorde. Tina Lynn Klaus and Harold Dean Klaus were likely murdered between December 1980 or early January 1981. Their bodies were found off of Wallaceville Road in Harris County, Texas. I'm going to repeat that. Their bodies were found off of Wallaceville Road in Harris County, Texas. And this was between January 6th and January 11th of 1981. They were last heard from by their families in late October 1980, and they had been living in Lewisville, Texas in October of 1980, around that time. If you have any information regarding these murders, we ask that you come forward, even if it's a piece of information that may not be concrete evidence. We need to find pieces of the puzzle to solve this crime. The Texas AG's Office Cold Case Unit and the law enforcement agencies that work with us are committed to bringing justice in this case. We wish Holly the best. We're grateful that we found her, but we must continue with our purpose of finding who murdered this couple. As we stated earlier, we cannot take questions today because this is a pending investigation, but we thank you so much for coming out today, and we ask again to the public, please come forward with information. Thank you.
All right, so as you heard there, investigators updating the public that a cold case has been solved. Baby Holly, as she was known at the time, has been found alive after more than 40 years. But her parents, however, were murdered at the time that the baby was taken from Arizona, and she was found in Oklahoma. However, investigators are asking the public for help to figure out who murdered the baby's parents. Now, coming up after the break here, we're going to take you out to Santa Fe, New Mexico. Biden just made some remarks about the wildfires out there that have been burning since April. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. Let's listen in to President Biden. He is in Santa Fe, New Mexico, making some remarks on the response regarding wildfires in New Mexico. They have been burning since April.
You know, you got to know how to know. You got to know what you need to know to be able to get something done. I can walk you in the Library of Congress, one of the great libraries in the world. You don't know how to work the card catalog. It's not very much use to you. I mean it. You got to know how to know. And so we've learned in our administration, it's not just enough to provide the help, but let people know how they can access the help, and when they can't, how they can go about to fix that. And so eligible residents can sign up for a state program that provides benefits to buy groceries and hot meals as well. For the longer term, but beginning right now, we have to help with the combined impacts of drought and wildfires, and which threaten your vital watershed. And it's hard to explain to people back east when I talk about this, because we've spent some time, the FEMA director and I, in other parts of the country, in Northern California, Oregon, up in Idaho, to explain what we're talking about, the scope and size and the consequence, and how the watershed is not literally, but in fact evaporating in many places. Find yourself in a position where it has vital impact. And through the bipartisan infrastructure, we've already invested hundreds of millions of dollars in the state of your drought relief and wildfire mitigation and water infrastructure. And as the monsoon season approaches, we've authorized another $22 million to protect critical water infrastructure from post-fire flooding, debris flows, and the work starts today. Not next week, not next month, today. The bottom line is, Gov, to the people in New Mexico, we'll do whatever it takes, as long as it takes, to follow your leadership and tell us what you need. And I promise you, we kind of joke. They said the governor's on the phone. I said, just tell her yes, and then I start the conversation. Y'all think I'm kidding? I'm not kidding. So I'm going to stop here, and I guess we're going to start the briefing if we could. And but I guess, David, I'm talking to you first. You're Secretary of the Department of Homeland Security and Emergency Management, so I'm going to yield to you, okay?
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you for joining us today. We are grateful for the federal government's support of state and local efforts throughout this crisis, but more help is needed. As the fires have grown since early April, we focused on the immediate shelter needs of the families. Since then, we've stood up 10 shelters around the state and housed nearly 1,000 evacuees. The state partnered with community organizations to provide many services for the evacuees, including meals, medical treatment, behavioral and mental health, transportation, child necessities, pet and livestock needs, and donation management. As firefighters have made progress, we have now fewer than 180 evacuees staying in hotels. As we transition our focus to the recovery, I cannot overstate the dire situation developing in the affected areas and the fact that we do not have the resources we need to help all those who have been impacted. Our primary focus is continuing to provide services for affected and displaced families, as well as thoroughly planned long-term solutions to rebuild what was lost by so many. On this task especially, we eagerly accept the federal government's increased assistance and partnership. Monsoon rains predicted this summer pose a severe hazard to the burned areas, and based on early assessments from our surveillance teams, the threat from flash floods and debris to downstream communities is great and will remain so for years to come. What's more, damage to our watersheds will take decades to repair. Climate change, prolonged drought, and the use of valuable water for firefighting is already creating shortages for communities across New Mexico, and 3 counties currently require emergency water delivery. New Mexico has experienced devastating fire damage across nearly 1 million acres of forest and grassland this year alone, and just yesterday there were 2 significant new fires in the state. State and local teams are working tirelessly to support and protect New Mexicans whose lives have been forever changed by these fires, but more help is needed. We need hydrologists and meteorologists to assist with predicting weather and the potential impacts. We need emergency management specialists and floodplain experts to augment small communities that lack the staffing to effectively execute these recovery plans. Our citizens are tired, angry, and afraid of the future that awaits them. Federal dollars supporting federal, state, tribal, and local teams on the ground is the only way we will effectively mitigate the dangers that confront us. Long-term recovery will include every aspect of the state government, from economic development and workforce solutions to education and healthcare. With the full support of the federal government, we will overcome these emerging catastrophes to help and protect thousands of affected New Mexicans. It is our solemn duty. Thank you, Mr. President.
Well, thank you. I know the press is going to be leaving when we get into some personal pieces, but let me say, while that's happening.
Okay, so the audio just cut out from that briefing, but Biden is in Santa Fe, New Mexico, and it sounds like federal assistance is on the way to New Mexico because of those wildfires that has been burning since April. That's quite a long time, and because of those wildfires, there have been evacuations because it has impacted the area there, and again, Biden is in Santa Fe. He is being briefed on the situation there. All right, we're going to keep things moving here on Live Now from Fox. Right now, we're going to bring you the latest White House COVID-19 briefing to keep you updated on that particular situation.
Parents and grandparents are focused on the potential for the first COVID-19 vaccines for kids under 5. We have waited a long time for this moment, more than 2 years into the COVID-19 pandemic, and after nearly 18 months since the first set of vaccines became available for adults, we are on the cusp of having safe, highly effective vaccines for kids under 5. Now, we want to lay out today the work we're doing to make sure parents can easily get access to those vaccines. Let me start off by making one very important point. We are not here to prejudge the outcome of the independent, science-driven process that is being led both by FDA and the CDC. The FDA's advisory committee is going to be meeting next week on Tuesday, June 14th and Wednesday, June 15th to review the data that was submitted by Pfizer and Moderna, and they will make their recommendations. We expect the FDA to make a decision shortly after those meetings. The CDC's advisory committee is then going to meet on Friday, June 17th and Saturday, June 18th. We expect the CDC director, Dr. Rochelle Walensky, to then make her recommendations sometime after those meetings. If the FDA authorizes and CDC recommends that kids under 5 get vaccinated, vaccinations will begin quickly thereafter. So what does this mean for you if you're a parent or a pediatrician? Realistically, it means we could see shots in arms of kids under 5 as early as the week of June 20th. Now, as a reminder, Monday, June 20th is an important federal holiday in observation of Juneteenth. And so we expect that many pediatricians' offices may be closed. So we think that vaccinations would really start in earnest on Tuesday, June 21st. And importantly, the vaccination program is going to ramp up in the days and weeks that follow, with more and more doses and more appointments becoming available. Now, let's actually take a moment to understand what a historic moment this is. If the FDA and CDC recommend these vaccines, this would mark an important moment in the pandemic. It would mean that for the first time, essentially every American, from our oldest to our youngest, would be eligible for the protection that vaccines provide. Now, I know many parents have been eagerly awaiting the opportunity to vaccinate their youngest kids. We share in that eagerness. We also know that it is important to do this right. As my HHS colleagues will detail, we have been planning for this moment for months. We've been getting ready to launch a comprehensive effort to help America's youngest kids get protected. That means working with state and local health departments. It means working with America's pediatricians and family doctors. It means working with pharmacies and rural health clinics and community health centers, and so many more. Now, I want to close with a word on what we already know about COVID-19 vaccines in kids. While the deliberations and the data review for vaccines for kids under 5 are ongoing, we know that for kids over 5, vaccines have made a tremendous difference. Kids who are vaccinated are far less likely to get seriously ill from COVID. They're far less likely to end up in the hospital or in the ICU. And they're far less likely to get complications of COVID, like multi-system inflammatory syndrome of children. Vaccines are already making an enormous difference in keeping our kids over 5 protected as the pandemic continues. Tens of millions of children in the US and around the world have been vaccinated against COVID, and the safety profile of these vaccines is truly extraordinary. So the data on kids over 5 and vaccines is clear. Kids are better protected, they are better off if they're vaccinated. That's why I, as a dad, have 3 children, all of whom have been vaccinated and boosted. This is why every physician, including every pediatrician and family physician I know, has vaccinated their own eligible kids. And why we are anxiously waiting the careful review of the FDA and the CDC to determine whether we can extend that protection to kids under 5. You know, when President Biden took office, he made a commitment to ensure that every American benefited from the miracles that science has delivered us in these pandemics. If these vaccines are authorized and recommended, we will get one giant step closer to fulfilling that commitment. So thank you for joining us this morning. I'd like to turn it over now to my colleague, Don O'Connell. Don?
Thank you, Dr. Jha. I'm pleased to be here. Over the past 16 months, together with our partners, we have managed one of the most complex logistical challenges in our nation's history, delivering more than 700 million doses of COVID-19 vaccine to more than 90,000 locations nationwide. Today, more than 220 million Americans are fully vaccinated. But we know that our work is not done yet. COVID-19 vaccines for kids under the age of 5 would be a momentous milestone in our historic vaccination program, helping extend the protection that vaccines offer to our youngest Americans and some additional peace of mind to parents and guardians. Our objective is clear: to be ready to swiftly and efficiently deliver vaccines for kids under the age of 5 to communities nationwide as soon as the FDA grants emergency use authorization. We are ready. To achieve our objective, we have engaged state, local, tribal, and territorial health departments, pediatricians and primary care providers, children's hospitals and health systems, and pharmacies on operational planning. These are many of the same partners we've been engaged with on other vaccination and COVID-19 response efforts over the past few years. These partners are on the front lines and critical to success, and we stand ready to help them in any way we can. Last week, we opened up pre-ordering for states, tribes, territories, and other partners to order doses. We are making 10 million doses of vaccine available initially, with millions more available in the coming weeks. This approach allows us to seed communities with enough vaccine so that it is readily accessible and equitably distributed across the country. We estimate that 85% of children under the age of 5 live within 5 miles of a potential vaccination site. We have asked states and other partners to leverage prior pediatric vaccination best practices and tap into existing pediatric vaccination locations as they continue to sign up additional pediatricians and providers. We have also asked states and other partners to ensure equity, giving priority to sites that will vaccinate children at highest risk for severe COVID-19 disease and considering factors such as hours of operation. At this point in Biden administration's vaccination program, our partners are accustomed to this process, and so are we. Our teams are standing by and will immediately begin shipping vaccines across the country after, should FDA authorize a vaccine. It will take some time to position these vaccines across the country, and vaccinations can't begin until CDC has made its decision. But we also know that many parents have been waiting for a long time, so we will be working 24/7 until every dose is shipped and delivered. As we have said previously, we are not in the predicting business. We're in the planning business. Our teams are hard at work planning for the possibility that FDA and CDC will give the green light in the near future. And if and when they do, we will be ready to deliver. Thank you. And I'll turn to you now, Dr. Murphy.
Thanks so much, Dawn. I appreciate it. First of all, it's good to be with everyone again today. As many of you know, my daughter is 4 years old and she's not yet eligible to be vaccinated. And my wife, Alice, and I, like millions of parents across the country, carry with us every day an added layer of worry, knowing that our children under 5 don't have the same opportunity as older children and adults to get vaccinated and hence protected from the worst outcomes of COVID-19. More than 30,000 children under 5 in our country have been hospitalized with COVID during this pandemic, and nearly 500 deaths have been reported in this age group. So I know how eager many parents and caregivers are for good news on this front, to know that our youngest children have an added layer of protection. But I also know that all of us as parents want to ensure that anything we are giving our children has gone through a rigorous scientific assessment and that it is both safe and effective for our kids. That is why as soon as the FDA authorizes and the CDC recommends a pediatric vaccine for kids under 5, we are going to launch a national public education campaign to ensure parents and families have all the information they need to make the best choices for their children. Now, in addition to having medical and scientific experts from government speaking to communities, we will be working closely with community partners, as we have done in the past, to make sure that community members are hearing from local leaders and organizations that they know and trust. We're going to partner with organizations like the American Academy of Pediatrics, the Association of Children's Museums, the American Library Association, the National PTA, the National Diaper Bank Network, and the National Association of Community Health Centers, as well as a number of Black, Latino, Asian American, Native Hawaiian, Pacific Islander, and Native American community-based organizations, including the West Montague Cobb Health Institute and LULAC, the League of United Latin American Citizens. We will support these organizations and local stakeholders as they launch health fairs, pop-up clinics, community forums, doctor speaking bureaus, and more. And we're going to mobilize the 17,000 plus member COVID-19 Community Corps, which we launched last spring, to help provide creative, kid-focused English and Spanish language toolkits for trusted local messengers, including, I would add, a superhero-themed toolkit that I can tell you will play well in my house. In this effort, we are going to be building on lessons that we have learned and the trusted networks that we built over the last 18 months. Our prior COVID-19 vaccination efforts helped us protect millions of Americans from hospitalization and loss of life. As before, we will ensure that equity is at the center of our approach as we work hard to get vaccines to our hardest hit communities. I do want to caution parents about one thing, and that is misinformation. Misinformation has been a challenge throughout this pandemic, and as I have said in the past, when I issued a Surgeon General's advisory on health misinformation, false and misleading information about COVID-19, misinformation that is often spread on social media, in fact, has led to confusion and has prevented people from benefiting from life-saving treatments and vaccines. So please make sure the information you are relying on is coming from trusted sources, like your doctor, your local children's hospital, your Department of Health, medical associations like the American Academy of Pediatrics, and the FDA and CDC. Lastly, I want to emphasize this. Real progress in our vaccination effort has happened when people who are trusted in their communities reach out to their friends, families, neighbors, and community members. And that is what we will need to do now as well. Build a people-powered campaign to protect our youngest children. I want to close by saying to those trusted messengers, and in particular, the pediatricians, family physicians, and nurses out there, just how much our nation needs your help right now to make this effort a success as we work to keeping our youngest ones safe. Whether it is encountering misinformation with accurate science-based information or helping families find places to get vaccinated, your role could not be more vital right now, as it has been throughout this pandemic. I'm incredibly grateful for all you have done to serve and protect your communities over the last 2.5 years. And with that, let me turn it back to Dr. Jha.
Thank you, Dr. Murthy, and thank you, Don. Let's now open it up for questions. And to Kevin, do you want to call on folks?
All right, so that was federal officials providing an update on a potential COVID-19 vaccine for kids under the age of 5. Now, coming up after this short break, we'll bring you world leaders that were in Los Angeles throughout the work week, and they made remarks, obviously, during the Summit of the Americas, that event where they all gathered and they focused on migration and economic development.
build on that success, work with our member companies and other partners to expand it so we can talk to more and more small and medium-sized companies in your countries. Third, the CEO Summit focused on building resilient health systems throughout the region. The U.S. government's newly announced America's Rise initiative is an important step forward. Our member companies have been pushing for that initiative. We want to formalize a regional public partnership and dialogue on the really important conversation on healthcare. The private sector has committed to bolstering that work. Our foundation at the Chamber will stand up a new Reliance Operations Center of the Americas to serve as a real virtual hub. So the next time a crisis hits, whether that's a natural disaster, whether that's a pandemic, there is a hub that we can go to support each other. Next, we know that we all have to support digital innovation, which supports greater growth, transparency, and importantly, economic inclusion throughout the region. For our part, business is committed to work diligently to close the digital divide while advancing technologies, as we all saw accelerated in the pandemic. And we will work with your governments to establish consistent regulatory frameworks that will help expand connectivity and foster digital transformation. Finally, as we all know, we must work together to address the energy crisis that's confronting our region. We need to accelerate the production needed to drive down energy costs while continuing private sector-led innovation and investment needed for the energy transition. We can and we must do both to help families, businesses, to help strengthen our energy security in a volatile geopolitical environment, and to significantly reduce greenhouse gas emissions. Ladies and gentlemen, all of us share a common destiny. In a lot of ways, we rise and fall together as a region. We know that we can't solve every problem here this week, but the business community joins you with a commitment to drive progress, a commitment to the hard work, and a commitment to sustained action. This summit might be a moment in time, but it can set the course for action for months and years to come. And though we have spent a lot of time at this summit talking about the challenges, let's not forget about the opportunities. We have an opportunity to come back from the pandemic stronger than ever. Our hemisphere can be a leading exporter of energy, a premier destination for travel and tourism, and a model for human rights, the rule of law, and the prosperity that flows from each. We can do this. We can do it together. The U.S. Chamber of Commerce stands ready to work with each of you to do just that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Suzanne. The chair now recognizes the Honorable Gaston Brown, Prime Minister of Antigua and Barbuda.
Thank you very much, Mr. Secretary of State. I acknowledge my colleague heads, excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. While I'll register my regret that invitations to this 9th Summit of the Americas were not extended to all heads of government, I acknowledge that the crucial issues confronting our global community demand our urgent and collective attention. It is my hope that there will be no future summits to which any head of government of our Americas will be omitted. Indeed, we regard the trade embargo against Cuba as harmful to the promotion of peace and prosperity in this hemisphere. It should be ended. Similarly, we urge engagement with the government of Venezuela, allowing the country to use its resources for its people's needs and to play a peaceful and constructive role in our region. To achieve this, there is work to be done by all sides to narrow differences and establish cooperation in the interests of advancing economic, social, and political well-being of all the peoples of this hemisphere. Right now, there's a confluence of troubling global events that require our collective and strong leadership to recover from COVID-19 pandemic, to respond adequately to climate change, and to surmount the challenges of food insecurity and escalating oil prices. The inflationary pressures driving tens of millions of people in our hemisphere into abject poverty, requiring greater hemispheric cooperation on solidarity. As leaders, we must act urgently to bring the rising cost of living under control. However, the reality is that no one country can overcome these challenges. The widest possible hemispheric and international cooperation to mobilize our collective resources behind a clear plan of action is vital and must be encouraged and pursued. While I do not expect that this summit can produce a definitive plan, I hope that at least we can agree on its elements, including the identification of priorities and practical measures that can be implemented. Colleagues, we are at a defining moment. All of us need to summon the political will to act, and to act with purpose. Beyond the new and urgent challenges that confront us all, there are others that have lingered and festered for far too long. The important truth emanating from COVID-19 that no one is safe until all is safe applies equally to the overarching threat of climate change, to the conditions of underdevelopment that lead to irregular migration and refugees, to inappropriate and inadequate criteria for access to concessional financing, and to de-risking and financial exclusion of small economies from the international financial system. I draw special attention to the fact that for decades, the effects of climate change have repeatedly caused loss and damage to small states without any compensation. Our countries have suffered and continue to suffer, even though we are the least contributors to the cause of climate change. This is one of the greatest injustices that exist today, and it requires the attention of the United States and others. If we learn nothing else from the COVID-19 pandemic, it should be that we cannot legislate against cross-border effects of global issues, nor can we build walls to exclude them or establish border patrols to turn them back. Lip service, neglect, and national interests may serve the wealthier countries among us for some time, but eventually, deteriorating conditions in the neighborhood will engulf us all unless we act, and we act now. What is urgently required is genuine international cooperation to remedy these ills, which have persisted relentlessly, forcing many small states to cope by borrowing on commercial terms. This borrowing to repeatedly repair infrastructure damaged by the impact of climate, and more recently, to finance extraordinary expenditure incurred in response to the COVID-19 pandemic, has enlarged our debt burden, leaving little fiscal space to build resilience and to construct the necessary physical infrastructure. In this connection, my government welcomes President Biden's announcement of a new America's Partnership for Economic Prosperity. My government is particularly pleased that President Biden's America's Partnership aims to mobilize new financing and to revitalize multilateral development banks, revamping their lending policies to better meet the specific needs of the majority of our nations. I remind, however, that many Caribbean countries have exhausted their borrowing capacity to respond to these exogenous shocks and need debt relief and post-COVID recovery assistance to shore up their tattered economies. Therefore, contracting more debt is not the answer. I also remind that, for no good reason, 6 CARICOM countries are denied membership of the Inter-American Development Bank, and therefore, access to their lending and investment. My government encourages President Biden to include in this new partnership the U.S. joining other developmental partners as a member of the Caribbean Development Bank, which services all CARICOM countries and is indispensable to our needs. My government applauds and celebrates renewed, reinvigorated, and sustained U.S. attention to the mutual economic prosperity of the U.S. and the nations of our hemisphere. President Biden is providing much appreciated leadership in this regard. But we recognize that the United States alone cannot do everything. Hence, we urge cooperation between the United States government and the other governments, such as China, which is playing a constructive role throughout Latin America and the Caribbean. In the areas of infrastructural development and the build-out of renewable resources of energy, collaboration between the US and China could accelerate the pace of economic transformation within our hemisphere. Colleagues, this summit should be remembered as the one which we got together as leaders of the Americas, confronted the barriers to the economic progress and prosperity of the large American family, and decided to act decisively to overcome them. That will be achieved not by declarations that we will issue, but by the actions we take to implement them faithfully and expeditiously. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Prime Minister. The Chair now recognizes the Honorable Philip Davis, Prime Minister of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas and Minister of Finance.
Secretary of State Tony Blyton, colleagues, prime ministers and presidents, delegates and representatives, citizens of the Bahamas and the wider Americas. Colleagues, I have come to Los Angeles, California, the city of angels, inspired by the words of the father of my nation, who once said, he searched for the heart and soul of the Americas. Today, the Americas are challenged by crises. Climate, COVID, and conflict have undermined our safety and our security. Have we done enough here at this gathering to relieve suffering, to promote peace, to fight for the economic dignity of our people? All the work and all the fine words do not count for much unless we can tell our people, whether they live in Old White Cat Island in the Bahamas, in Bridgetown, Barbados, or in Santiago, Chile, that we laid a true foundation for their progress. Of course, the real test will come when we all go our separate ways. Will the work we carried out here continue once the spotlight and the world's attention have moved on? Given that it's almost impossible to overstate what's at stake, we must hope that the answer to that question is yes. As we are aware, change is certain, but progress is not. It should be sobering for us all that the issues we are confronting at the Summit of the Americas are more dire and more urgent than those discussed at the first such summit 3 decades ago. That is evidence that the good intentions and the optimism of that gathering did not translate into enduring progress. Indeed, some countries in our hemisphere have become more unequal and more violent. Across the Americas, the scourges of racism and discrimination appear to be on the rise. Emerging moral and technological challenges to our democratic norms threaten our capacity to deliver free and fair elections and effective governance. And all these challenges are eclipsed by the existential threat of climate change. What each of these challenges have in common is that they cannot be solved by any one nation alone. For that reason, we offer President Biden and Vice President Harris and the people of the United States our warmest thanks and appreciation for their promotion of dialogue and cooperation and their hospitality. Multilateral engagement at the highest levels happens too infrequently, certainly when it comes to issues which are important to the Caribbean. But if the work of this summit continues, if the will to cooperate endures, if words turn into action, change can lead to progress, and we can move forward. Friends, June 1st marked the beginning of hurricane season. It is hard to describe what it's like to live in and lead a country that is several storms, or maybe even just one more Category 5 storm away from destruction. Even now, we are locked in a vicious cycle of devastation and recovery. In the last 20 years, at least 11 major storms have made landfall in the Bahamas. More than half of my country's debt can be directly linked to hurricanes. That means that the world's failure to slow carbon emissions constrains the decisions we make in the Bahamas every day. As hurricanes become more frequent and more intense, the waters and seas rise, and so do our debts. Yet, we need resources to make our infrastructure and our homes more resilient. That is why my country has advocated for the creation of dedicated, accessible, and affordable climate financing. Our seagrass and mangroves are playing, and that conservation and restoration can continue to play a critical role in acting as a carbon sink. These blue marine ecosystems capture up to dozens of times the amount of carbon as tropical rainforests. Carbon markets are an important bridge to a net zero future, and we will be the first country in the world to develop and trade blue carbon credits. Friends, at the summit, we have spoken much about the threats that cross borders, from viruses to carbon emissions to inflationary pressures to trafficking. Another such plague, surely, is disinformation. For all the promise and progress of technology, much of humanity now carries with them a personal device that can misinform, deceive, and divide as easily as it can educate, enlighten, and connect. Conspiracy theories are not harmless entertainment. They can undermine confidence in institutions, unduly influence democratic outcomes, and set one group of people against another. Does anyone doubt, after the last few years, that conspiracy theories can kill? Here again, it's a challenge no one country can solve alone. And those of us who cherish democratic freedoms of expression have a particular responsibility to cooperate in fighting for truth and transparency. Friends, COVID has ravaged our economies. Too many countries in the hemisphere have been neglected. We are grateful for the millions of doses of vaccines, but we must be mindful that the migration of healthcare professionals from the Caribbean to developed countries has been devastating for our healthcare systems. The Caribbean has lost healthcare professionals to the United States and Canada amid the worst pandemic of our life, making it harder to care for our own people. So I joined Prime Minister Belize in gratitude to the Cubans who came to our rescue in providing much-needed personnel. Friends, the dialogue and agreements which will emerge from this gathering are necessary precursors to much-needed action. Major conflicts around the world are made worse by the erosion of democracy in many corners. How we engage with countries where democratic values are declining is a major challenge of our times. It is easy to talk with those whom we agree, but we must also be able to talk to those with whom we don't agree. In fact, sometimes those are the conversations that are most urgently needed. All the countries in our hemisphere face overlapping developmental, security, and democratic challenges. Collaboration and collective action can only be of mutual benefit. The absence of the Republic of Cuba has made these deliberations less complete. We strongly affirm the need to always lead with consultation and diplomatic engagement, which is why we support efforts to breathe new life into the Inter-American Democratic Charter. The embargo against our Cuban neighbors, the longest such embargo in modern history, directly contributes to a rise in irregular migration, which heavily impacts my country. The easing of restrictions in 2016 led to a dramatic fall in irregular migration, a very welcome development for the Bahamas. We deeply regret its rescission and the corresponding rise in irregular migration which accompanied it. We also believe that more can be done to provide support for our brothers and sisters in Haiti. But that said, we also believe that this engagement must be led by the government and people of Haiti. For too long, the approach in the region has been about us, without us. We must commit to new tools and more focused engagement. Over the long term, we must also be mindful of the unintended consequences of isolation and separation. When we push away those with whom we disagree, they often take comfort in one another and deepen their alliances in the face of our hostility. A former American national security advisor described this as an alliance of the aggrieved. And such alliances can challenge our peace and security and disrupt other relationships. Friends, apart from the irregular movement of people, which I mentioned a few moments ago, the Bahamas is also being hard hit by the illegal transshipment of guns. We do not manufacture guns. Not a single gun is made in the Bahamas. We have witnessed an explosion in gun-related crimes that far too often end up in injury or murder. I strongly urge those states in the region which manufacture guns to continue to work closely with us to contain them within their own borders and do what you can to prevent such harmful proliferation. Surely, the right to bear arms cannot be interpreted as the right to traffic arms. Friends, in conclusion, we need to keep talking. We all need to keep talking. And we also need to keep doing, upholding our commitments and taking the action necessary for our collective survival. Often, it is when the talking stops that the fighting starts. And it's only when the talking starts that the fighting stops. If the institutions within our inter-American system are no longer fit for purpose, then let's rethink or recalibrate to whatever degree necessary in order that they may fulfill their potential. The Bahamas believes that the OAS in particular requires both a structural and cultural adjustment. Membership in any organization bestows privileges, but membership also confers responsibilities. And a basic expectation must be that members make good faith efforts to keep resourcing commitments to the organization. For almost a decade, staffing, projects, and programming at the organization have deteriorated. The OAS is, in many areas, a shell of its former self. My country's mission to the OAS has been charged with focusing on necessary OAS reform. We hope that other countries will join our efforts. Let this gathering fulfill its mission to drive change in the region for the better of us all. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Prime Minister. The chair now recognizes the Honorable Mia Mottley, Prime Minister of Barbados.
Bless my eyes this morning. The sun is on the rise again. The way earthly things are going, anything can happen. Mr. Secretary, there is so much trouble in the world. Excellencies, there is so much trouble in the world. Heads of government, there is so much trouble in the world. Heads of state, there is so much trouble in the world. I've chosen the language of Bob Marley this morning, not because I'm an apostle of Bob, as you probably have realized by now, but also because he reminds us of the day-to-day reality of our people and of our citizens. And we have come to Los Angeles hopeful that we're not just going to engage in speeches, or we're not just going to engage in platitudes, but we go home to make a difference to people at perhaps the most difficult time this world has seen in 100 years. We have 3 global crises, and any one is sufficient to bring us down. The climate crisis hurts from you here in California in fires, to us in the Caribbean through the heart attack of hurricanes, and the chronic NCDs of water crises and droughts, or floods, depending on where you go. We fight the pandemic. And even as we talk about the pandemic, we need to start to qualify it, because we fight the COVID pandemic without realizing that the slow onset pandemic of antimicrobial resistance is already upon us, being fueled further by how we farm, how we treat each other with the abuse of antibiotics, and how we literally allow those things to flow into our environment and contaminate our water system. And as if that was not enough, we now fight the prices of food and fuel and fertilizer, knowing full well that the only destination thereafter is going to be a debt crisis and an economic crisis if we do not intervene to break the slide. My friends, how much more evidence do we need? You see men sailing on their ego trip, blast off on their spaceship, million miles from reality. No care for you, no care for me. If I could have sung it, you would have joined me. But I don't need you to join me in the words of this song. I need you to join us in the chorus of action that our people need, not want. Our people need immediate intervention. 6-week crops and 12-week crops is what is going to feed our people. We need to be able to shield them from the price of fertilizer that is making their efforts almost impossible. We need equally to recognize, as you heard Prime Minister Brown and Prime Minister Davis say already this morning, that the debt crisis is already among many developing countries. We simply do not have the fiscal space to respond to crises not spawned by ourselves, but spawned by others. And we are facing a double jeopardy. Our countries were those from whom wealth was extracted in order to build the developed world. Our countries were left at independence with no compact, no money to finance basic rights of housing and health care and education. And when we fought to do it, now we find ourselves having those efforts crowded out, literally, by our inability to be able to face and find the money because we are using it to recover from climate crises, not of our own making. Where does the double jeopardy come? That it is the very industrial revolution that the blood, sweat, and tears of our ancestors financed that is now causing us not to be able to respond to the needs of our people in the most basic of ways that humanity requires. My friends, there is so much trouble in the world, and we think we've found a solution, but we want to tell people only about financing after the climate crisis. We need to be able to prepare before the crisis so we can reduce what we have to spend by 7 times. We need to recognize that adaptation has no private sector follower, because there's no return on investment in adapting to the climate realities. That is the function of the state. And therefore, the international community is required in the justice of the moment to help us prevent loss of life and property for a crisis we didn't create. We need to reform the international financial institutions architecture. How can we have an international bank for reconstruction and development that does not reconstruct and develop in today's world? Where is the reconstruction from the climate crisis being financed? Where is the reconstruction from the pandemic being financed? The post-pandemic recovery? Where is the platform for middle-income countries that house 75% of the world's poor? But because they're middle income, we don't remember that. Where is the climate finance being targeted to, justifiably and fairly so, when the numbers show that only 15% of climate finance is going to the climate vulnerable countries? I've not come here just to use words. Let us be practical. We have a duty to solve a few problems. And I think that the format of this meeting needs to change if we are to be able to see real progress and not simply to be part of the problem. We need to talk with each other and not talk at each other as we are doing in set piece speeches. We need to engage and see how we can make a difference in a real way. We have migrants coming not because they choose to come, but because it is their last option. They don't choose to leave who they love and where they love willingly. And when they come, we now know that we don't need to treat them poorly, because this year has shown that there's a dignified way to treat migrants. We've seen that in Europe. We need to see it in the Americas. And I don't place that burden on the United States of America alone. I place it on all of us, including my own country, because we cannot be part of the solution by simply talking from outside and not literally putting our shoulders to the plow. The International Organization of Migrants needs our support. And we need to make sure that as we reform the Organization of American States, that instead of it seeking to become a political player, it needs to become a player that simply brings opportunity to our people in the Americas, from Alaska to Chile. And how does that come? If we did nothing else in the next decade in the OAS, but to allow our people to become bilingual and trilingual, people under 18 and adults, then we would change the economic possibilities of this hemisphere in ways that we can't even contemplate. We need to ensure that if we fight this climate crisis in justice, then we fight it not just as small island developing states and developing countries calling for fairness for our nations, but we provide that fairness to our people. And how do I mean? We have taken a decision in Barbados that there can be no award of any contracts for renewable energy without taking into account the bounty that must go to our people. And therefore, accordingly, this year I announced that every rooftop that is owned by anyone in Barbados will have the right to have placed on it, as of right, not a choice, not a right to apply, as of right, photovoltaic systems from 2.5 kilowatts to 5 to 10 to 20. Why? Because we don't own individually the wind, the sea, and the sun. It is the patrimony of the nation. And if we are to move our people out of poverty, then we must use the bounty that is afforded to us through renewable energy, good jobs, but also good investment to allow our people to benefit. And we ask you to recognize that we must not.
So the Summit of Americas came to an end yesterday in Los Angeles. Again, world leaders making a number of remarks in that video there. Now, after the break, we will bring you comments from a Parkland shooting survivor. This is video of one of the many rallies that took place across the nation. This particular one in New York City. You see hundreds of them marching across the Brooklyn Bridge there. That's after the break.
Are there any family traditions or vacations or life milestones that recently made you smile? What is that person's name? Maybe they came with you to this march. And I want you to say their name, and I'll do it first as an example, and then you repeat after me. Sound good? So when I count down from 3, this is an example, I'll do it first. You say the person that you just thought of. So 1, 2, 3, Lauren is what I would say. Yes. Lauren has many fans, including me. Lauren's my sister, for those of you that don't know. Okay, are you ready on 3? 1, 2, 3, Lauren! Now, let's say it one more time, very loud, so that every single senator in Washington, D.C. and across the country can hear you. 1, 2, 3, Lauren! Good. Now imagine your loved one is at a shopping center grabbing some lunch. It's the middle of the day. You get a notification that says shooting. That pops up on your phone with the name of a city where your loved one lives. You text and there's no response. You call. There's no answer. You repeat this 50 more times. Could you imagine seeing their name on a growing list of victims of gun violence? Unfortunately, many of us that are here can. That list has added 200,000 names just like your loved one since the shooting that happened at my high school in Parkland, Florida in 2018. There are too many people who have lived this gut-wrenching reality every single day because there are over 100 people who have loved ones that die from gun deaths in this country that this is not a simulation for, that this happens to and will happen to tomorrow, the next day, and the day after. And unfortunately, that could be your loved one. And maybe you don't have to imagine this because it's already happened to you. I'm here because I don't want anybody to live this nightmare anymore. No matter your politics, no one should. I'm here because, like you, I love this country. And for it to function, we need to understand that rights are power, and with power comes responsibility. All Americans have a right to not be shot, a right to safety. Nowhere in the Constitution is unrestricted access to weapons of war a guaranteed right. We've seen the damage that AR-15s do when we look at the innocent children of Uvalde. Tiny coffins horrify us. Tiny coffins filled with small, mutilated, and decapitated bodies. That should fill us with rage and demands for change. Not endless debate, but demands for change. Now, not tomorrow, not tomorrow, the next day, or the next week, or next year, now! Do you agree with that? Do you agree with that? Do you agree with that? You gotta be louder! Do you agree with that? Make sure that every single senator can hear you! Do you agree with that? Sorry, I'm so angry. Here's the reality. If our government can't do anything to stop 19 kids from being killed and slaughtered in their own school and decapitated, it's time to change who is in government. As we gather here today, the next shooter is already plotting his attack, while the federal government pretends it can do nothing to stop it. Since the shooting in Texas, the Senate has done only one thing. They have gone on recess. Now look, Now look, no matter if you are a gun owner or a Republican or not a Republican, we all agree we must act to stop this. How much longer are we going to debate this until we realize that we obviously have different opinions, but let's not let that stop us from doing the small thing, anything, even if it could stop the next just one Parkland from happening, because this is
All right, we're going to cut away from this and bring you remarks from President Biden. He is in New Mexico at one of the emergency centers, making remarks on the wildfires out there.
Responsibility to the tune of billions of dollars. One of the things that we talked about a moment ago with your elected officials and the governor and a couple buildings over was the need to for us to get more agile in dealing with the aftermath of fires, the aftermath of tornadoes, the aftermath of hurricanes, because the damage done there, your monsoon season's coming up. If you don't get out, we don't get out there and clear the way, a lot more damage can be done, even maybe than the fires caused. Even maybe than the fires caused. And I have had the dubious distinction of being to, I think it's now 15 of these events, including the tornadoes in Kentucky, the hurricanes in Louisiana, the fires that range all the way from, I've been in Idaho, Oregon, state of Washington, Northern California, flying over closely over areas in helicopters where you can see the granular impact of all of this. And it's been profound. It's been profound. And what my director, is FEMA here and here? She had to catch the plane. Anyway, what we're doing and talking with the governor, I learned early on as president, when the governor calls and they say the governor of New Mexico's on the phone, I just say, just tell her yes. Better say yes right away. But look at what the coordination is required. Those helicopters, and a lot of those helicopters and those aircraft, you wouldn't have them without the federal government and National Guard. And, you know, a lot of what's going on here. And I'm not saying federal government like that's a big thing, but my point is that we have to all cooperate. This is a long-term, you know, your delegation has been incredibly helpful to doing everything that's happening here and the governor's requesting. But they're also working like hell to make sure that we end up with circumstances where you have nothing, that we pay 100% of the damage done. For example, people can only get 35 grand to get back in their homes, but these guys have a bill in the Congress right now, and I'm strongly supporting it, saying that you get complete reimbursement to rebuild your home as it was, your ranch as it was, your circumstance as it was. We are doing that in areas where I have the authority to allow for 100% reimbursement. But one of the things that you guys are going to have to we need your input on as we go down the road here is the aftermath of these fires, the aftermath of the tornadoes, the aftermath of the hurricanes. For example, I come from an area of the world, the state of Delaware, a little state, but it's a wealthy little state, but it's on the ocean. We're 2 feet above sea level for most of the, 3 feet above sea level for most of the state. And the seas are rising. Global changes are happening that are enormous. And I just want everybody out here to remember that we are a federal system. And that's why I have no reluctance to do everything we possibly can to meet all New Mexico's needs and stay as long as it takes to meet those needs. Not a joke. But one of the things that I mentioned in the last, and I'll end with this, the last little discussion we had next door was that, you know, remember, this is a federal system. And when other states need the help, you all have to ante up too. I don't mean just the emergency, I mean the people of the state have to ante up. There's a reluctance to say, my state needs help, but I don't know, are we going to do that for that other state? The answer is this is a federal system. We have a responsibility to every single solitary state in the union, not based on whether you're Democrat, Republican, rich, poor, no matter what it is. And so I think there's a lot we can do. One of the things that I've been talking to some of your mayors about, as well as all across the country, is global change and climate change is going to continue. I know I've been pushing really, really hard to spend more money. We have a lot of money being held up, as a matter of fact, about $40 billion to provide for alternatives to what we're seeing now by providing, anyway, without getting into it, to deal with climate change. And by the way, I want to promise you, windmills do not cause cancer, and this matters. I know I'm joking, but I'm not joking. We got to get smart. And you all understand it better than anybody because you sit here every day when there's a crisis and you wonder, what little kid's dying? What little kid is dying in one of those fires you can't get to? What's happening? I had to do so damn many funerals for firefighters. The hot shots, when they got trapped in that canyon, I went out there. And what I saw was not them, I saw their families, their kids, their wives, their husbands, their mothers, their fathers. And so it's all over. You guys get it because you're the ones sending out people to risk their lives, and some of you are the ones out risking your lives. You know, I said earlier that I've said it all the time. God made man, then he made a few firefighters. And that's true. The only thing that protects firefighters is more firefighters. So when you need to increase the funding for your firefighters, step up. Vote for it. Pay for it. When you want to make sure you're going to protect all these folks, it requires input. And by the way, there's only been, you know, my Secretary of Interior, her family's only been here for 34 generations, so she's new to the place. But is that right? It's 34 or 36? 35 generations. But the point is that there's so much we can do, but we're going to have to do. We're going to have to do it. And so I hope everybody understands that what you're doing here, you're saving people's lives. You're not just saving their property, they're saving lives. And we're prepared to make sure we can do everything we can to make it easy for you to be able to do it. And for all the hot shots to go out there, all the firefighters, all the National Guard, all that they have what they need. And the last thing I'll say is that I was talking to some of the mayors on the way out, as you saw me when I was trying to get out of not walking out the last meeting. You know what? I used to be a local official. If I never attend a zoning hearing again in my life, I'll die a happy man. Talk about war and peace. Zoning is something else. But all kidding aside, we have to rethink how we develop. We have to rethink how we build. We have to rethink where we build. I'm talking about those magnificent mountains I just flew. And we didn't get to fly in. Air Force One flew the whole perimeter. We didn't get to go in. But you know as well, you know better than most people what's at stake here. So talk to your fellow citizens, talk to your neighbors, talk to your friends about what we have to do. And we can do this. This is the United States of America. There's nothing beyond our capacity when we're united. And this is one of those areas that's going to increase. Like I said, for example, I was recently down in Kentucky, not recently, 6 months ago. Beautiful middle-class neighborhood, old homes. Actually, technically, I guess economically slightly lower middle class, like where I grew up, in a rolling area, the rolling hills. Well, guess what? Fire came, burned a lot of them down, but guess what came next? The heavy rains wiped everything out, blew everything away that wasn't down. So we got to figure what we do. What are the aftermath? What are we going to do? Because they're going to land on your laps. You're the ones that are going to have to be the ones doing it and directing it. So there's a lot we can do. And by the way, when I think climate change, and I know I get people are tired of hearing me talk about climate change, I think jobs. Jobs. Creates a lot of good paying jobs and saves a lot of lives. But with that, I'm violating a cardinal principle. I'm in a very important governor's state and I'm talking too much.
How about this? These men and women and many others in this room, Mr. President, sir, have been working 24/7 since 2020. From COVID to other public health emergencies, to fires, to flooding.
All right, we're going to take a short break here on Live Now from Fox and be back after this. Well, thank you for joining us today here on Live Now from Fox. I'm Shirley DeScorbeth. Please join us tomorrow morning, Sunday. We have many more top stories from across the nation to share with you. Tomorrow, in fact, is the 6-year anniversary. Well, I don't want to say anniversary, but tomorrow marks 6 years since the tragedy of the Pulse nightclub shooting, and there will be a ceremony to mark the day, and we will be bringing that ceremony live to you, and it starts at 7 p.m. Eastern. And of course, we will be bringing that to you live here. And again, the victims will be honored. And again, make sure that you tune in here on Live Now from Fox. Thanks for joining us.
one of the things that we understand, I made the point today with the governor and others, is that we have a responsibility, and not just at the state level, but at the federal level. And I hope you're aware that we're meeting that responsibility to the tune of billions of dollars. One of the things that we talked about a moment ago with your elected officials and the governor and a couple buildings over was the need to for us to get more agile in dealing with the aftermath of fires, the aftermath of tornadoes, the aftermath of hurricanes, because the damage done there, your monsoon season's coming up. If you don't get out, we don't get out there and clear the way, a lot more damage will be done, even maybe than the fires caused. And I have had the dubious distinction of being to, I think it's now 15 of these events, including the tornadoes in Kentucky, the hurricanes in Louisiana, the fires that range all the way from, I've been in Idaho, Oregon, state of Washington, Northern California, flying over closely over areas in helicopters where you can see the granular